Chapter 81, Buying People's Hearts and Framing. Li Qing twisted his neck and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Let's ask everyone first, who has a big demand for that char?" Wang Yanqing immediately asked, "Do you have a big need for this?" "Yes, I have a big demand for this, for my own use." "Then I don't want it." Ding Yuan also said, "I don't need to transform the planet and the base, and I don't need it." Zhang Ruiyang laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a thing, or it can be converted into money." The two Yan brothers and sisters and Duan Qian could see that Li Qing needed this, and they all expressed that they didn't need it. It's not intentional politeness, but they really don't have a big need. The biggest role of this slave is to transform a livable planet. At this stage, none of them have the ability to transform a livable planet. The shards just make it easier for them to transform, and the transformed planet is more beautiful and livable, and the cost is reduced. However, the cost of transforming a livable planet is at least 10 trillion plus. The higher the difficulty of transformation, the cost increases exponentially. If the cost is reduced by 20–30%, it is still such a high cost. The key is just the cost of transforming a livable planet. Building and developing a planet is a bottomless pit. How can they afford it? Since everyone doesn't want it, then I won't be polite. Li Qing was in a good mood, picked up the A2 paper again, took a look, raised his head and said, "I calculated, we have a total of 30 billion plus 3,000 billion plus 1,200 billion plus 100 billion plus 140 billion plus 1 billion plus 1 billion plus 5 billion plus 5 billion plus 3 billion plus 600 million plus 320 million plus 14.2 million plus 2.2 billion plus 234 million plus 210 million plus 1.5 billion plus 700 million plus 23 billion plus 1.5 billion, total." After careful calculation, he said with a smile, "A total of 4,515.279 billion stars." Wow, Li Lai whistled, and everyone looked happy, waiting for him to continue. Li Qing thought about it for a while and said, "About distribution, first take out 100 million Shatta civilization population and hand it over to the team to upgrade the team to a legion. This part has no money and no additional shares, but once the team is upgraded to a legion, everyone is the core of the team, you all know what the benefits you get, I don't think everyone will have any objections." No one speaks, let alone have opinions. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and no one spoke, Li Qing continued. "Deducting the population of 100 million, there are about 300 billion, and there are 4,245.279 billion left. As agreed in advance, all Shar slaves will belong to me. After deducting 3,000 billion star dollars, there are 1,245.279 billion star dollars left. Get rid of me, now only Ding Yuan, Wang Yanqing, Yan Chengping, Yan Yan, Duan Qian, Zhang Ruiyang, and Li Lai and Li Qi are the 8 people who are eligible to be assigned. I will divide the rest of the harvest into 10 shares on average. Among them, Ding Yuan and Wang Yanqing have invested the most troops. They will each share 2 shares, and the rest will each get 1 share. How about it?" No, everyone looked at the speaker unexpectedly. It was Li Lai, and he said with a serious face, "I don't think this kind of distribution is good. Captain, you have less points." He looked at the few people present, and said seriously, "In this operation, we actually had no effect at all, so we invested in some fleets, and the rest was to beat the soy sauce and yell to cheer up and yell 666 behind the scenes. As long as the host, we didn't do anything, and each of us can get nearly 125 billion harvest, I feel ashamed to accept it." Everyone was speechless, looking a little ashamed. Li Qing said with some embarrassment, "Everyone is brothers, there is no need to worry about these." Heaven and earth conscience, Li Lai really didn't teach what he said. If he felt that only the Shar people were not enough and wanted more, he would directly ask for more distribution. I believe no one would have any objections. However, Li Lai seemed to feel that the distribution was very uneven, so he continued without stopping. "There is one thing you may not know. The head of the group bought something a while ago and spent all the money on his body. Now he has less than 1 billion in cash, and he still owes 1.5 trillion in foreign debts. And these Sarah the errand slave is so useful that he can't sell it, and I've worked so hard to come back, and I don't have a penny more, and I have to pay the maintenance fee for the fleet, I feel very uncomfortable." Wait, stop talking. The more Li Qing listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could he be sensational while talking, as if he wanted more? Pressed Li Lai's shoulder and said, Stop talking, you're talking so passionately, I'm almost getting goosebumps. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Li Qing waved his hand and said seriously. Don't mind what I said just now. Although I owe some money, it is still early before the repayment date. Don't worry, and everyone doesn't need to worry. As the saying goes, a good fight is worse than a good row. This is also your luck. Of course, if you really feel embarrassed, you can sell the things when you go back, and you can wrap me a big red envelope, I don't mind. Pressed Li Lai's shoulder hard to signal him not to speak again. Li Lai wanted to continue, but Li Qi's voice came from his ear. Don't talk about it, don't worry, we will be like this when we get back to the base. Li Lai didn't continue after listening. Li Qing patted him on the shoulder vigorously. He really didn't care. He was really satisfied with this batch of more than 10 million Shar slaves. This is much more than he imagined. He can directly start the comprehensive transformation of the warehouse area. After the transformation is completed, if he has time, he can use it to transform the 4 types of planets where the base is located. After the transformation is completed, no matter whether he uses it for himself or sells it, it will be blood money. It is true that as Li Lai said, their sacrifices and gains are indeed not equal, but this is normal. Just like what he said to them just now, a good fight is not as good as a good row. Who told them to hug their thighs? With this experience, the distance between them has been greatly shortened. If they need help with anything in the future, they can gather in minutes. Going alone has great limitations. With a group of subordinates and trustworthy friends, you can save a lot of trouble. Just like what Li Lai said just now, it would be inconvenient for him to say it himself. Although he doesn't need it, having it or not is 2 different things. And this behavior is called buying people's hearts. The speed of going back is very fast, especially as many outposts belonging to the joint civilization of the Shatta tribe have been destroyed, and a large number of interception systems have been destroyed. Li Qing tried to jump on the road, but was always intercepted by the remaining interception systems. It took 6 attempts to succeed, and the Black Hawk frigate directly jumped over 60 light-years, jumping to a galaxy not far from the frontline galaxy in one go. When we got here, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the smiles on everyone's faces lasted less than a minute. When they reconnected to the battlefield channel and saw a message on the top of the channel, everyone became annoyed. The top message was jointly sent by the Crimson Freedom Horn and other 5 teams, scolding the Garan team for their continuous interference and slowing down when the Crimson team attacked the Shatta tribe united with the southern province capital Reef Lair Galaxy, which caused their strategic achievements to be lost. Attack the Shatta V Giant Shipyard Galaxy without changing the combat objective. In this top message, they are described as a group of greedy locusts, not only following them to seize the fruits of victory, but also sabotaging their strategy for profit, deliberately luring the enemy over, and secretly grabbing the benefits that should belong to them. So shameless. After reading this top message, everyone was very angry. They admit that they are fishing in troubled waters, but they say that they deliberately sabotaged their actions and deliberately seduced the enemy to sabotage their plans. This is equivalent to directly classifying them into the ranks of rape. Very annoyed. But it was just annoyed. He carefully checked the top post. Although many players who didn't know the truth scolded them, there were also some clear-headed players who expressed their disbelief. Especially those who can become team leaders are not stupid, and even some players who have grudges with 5 teams are still mocking their outposts. Trash has no other explanation. At first glance, they are the big villains, but if you think carefully, you can find many flaws, and many of the identified crimes are untenable after careful investigation. And the most important thing is that all this is just their one-sided story, and they can't produce any evidence. Technology has developed to this point, but there is no such thing as fake pictures and fake videos as evidence, and the Battlefield channel does not support the posting of modified videos at all. So, after calming down, they didn't take this as a big deal. Instead, the direct suppression from the 5 teams was the problem. But when the soldiers come to block, the water comes and the soil floods. Their team leader is Yu Yuefei, a direct descendant of the Yu family in Jinmen. No matter how much they want to suppress them, they can't suppress them very much. The problem will not be too big. When the battleship returned to the outpost, it was obvious along the way that there were warships belonging to the 5 major teams hovering at the wormholes of several galaxies near the outpost. They should be waiting for them to come back. However, they came back with a frigate. Up to now, they still don't know how Li Qing's large fleet sneaked into the Shatta V galaxy. Just like now, he swaggered through the wormhole, just as they face off and return to the outpost. It will be useless for them to find out when they return to the outpost. Moreover, when they discovered that the fleet of the Garan team sailed out of nowhere from the gravitational well of the outpost into the star city in the center of the galaxy, the 5 team leaders had different expressions, full of surprise and puzzlement. How did they get back? Outposts are forbidden to jump directly. Even if they have a flagship, they must honestly jump to the next galaxy and come back again, unless they also have a penetrating relic like the high-level relic in the hands of the leader of the Horn of Liberty. But it's impossible. That kind of special relics can't be seen casually in Chinese cabbage. Regardless of their various doubts, Li Qing returned to the outpost, and moved out all the loot accumulated in the universe in his palm, except for a few that needed to be kept, and sold everything else. What remained were the 400 million Shatta tribe civilians, the purple-named epic-level scientist, and the blueprints of many warships. All others were sold for a total of 340 billion. I wanted to distribute it to everyone first, but it happened that he was going back to Jinmen after a while. And they wanted to go back, but they couldn't leave due to the current situation of the team, so they entrusted him to help the team store up some things that needed to be sold during this period. A wave of annoyance was collected into the universe in the palm, and when Li Qing returned to Jinmen to help them sell it, he bought some things for them by the way, so the money was left with him for the time being. So far, now he only has 300 million civilians left in his hands, worth a total of 900 billion. Civilians don't sell them because they don't want to make others cheaper. After the military operation is over, they will be promoted to the Legion and then sell the rest. At that time, other large teams will not be able to rely on this to promote the Legion and reduce a few competitors. Purple epic level scientists are very rare, and I believe many people want them. If Li Qing hadn't been a scientist who can enlighten the servant of light by himself, he would keep it for himself. As for the blueprints of the many battleships, including the blueprints of the 3 battleships, they are all for their own use, and they will divide them by themselves. He doesn't care. Li Qing didn't want any of the money from selling them all, and gave them all. However, after they received the money, they immediately retransferred 25 billion each. Wang Yanqing and Ding Yoren each transferred 50 billion star dollars, adding up to a total of 250 billion star dollars, which happened to be 125 million excluding Shar slaves. In addition, each of them happened to be 100 billion, and Wang Yanqing and Ding Yoren each had 200 billion. Of course Li Qing refused, but Wang Yanqing, who represented them, made him speechless. If you calculate 100 points for this operation, your importance accounts for more than 95%, and you only get 70% of it, or even less. After all, so many Shar slaves flow into the market, the price will inevitably drop sharply. It might even be cut in half. I know you can make more money in the future, but there is a thing called gauge, and another thing called measure. You have given us too much, which is equivalent to taking a trip with you without doing anything. 125 billion, everyone is very happy, but holding it is hot. You don't have a dime, and we each get so much, isn't it reasonable? What Li Qing wanted to say, Wang Yanqing said seriously. We still want to continue to call us if there is such a good thing in the future. If you don't take it, we will be embarrassed to go again if you call us in the future. Below the serious expression is, such a cool thing, a fool would be embarrassed to go. But although he thought so in his heart, he still quite agreed with Li Lai and Li Qi's proposal. Although Li Qing doesn't mind, it doesn't mean they are stupid and ignorant. They really don't have any money. When Li Qing goes to do something without money, he will think about it. It's like a friend doing you a big favor, and the friend doesn't care if you thank you, but you can't really not say thank you. Even if you are a bosom friend who doesn't care about anything, you still have time to invite him to drink and smoke. Don't care once or twice. If things go on like this, the friendship will inevitably fade. Wang Yanqing could think of it, and Li Qing could think of it too. He thought about it for a while, but didn't insist on it. He nodded and said, since it is everyone's wish, then I will take it. By the way, you take the remaining 90 billion first. Don't you want to go to Jinmen in a while, and everyone will not be able to make it through. You can help bring back some things for everyone, and I will give you a shopping list when the time comes. After disconnecting, Li Qing was in a good mood. You're quite sensible. Next time something like this happens, I'll call you guys. It's just like what they said. I don't care if I don't have him. I'm sure I'll be happy if I have him. Human nature is as simple as that. Chapter 82 Returning to Jinmen and Second Uncle's Teachings. Li Qing, who was in a good mood, packed up and prepared to go back to the Jolin headquarters, but just as the battleship left the door, he received a communication from Ji Shunzhou, who connected and revealed his gloomy face. Li Qing, you impress me. Li Qing put his arms around his arms and said with a blank expression. If you want me to spit out what I've eaten, then you'd better not open the golden mouth, so as not to be ugly. No, no, no. Ji Shunzhou waved his hand, his gloomy face turned into a smile and said. I'm not here for this. Then why? Come here for you. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Ming people don't talk dark words. I appreciate you very much. Come to my Crimson team. I can give you 5% of the original stock, and promote you to be one of Crimson's deputy heads. When Crimson is promoted to the Legion, you will be Crimson's deputy captain, and allows you to form a fleet yourself. I don't want anything from you, as long as you come. Li Qing. This surprised him. He thought of several possibilities, but never thought that he was here to poach people. You don't advance and retreat with your allies, but secretly come to poach people. Aren't you afraid that your allies will be angry? Ji Shunzhou laughed when he heard this. We are only temporary allies. Now that the operation is over, we are not allies. If you do this, you are not afraid that they will know. So what if you know, this does not conflict with my recruitment of you now? What a qualified leader. Li Qing couldn't help but praise, shook his head and said. Sorry, I don't accept your solicitation. Oh, is it because I didn't give enough? If you have other requirements, you can ask them, and I can satisfy you. No, you have given a lot, and you are very sincere. Then why? Ji Shunzhou frowned, and asked as if he had suddenly realized. Because of Yu Yuefei. That's right, since Yi Xiao left, there are no other powerful men in Jolin's team. With your ability and skill, it won't be long before the entire Jolin team is yours. He pinched his chin and said to himself, as if he understood, pointed at him and said. Good trick. It seems that you may really pick this famous flower, and I don't know how Yi Xiao feels when he finds out about it. If that's the case, then I won't force it. Ji Shunzhou shook his head with some regret, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and quickly became indifferent. Now, in the name of the Crimson team, in conjunction with the Horn of Liberty, Halo, and the Aquarius and Brilliant teams, I would like an explanation for your sabotage of our team's actions during this operation, and I will send an official letter to the Garin team later. Note, you must either pay 10 trillion yuan in compensation, or return to us all the benefits obtained by sabotaging our actions, otherwise we will take necessary actions, including methods not limited to force, to regain our legitimate interests by ourselves. Quote. After saying this, Ji Shunzhou disconnected on his own initiative. Are you coming? Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The Black Hawk frigate passed through the wormhole and appeared in the next galaxy, then directly started the jump engine, and a jump appeared in an unknown galaxy. The psionic ascendant gave him a 100% jump distance bonus, and one jump was twice as far as before, so this time it only took 3 days to rush back to Jolin headquarters. As soon as the battleship docked at Star Fort, it received a communication from Yu Yuefei. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. It was still the familiar room, where both Yu Yuyao and her sisters were there, and she said straight to the point. I've heard the news, but I don't know what's going on. As you heard, I did a big thing. I touched the Shatta Civilization 5 giant shipyard galaxy, captured 400 million Shatta people and more than 10 million Shar people slaves, as well as a large amount of supplies. Is that what they say? Li Qing asked. What do you think? At this moment, Yu Yuefei asked. Then what are you going to do next? Li Qingqi said. What do I mean by what I'm going to do next? It's what you plan to do next. You are the team leader, and you are the one who will send the note. But this operation is led by you, and you are also the deputy head. Shouldn't you be thinking about the team? Yes, I have been thinking about the team. I have 100 million Shatta civilized civilians who are going to dedicate it to the team. You are ready to accept it. Yu Yuefei's red lips parted slightly, and she was speechless for a while. He said with a straight face. With 100 million civilians of the Shatta civilization, plus our previous accumulation, it is no problem to be promoted to the Legion. How can this be said that I don't think about the team, so the pressure from them will depend on you. If you can't bear it, send it back, that's fine, I don't care. He didn't joke. He really didn't take the pressure from now on, and when the things were sold out, he returned to Jinmen immediately. After he came back, he still had to dig that grave, and that epic mission was very long. Isn't the head of the team the one who's responsible? Otherwise, what's the use of her, warming the bed or acting cute? When it was over, he said to Ufa with an encouraging face. Given your status and relationship, they dare not go too far. As long as you persist until the end of the military operation, Jalan's promotion to the Legion will be considered a victory. If the reputation of the site is gone, it will be gone. As long as the headquarters is not lost, it will be possible in the future. Take it back. Next, they can only do it. Can't fight and fight, can't beat any of the 5 teams, can't fight and fight, there is no evidence for this kind of thing, you can only talk about it. Next, they are destined to be very difficult. The 5 major teams will use all kinds of methods, and it depends on whether she can hold on. Then Li Qing returned to the outpost base again, and took Wang Yanqing, Ding Yuan and others all back. They didn't have a universe in their hands, so such a big target couldn't come back quietly. After sending them back, the Jalan team announced that the galaxy was closed and no outsiders were allowed to visit Jalan Star Fort. There are actually not many suppression methods they can use, either blocking them so that they have no supplies, or harassing team members so that they cannot go out, destroying team members' personal bases and mining bases, or directly buying ordinary team members, etc. If it is another team, it is possible to directly attack Jalan Star Fort. But Ufa was born in the Yu clan of Jinmen. If they still want to hang out here, they are unlikely to directly attack Jalan Star Fort without conclusive evidence. Of course, this situation is not absolute, and they are not guaranteed to have a twitch. So the best way for them to deal with it is to give up everything outside, just guard the headquarters, and wait for the dust to settle before being promoted to the Legion. Li Qing didn't stay here all the time. After Ufa officially ordered to shrink the team, he quietly left Jalan Star Castle one day, planning to go back to Jinmen. But just about to go out, I suddenly received a message from Ding Yuan. I need to go back to Jinmen, can you take me? Looking at the expectant eyes of the beauty, he nodded. Fine, take a ride. This cannot be refused. In the Star Castle, Ufa saw with her own eyes that Ding Yuan boarded Li Qing's battleship and left. For some reason, she felt inexplicably depressed. Yu Yao, who was slowly making tea, glanced at her and said, Look, you don't want it, someone wants it, think about it yourself. Ufa was depressed for a while, looked up at her sister, and wanted to say something, but she didn't have the courage. The Black Hawk frigate was moving forward. Although several teams were about to suppress it, the fleet was not aligned, and the journey was relatively stable. After 2 days, they entered the jumpable area. Instead of passing by the outpost, they bypassed it directly by another road outpost, go directly to Jinmen. 1 man and 1 woman alone, it was a bit awkward at first, but it became normal after chatting for a long time. Through chatting, I learned that Ding Yuan didn't just want to be alone with her when she took this ride, but to go back to Jinmen for something really important. Of course, wanting to be alone with him is also true. As the saying goes, men chase women, separate layers of mountains, women chase men, separate layers of yarn. A Bai Fume chasing after you, the tenderness he has never seen makes Li Qing quickly disarm. Man, how can he resist this kind of temptation? This is not a sugar-coated cannonball, but a candy with a high milk content. There is no cannonball. He is very moral if he can persist until now, and he has not left his ancestors. Tall, he half pushed and took his hand. The journey was long and nothing had happened for almost 2 months. Their relationship quickly warmed up, and soon they were not satisfied with holding hands, and began to move their hands. Lang is affectionate, and my concubine is interested. When he is about to arrive at the transit base, he can already be allowed to reach into his dress to enjoy his hands. 2 months later, a Black Hawk frigate appeared in the transit base galaxy. When he saw the huge star city suspended in the orbit of the stars, Li Qing gently kneaded the softness of the beauty in his arms, which was difficult to grasp, and then withdrew his hand, sniffed lightly, and said, Finally reached. Ding Yuan was lying in his arms. Her charming face was not as shy as it was at first. She adjusted her posture to make her lie more comfortable. Her slender fingers touched the projection of the light screen in front of her, and a movie that was playing was closed. Stretched, her perfect body was revealed in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and hung her back. Her charming face was raised, and a pair of watery peach eyes looked at him. I have something to do when I go back to Jinmen. You help me sell the things by the way, and the money is temporarily stored with you. She belongs to the charming type regardless of her figure or appearance, especially her pair of peach blossom eyes are very attractive, but she never pretends to be false, and her behavior is correct, so no one thinks anything about it. But when you are in a relationship and face your lover acting like a baby, those watery eyes are simply seductive. Maybe her face is slightly inferior to Yu Yuefei's two sisters, and her figure is about the same, with straight and long legs, but her charming temperament and ecstatic peach blossom eyes are really alluring, especially when she is serious and coquettish. The time gap is quite impressive. It's a pity that their background and education are different from those of ordinary people. Before they get engaged, they can't take the last step. They can only enjoy their hands. At this time, Li Qingzhao had already forgotten about Yu Yuefei. Although the identical twin sisters were also very attractive, but she was such a noble girl before her, and her style was not bad. One side is coddling, the other side is taking the initiative to attack. Do you still need to consider it? They only stayed at the transit base for one day, and were sent directly to Jinmen through the stargate of the transit base the next day. She took another Black Hawk frigate sent by Li Qing to planet Jinmen 1, while he parked the frigate at the Star City berth, opened the trading network, and looked for suitable buyers. The materials harvested in the previous operation were sold in Jinmen, leaving only 300 million Shatta civilians. This cannot be sold for the time being. It can only be sold after the military operation of the expeditionary force is over, otherwise it will be cheaper for others. The materials that the team entrusted him to sell were some materials that the outpost bases did not accept. Although they said there were as many as they wanted, they only referred to military-related materials. It can be shipped back and sold to Jinmen. The whole team accumulated for several months and sold all of them for 45 billion. These will be used as team funds and not owned by individuals. At this time, he has 340 billion star dollars, plus 45 billion star dollars. In addition, he will stay here in Jinmen for a month or two, and then he can sell the 300 million Shatta civilians in his hands. It took 2 months to travel from Jilangxingbao to Jinmen, another 1 or 2 months to 4 months, and another 2 months to sell back to the outpost base, which is 6 months and half a year. No matter how long the military operation on the army's side is delayed, it should be over, and the promotion to the legion should also be settled. Besides, when the large team from the outpost received the news, they rushed to Jinmen, and then went back. It would take another 4 months, a full 10 months of buffering. He didn't believe that Aquarius and the brilliant team had enough time. Sitting in the battleship, Li Qing first pulled out a long shopping list, and then bought various supplies for Wang Yanqing and others according to the shopping list. Then rented a super large warehouse, set the warehouse address as the delivery address, and then he didn't have to wait at the warehouse, and the delivered goods were directly shipped into the warehouse. After buying all the supplies on the shopping list, he was relieved, and set another destination for the frigate to set off. Jinmen number 1 urban planet, in a bustling city. In a white building with only 3 floors but covering an area of nearly 10,000 square meters, in the music hall on the 2nd floor, Li Lun in a blue Chinese tunic suit is listening to an opera. Listening to Xing Yi's beautiful opera voice on the stage, he shook his head slightly with the sound, looking fascinated. Suddenly, a message came from the portable personal terminal. He remained motionless and listened carefully. He didn't open his eyes until the end. With a light touch of his finger, a projection unfolded. After reading the information on the projection, he casually replied, and immersed himself in the opera again. The family was stationed, and Li Qing returned and waited for more than 2 hours before he saw the second uncle walking out of the speeding car with the cane in his hands. He went up to take the cane, and Li Lun said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a long time, how is my kid now? Didn't cause you trouble?" Li Qing replied with a smile. "He is very good now. Some time ago we rushed to the core galaxy of Shatta Civilization 5 and did a big job." Li Lun paused. With a trace of surprise on his face, he said, "Real or fake? How could I tell lies in front of my second uncle?" Li Lun had a smile on his face, and said, "Tell me in detail what you have done." Second uncle knows that a large-scale military operation was launched at the outpost base during this period, and we responded to the call of the expeditionary force to lead the army to join the battlefield, once. The two talked while walking slowly, and told the second uncle their experience with a little artistic processing, which focused on Li Lai's performance. Chapter 83 Visiting Yu Yuefei's father. When I got to the inner room, just finished speaking, a maid stepped forward to take the second uncle's cane, took off his coat, and brought a basin to wash his hands. Wiped his hands with a towel, Li Lun waved his hand to signal the maid to go out, put his feet on the seat, pointed to the chair next to him to signal him to sit down, and said with a smile, "It seems that you have developed very well there, but you have offended the top 5 large teams there at the same time." He pondered for a while and said, If I were you, I can go to the Yu family later to visit the father of the leader of your group. Li Qing immediately said, "This is in my plan, I will go later." Li Lun nodded and continued. Don't hesitate when you need to borrow momentum. If you have momentum, don't use it. If it expires, the competition is not only based on your own ability and potential. The forces behind you can also be borrowed. The momentum of my Li family can also be borrowed. The momentum of the core members of your team, it also needs to be borrowed, and you can visit it in a few days. I will. I have to say that the older generation is indeed better than them in terms of experience, not to mention abilities. He had never thought about this before. He only thought about whether Yu Yuefei's identity would make them jealous, but he never thought about taking the initiative to take advantage of the situation and suppress them in turn. This is not impossible. After all, at this stage, whether it is a transit base or an outpost, it is the Yu family who is in charge. Maybe many of the rich and elites who hang out there have many families behind them that are stronger than the Yu family in Jinmen, but a strong dragon can't beat a local snake, and no one here is as good as the Yu family. Sure enough, they are all too immature, even though Yu Yuyao looks like a mastermind behind the scenes, but she is only 18 or 19 years old after all, just a young girl, so she is still too immature. Feeling this, Li Qing took the opportunity to ask his second uncle Li Lun some questions. And Li Lun felt that his son was working under Li Qing's subordinates, so he didn't hesitate to teach him as much as he liked his son, and imparted some of the experience he had accumulated. One is interested, the other is interested, and the chat is very speculative. An hour and a half later, after a topic ended, Li Lun suddenly asked, I remember the message you sent me just now, saying that you want to reapply for the family fund. Right, I just applied for a personal development fund of 100 million stars. I think this is completely inconsistent with my current strength and achievements. I want to reapply. Li Lun nodded and said, this is the right idea. Yes, you can apply your current strength and potential, as well as your own advantages, to the family foundation in writing. You know the process. Individuals and teams apply separately. I will pass it as soon as possible. Li Qing unexpectedly asked, can I still apply for team development fund? Of course, you have never applied for a team development fund before. Is it not possible? Really not. It's okay. I will send you a template later, you can fill it out. Thank you, second uncle. Just take care of that kid more in the future. Early the next morning, Li Qing received a development fund application form, a personal development fund, and a team development fund from his second uncle. After careful study, I found that there is actually not much difference between the two pioneering fund tables, but the individual pioneering fund is more inclined to individual strength and potential, and the team pioneering fund is more inclined to the overall strength and potential of the team. Personal strength, personal potential, segmentation. Li Qing rubbed his chin, and first listed the battleships he currently owns. The 2 battleships are also counted as those under construction. So although there are only 2 cruisers, he counted 50 destroyers, 200 frigates. There are not too many frigates listed. Unless there are too many such cannon fodder, it is meaningless. For example, there are thousands of ships. Then came the key point. He listed Li Yuan, the Servant of Light, in the name of a golden named mythical level super naval commander, and this proportion would be very, very high. Of course, the fact that I awakened my psionic power and successfully ascended is of course included, which is also a bonus item. However, regarding the matter of condensing the spiritual saints, he did not list them for the time being. The main reason is that this point is too outrageous and has too much influence. You must know that the entire United Human Empire only has 10 spiritual power towers. It is worth mentioning that the psychic saint is the key factor in building the psychic tower, but not all psychic saints can condense the psychic tower, which requires other conditions, so there are less than 10 psychic towers in the United Human Empire Tower, but there are definitely more than 10 super psychers who have condensed the psychic saints. Of course, not too many, never more than 100. But no matter what, the most critical core factors for building a spiritual power tower have been met, and they are qualified to try to build a spiritual power tower. The reason why Li Qing didn't want to speak out was because this stuff was too high profile, and there would be no peace in the future after speaking out. Moreover, he is currently in a weak period as a psychic sage, and he and Yu Yuyao are still in the honeymoon period. They have made an agreement to help each other, so they can't do other things for the time being. This agreement is not mandatory, and will not be restricted by Yu Yuyao. She can't use this to order him to do anything, he can leave at any time, and only needs to pay a small price. It's just that the psionic saint is a little weak now, and it would be dangerous to leave. In addition to these, Li Qing also revealed that he has a space-type relic in his hand. The size of the space is the same as what others have said. The internal space is 10,000 kilometers in length, width and height. A space station was built with a large private shipyard inside. The secrets of the inner space of the universe in the palm of your hand will be discovered slowly one day. Rather than being exposed suddenly one day, it is better to reveal it slowly and control it yourself. The application for the Personal Development Fund is for the time being. In fact, this is already exaggerated. He didn't dare to say other things for the time being. He will show up slowly when his strength becomes stronger in the future. Now these things are enough to attract the attention of the family, and no matter how much they pay too much attention, that is not what he wants to see. As for the application for the Team Development Fund, Li Qingqing rewritten the personal information he just filled in, and only added 3 things. The same is that he is now the second largest shareholder of the Jolin team, owns 14% of the original shares, and is the deputy head of the team. He also revealed that the Jolin team has met all the conditions for promotion to the Legion. Can be promoted to the Legion. The second is that he discovered a 4th type of planet deep in the starry sky that can be transformed into a habitable planet. Thirdly, he has 13.52 million Shar slaves who are good at modifying the environment, which can be used to transform the 4th type of planet. Although it is not a living planet, the 4th type of planet has immigration value after transformation. You don't need to expect the civilians in the planet to have high talents, but at least it is much better than the full gray name of the resident station immigrants. The whiteboard can also become a variety of professionals. The problem of not being able to produce rare elite professionals is actually not a big problem. Regardless of any force, what is most lacking is a huge number of low-level occupations. After adding these 3 points and checking them carefully, Li Qing sent the 2 application forms to the Family Pioneering Foundation. The next step is to wait for the Pioneer Foundation to receive the application, then check it, and then decide how much Pioneer Fund he can apply for after the final confirmation. Li Qing didn't know how long this process was. It took him 5 days to complete the application for the 100 million personal fund. Now there are 2 applications with more application materials, and they all need to be reviewed one by one. Of course, this does not require a special trip to the outpost for auditing. Not only the Qinghe Li family, but also the main lords of the major armies in the hinterland of the United Empire have people collecting information at the outposts. The next batch of information can be confirmed by comparison, so it is difficult to say the exact time. Li Qing didn't wait all the time. He went out after handing in the application form, and then I rummaged through the warehouse area on the 4th floor inside the Palm universe, and found something to wrap it up as a gift for visiting Yu Yuefei's father later. This is a blood-red coral tree that is as transparent as blood jade. The overall height is about 2 meters. Inside the transparent jade is an unknown blood-colored substance like magma. It flows slowly inside and looks very beautiful. This thing was plundered when the Shadavi galaxy was plundered before. I don't know which decoration came from the noble family of the Shada civilization. The decorations that were classified as expensive before were not sold, and they will be used as gifts. Yu Yuefei's father seems to be one of the decision-makers of the Yu family. He has never seen such a big man before, so he didn't think about getting such a precious gift, but this ornament full of exotic styles focuses on novelty. Li Qing didn't have the contact information of Yu Yuefei's father, Yu Chensheng, so he could only submit the greeting through official channels. Normally speaking, it is difficult for a younger generation like him who has not been well known in Jinmen to hand over the greeting cards to Yu Chensheng. There are many people who want to see him every day for a big man like him, and his secretary will send all the greeting cards to Yu Chensheng. Arrange them in order of importance. Usually, people like him will be at the very bottom of the list, and you may not see him for several months. However, his identity on the worship post stated that Yu Yuefei was a friend, and he indicated that he was entrusted by Yu Yuefei, which is different. I dare not say that I will see you immediately, at least I will review it carefully. Less than half an hour after submitting the greeting post, he received a strange communication, which revealed a middle-aged man in a neat suit, introducing himself with a professional smile. I'm sorry to disturb you at this time. I am Mr. Yu Chensheng's assistant, and I would like to ask you to verify whether what you said in the greeting post you submitted half an hour ago is true. Li Qing was also serious at this time, following the aristocratic manners taught to him by an old nobleman in class, and nodded slightly. I am Li Qing from the Li family of Qinghe. I am the second largest shareholder of the Jolin team and the deputy team leader. You can go and verify it. The middle-aged man said seriously. When I met His Excellency Li Qing, I had already confirmed that your greeting post will be handed over to Mr. Yu Chensheng within an hour. If there is any news, I will notify His Excellency Li Qing as soon as possible. Trouble. Goodbye. In fact, only half an hour later, he received a message from Yu Chensheng's assistant. He can go there now. Wrap the gift, put it on the automatic suspension platform and followed behind, and came to the interior of Jinmen Star City. As one of the core decision makers of the Yu clan in Jinmen, Yu Chensheng usually likes to stay in the residence in Star City. With access rights, you can go all the way to the interior of Star City without hindrance. The interior space of Star City covers an area of more than 100,000 square meters. There are hills and rivers inside, green and green, between the U-shaped creeks. It is awkward to combine the two words, dong, and retro, but it is true. The small house has 2 floors and 3 floors, but the architectural style is retro. What era? How can it be completely retro? He was led to a reception room by a servant, and a servant brought tea and snacks. Li Qing picked up chopsticks and ate without politeness. Many people have been misled by film and television dramas, thinking that it is rude to eat snacks on the table when you are a guest. In fact, it is not the case. Tea and snacks are originally for guests to eat, otherwise why serve them? Are you posing? I don't eat in film and television dramas, just because eating will affect the filming, and many times there are too many NGs, and I will hold on if I eat it all the time. While eating exquisite and delicious snacks, drinking tea while waiting slowly. After 2 cups of tea, I heard footsteps outside the door. Slowly picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. The door was opened, a very handsome middle-aged man walked in, followed by the assistant he had seen before. He immediately got up and saluted. The middle-aged man looked extremely handsome, and there was some resemblance between the expressions of Yu Yufei and the 2 sisters. He sat down on the head seat, looked at Li Qing, and said with a smile. I've heard of your name. You are very courageous. You dared to touch fish under the eyes of 5 large teams. You really caught a big fish. It's great. Li Qing's expression did not change, and he said modestly. A fluke, a fluke. Whether it's luck or strength, you have done it. Yu Chensheng didn't worry about this, took a sip of tea and asked. You are here because of the crisis that the Jolin team is facing now. Yes, I want to hear from my uncle. Don't worry, just let them suppress it, as long as you keep Garin Star Castle. If they dare not attack Garin Star Castle. Yu Chensheng smiled confidently. Unless they don't want to hang out here, they will never dare to directly attack Jolin Star Castle. Uncle, aren't you afraid that someone won't be able to swallow this breath? There must be some people who can't swallow this breath, but those who are so impulsive must not be in the decision-making level of the 5 major teams. At least these 5 teams can only swallow this breath. Well, that's good. Li Qing didn't say anything more. He just came to tell Yu Chensheng, but now it seems that he knows the situation at the outpost base very well, and he is not worried, so there is no need to say more. Didn't continue talking about this topic. He was about to think of an excuse to leave, when suddenly Yu Chensheng asked. What do you think of Jolin now? Are there any problems that need to be changed? Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, then replied. Jolin is normal now, there is no problem. Well, what do you think of my daughter? What? Li Qing raised his head in surprise. Did he ask so directly? Chapter 84 Giant Comprehensive Research Base. He hesitated, and said. Very good, very beautiful. Yu Chensheng continued. Young man, I think you are very good. Yu Qinghe Li family and my Yu family are also well matched. Do you want to marry my daughter? Li Qing was completely shocked. He never thought that Yu Chensheng would ask such a direct question. He was completely unprepared. He opened his mouth in shock for a long time before carefully asking. Uncle, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to talk about this here? Yu Chensheng waved his hands and said. Whether this is suitable or not, you can answer, whether you want it or not. Ding Yoren's face appeared in Li Qing's mind, as well as the way he got along the way, and he asked himself, if he was with her, he would be more sexually happy than with Yu Yufei in the future. However, in the next second, 2 identical and beautiful faces appeared in his mind. If it is 1 plus 1. Cough. He pretended to cough lightly to hide his inner embarrassment, and said. Sorry uncle, I already have a girlfriend. Girlfriend, is my daughter as beautiful as my daughter? Is my daughter in good shape? With my daughter's powerful family background, can I help you? Li Qing was speechless. How could anyone sell her daughter like this? It's not that no one wants her. But still have to answer. It's Ding Yoren, and one of the core members of Jalan's team. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Yu Chensheng was stunned for a moment, then murmured. It's that girl from the Ding family. Okay, if this is the case, then forget it. I warn you, now that you have a girlfriend, don't flirt with my daughter in the future. Li Qing couldn't laugh or cry. Now it can be seen that Yu Yuefei's father is not a very serious character. After talking about the important things, Li Qing didn't stay any longer, and he got up and left after talking for a long time. Watching him leave, Yu Chensheng also stood up, holding his chin in shock. It's a pity. It's rare to meet such a talented young man who happens to be in charge of the inside and outside at the same time. He is a perfect match for them. No, I have to let my daughter take the initiative. No, let Yu Yao also think about it. The two of them go together. If you don't believe him, he won't be tempted to move on. Turning back to the silent assistant, he said, contact the Li family in Qinghai, his father, and make an appointment to talk about the marriage between the two families. The assistant responded first, and then asked, Master, this one already has a girlfriend, do you? Yu Chensheng glanced at the assistant and said, so what if I have a girlfriend, but I'm not engaged? Was it worth it? Yu Chensheng suddenly smiled and said, what's new? Do you know what I received? The assistant bowed his head. Do not know. That kid not only condensed spiritual saints, successfully ascended spiritually, but also possessed a top space relic. The most important thing is that he has a mythical super naval commander in his hand, and he can make anything. After a career, he holds 3 things in one hand, and the ancestors of my Yu family who founded Jinmen didn't have such a big deal at this age. After leaving the Yu family, Li Qing, who originally planned to visit the Ding family again, had no plan to continue, but sent a message to Ding Yoren, asking her to talk about it herself. He didn't expect Yu Yuefei's father to make such a mess, which made him very embarrassed. He was afraid that if he went to Ding's house, her family would also ask this question, so he would be even more speechless. Didn't go back to Li's office, but went directly back to the Black Hawk frigate, and then directly entered the universe in the palm of his hand. After so long, he now still has 4 places for servants of enlightened light. While he entered the Gaowei fortress, Li Lun also received 2 applications for development funds from Li Qing. Li Lun, who was not as sharp as Yu Chensheng, was silent for a long time after reading the application for pioneering funds about Li Qing's personal advantages. At first he thought he had read it wrong, and was about to ask Li Qing if he had made a mistake, but soon realized that it was just that he couldn't believe it. After being silent for a while, he began to contact the family's intelligence personnel here to verify the information. But after verification, it can only be proved that the first psychic ascension is real, the second space relic has been heard, but not very sure, and the third servant of light, the Super Navy commander, has not received any the news in this regard, but the latest information did confirm that he had done a big job not long ago. After thinking about it, he contacted the father of Yu Yuefei, the commander-in-chief of the Jalan team. Half an hour later, Li Lun, whose face was still shocked, stood up, pushed open the door, and soon after, an aircraft left the planet and headed for Jinmen Star Fortress, so that the envoy's privilege could apply to Jinmen for the cross-star field transmission of the Stargate. Permission. In the Palm universe, Li Qing went to the warehouse area first. The 13.52 million Shar people had already been transferred here, but they had not been assigned tasks before. The main reason is that there is no way to arrange it. The slaves who have been plundered have not been communicated yet how to arrange it. Fortunately, these Shar people evolved from plants and can survive through photosynthesis. The warehouse area has its own simulated sunlight, which has the same wavelength and exactly the same rays as starlight, and can also survive through photosynthesis. Although no tasks were arranged, these Shar people are instinctive. After staying in the warehouse area for so long, many began to spontaneously transform the land under their feet, slowly transforming it into a soil suitable for their own survival. After all, although they don't know where they were plundered or where they were placed, since they didn't die immediately, they should still live. It is their natural instinct to transform the land under their feet into a livable environment. Li Qing quietly hid above the agricultural area on the 6th floor, and you can see that tens of millions of Shar people are scattered throughout this huge area. These Shar people look like the tree man. Li Qing had seen a character named Groot in a movie in his previous life, but there are many vines twining around his body, and pieces of young leaves grow all over his body, especially on the top of his head. A small forest composed of lush tiny vines, and the flower fairies accompanying them live in the forest above the head. The Shar people are hermaphroditic, and the way of reproduction is very interesting. When the conditions are met, a Shar will pick off a branch with leaves and buds on its body and plant it in the soil. Then these branches will grow slowly, and eventually grow into another Shar. Generally, a new Shar can move freely without being fixed in about 10 years. In addition, when the Shar people's natural lifespan reaches the end, they will find a favorite place to reroot and sprout at their feet, and then the branches on their body will grow rapidly, and finally they will turn into a big tree. This civilization is a civilization that advocates peace. Li Qing is actually very curious about the form of their civilization, and even more curious about what their warships look like and what weapons they use. It is worth mentioning that not all Shar have companion flower fairies. Generally, Shar people with a white name and below do not have companion spirits, only those with a green name and above have them. However, the number of companion spirits is not necessarily related to the name. Some green names have 2 or 3 companion spirits, while others have only one blue name. Among the 13.52 million Shar people, there are about 1 million people with green names and above, and there are no purple names. Li Qing observed for a while, and suddenly appeared in the sky above the warehouse area on this floor. The turbulent spiritual energy in his body bloomed to form a spiritual energy vortex, and the whole person in the vortex quickly transformed into a tall light man with spiritual energy. People say, "Serve me and give you the right to live here." In his mouth, he spit out human words, but under the urging of his very powerful psychic power, it was transmitted to the entire area in a way of spiritual resonance. All Shar people heard his voice at the same time and understood it instantly. Psychic resonance is a unique communication method for psychers. It can directly convey the wishes that one needs to express to the target, without the need for the other party's language, and it doesn't matter whether the other party is a psycher or not, they can naturally understand what he means. This is also the power of psychers. Psychers can use this method to communicate with any civilization and any existence in the universe. Like those powerful beings in the void, the reason why mortals can hear what they say is not that they all speak human language, but those powerful beings living in the subspace of the void, all have spiritual powers, and they all use spiritual powers, able to communicate. This is also why psionic ascension is the most powerful of the 3 major ascensions, and genetic ascension and mechanical ascension cannot do this. On the 6th level, countless Shar people were silent for a while after he appeared, and suddenly a spiritual will that was extremely weak to him lit up, and a voice that sounded like a little girl sounded in his mind. "Great existence, can you protect my family to survive here?" Li Qing was quite surprised to see a Shar with the blue name, who was much smaller than other people of the same race. The leaves on his body were also tender green, and there was a faint layer of spiritual light on a level that ordinary people could not see. Interesting. A Shar with awakened psionic powers. Li Qing responded, "Serve me and you will survive." He stretched out his finger and pointed to the vast 6th level land, and said in a deep voice, "The first thing to do now is to transform this world into a livable world." After saying this, his figure slowly disappeared. There isn't so much nonsense. He doesn't have the time to show kindness to subdue them slowly, just give orders directly. Anyway, they are trapped here, and they have no other choice but to be obedient. It doesn't even matter if you listen or not. Being trapped here is inseparable. After a long time, you can only choose to transform this level into a living area for the clansmen. After all, they have a population of 13.52 million. Such a large population is enough to slowly multiply into a new civilization. The choice of group wisdom can only transform this world into a world suitable for their own life. Li Qing is going to wait for them to accept their fate, open up the 6th level agricultural area and the 7th level animal husbandry area, and separate some Shar people to continue to transform. As for now, he came to the scientific research area in the 10th floor comprehensive area. From the last enlightenment of servants of light to the present, 4 more servants of light enlightenment quotas have been accumulated. First of all, enlighten a super scientist in biosociology and the original chief of biosociology, named Xin Zan. She is a woman. And then, Li Qing thought about it carefully, and reattributed a super scientist in each of the 3 major disciplines of engineering, physics, and biosociology, named Chu Fei, Chu Chenhua, and Ren Jian. According to the previous plan, we will first form a super scientific research team. Anyway, there is not much room for developing other types of servants of light in the early stage. It's like he has enlightened another super naval commander. There are not so many fleets for him to command for the time being. Attunement to an army general. There is also no army for him to command. Or enlighten a governor. This is fine, and he can be placed in the personal base to handle it on his own behalf, but he has not returned to the base yet, and it is useless to enlighten him now. The warehouse area of the universe in the palm needs a governor, but it is still after immigration. Now there are a bunch of Shar slaves in the base of the warehouse area. Now they are not completely at ease, and there is no need to give enlightenment. When these Shar people accept their fate, they can enlighten a Shar servant of light, just as this a group of Shar race leaders, more convenient to rule them. 6 super scientists have been able to form a not-so-weak team. What is lacking now is that the scientific research and experiment base is not worthy of them. Li Qing came out of the universe in his palm, and immediately opened the trading network to search for products related to scientific research. What I saw at a glance was a piece of sales information at the top. A complete set of giant comprehensive scientific research bases, including all basic scientific research facilities, such as a giant ring-based particle collider, various types of centrifuges, various types of analyzers, large and small laboratories, etc. The total price of a complete set is 120 billion stars. This top sale information is invisible to ordinary players. Normal players cannot see this special transaction information when they enter the channels of the trading network. Only those with special permissions in Jinmen can see it. Normally, Li Qing couldn't see it either, but after he signed a contract with Yu Yuyao, he shared their authority, so now he is equivalent to Yu Yufa browsing the trading network, so this kind of good stuff that was impossible to see before, now you can see it and you are eligible to buy it. He checked this thing carefully. The source was that a senior pioneer gave up continuing to develop and dismantled and sold his own base. This scientific research base built with great effort was put on the shelf. Of course, this is just what people say. I don't know where it really came from. I only know that it is produced by human beings, and it can be used immediately after buying. It is worth mentioning that this senior pioneer refers to a player who has been pioneering for more than 10 years. These senior pioneers who have been pioneering for more than 10 years have experienced longer than them. It's just that they are not doing well, but those who are doing better, after 10 years of accumulation, are very strong. Some top senior pioneers have hundreds of battleships and thousands of large and small battleships, and some large teams may even have flagships. Fortunately, the Senate of the United Empire has stipulated that only new pioneers in the Zutar starfield can compete for less than 10 years. If there is no restriction, those senior pioneer teams who have experienced more than 10 or 20 years, or even regular legions, will not be able to fight. No chance. The price of a complete set of 120 billion star yuan is actually not expensive compared to a giant comprehensive scientific research base that includes all basic scientific research facilities. It is more than twice the cost to build a new scientific research base of such a large size. The reason why it has not been sold until now is mainly tasteless. Chapter 85: The Secret of Mechanical Ascension. If you need it, start building your own scientific research base early. If you don't need it, no matter how cheap you are, no one else will take it. Most players have never thought of becoming a military leader at all. That is too far away from them, and they can just buy the finished product if they need it. Why bother to get this? Without a large number of top scientists, it is impossible to research anything. How rare are top scientists? Ordinary players don't realize how rare it is. It can only be said that it is less than imagined. Li Qing contacted the seller directly, but found that the seller was a business executive of the Holy Judgment Corps. He immediately understood that this was not some senior pioneer who gave up the development and dismantling of the base for sale, but the spoils obtained by the Holy Judgment Corps after defeating an opponent. Regular legions like the Holy Judgment Legion have long had their own scientific research bases. Naturally, this set of bases cannot be used and can only be sold. After all, if you want to use it, you have to match a scientific research team. This cost is not ordinary, and even senior legions can't get a few. Simple bargaining. They offered 120 billion yuan, and he tried to bargain for 110 billion star yuan, and the other party agreed immediately, which made Li Qing say hello. The dismantled scientific research base was in a warehouse near Jinmen. Once the transaction was completed, it was transported to the location he designated in less than an hour. It was on a satellite track that had been bulldozed for storage. Hundreds of super large trailer containers are directly placed in the orbit of the satellite, and then the palm universe is opened, and a large industrial ship flies out to drag all these string trailer containers into the palm universe. The next step is the busy disassembly and installation. A large number of robots take out the goods in the container, and then they are directly sucked into the warehouse area by the traction equipment in the warehouse area, and appear directly on the 10th floor of the warehouse area. They can place them in any area as they like. The next step is installation. The seller has attached a complete installation drawing of the scientific research base, which can be installed according to the drawing, or the installation location can be changed according to the situation. Anyway, the scientific research base is composed of experimental areas of different sizes, and there is no fixed location. Of course, they still need to be divided into categories. Engineering-related laboratories are placed in one area, physics-related laboratories are placed in another area, and sociobiology-related laboratories are placed in another area. The overall shape is triangular, and the center is a comprehensive area. Li Qing didn't care about how to arrange it, and let the chief scientists decide how to arrange it. Anyway, they used it. After packing up, he returned to Jinmen Star Fort, opened the talent network in the trading network again, and prepared to recruit a group of scientists and apprentices. It used to be that there were only 3 small laboratories in the Palm universe, and the total number of scientists and apprentices was less than 100. Now that this giant comprehensive laboratory has been built, there is a serious shortage of manpower, and a group needs to be recruited. Through Yu Yufei's relationship, he saw blue-name scientists for recruitment in the talent market for the first time, and he felt tearful. However, he did not choose to recruit blue-name scientists. First of all, the number is small and the salary is very expensive. Recruiting this is better than recruiting a group of whiteboard scientists. Anyway, with the talent bonus of his awakened star child, the whiteboard scientists work under his command. The efficiency is even higher than that of ordinary blue names. The most important thing is that in the future, he will continue to enlighten servants of light. Regardless of whiteboard or green name or blue name, after becoming a light servant, he will become a golden super scientist. At this time, the initial template is the same, white name green. The little difference in the name will make no difference at that time. Scientific research servants of light have an innate skill called the daughter of the mental matrix. The effect of this skill is very simple. When there are more than 2 scientific servants of light, their minds and consciousness can be connected to form a thinking world called the mental matrix. All scientific research servants of light can connect their thinking consciousness to this mind matrix, share your thinking with everyone. In the case of shared thinking, their knowledge and memory will be shared, and even the thinking and computing power of the brain can be shared, and they will work together to study a certain topic. This ability is very heroic, and as more servants of light are connected and countless thoughts resonate together, this ability will become stronger. Even if there is a subject of the mental matrix here, it can actively control the thinking world, use the power of the mind to simulate anything in it, and realize any experiment in the thinking world. At that time, there will be no need for the so-called laboratory constraints. It's a pity that Li Qing chose to rule when he awakened the children of the stars. If he chose wisdom, he would gain the ability of the mind matrix subject. But the problem is not big. With the further restoration of the Palm universe in the future and the awakening of the child of the stars, he can still obtain the authority of the main body of the mental matrix again, thus possessing endless wisdom. 300 white-named scientists, 100 each from the 3 major systems of engineering, physics, and social biology, with a single monthly salary of 800,000, and a total of 240 million monthly salary for 300. In addition, a total of 30,000 scientific research apprentices, commonly known as scientific research dogs, have been recruited to be responsible for the hard work of scientific research such as laying hands and maintaining laboratories of all sizes. Scientific research is related to physical and mental work, and this clone cannot competent, only natural persons. The monthly salary of scientific research dogs is 50,000, which is higher than most basic occupations. 30,000 is a monthly salary of 1.5 billion. Good guy. Including other salaries, the total monthly salary expenditure is close to 2 billion, which is 24 billion star salary expenditure a year. This depends on poor earning capacity, and without continuous income transfusion, it will go bankrupt in minutes. After the recruitment, they rented a civilian ship and sent all these scientists and apprentices to the galaxy next to Jinmen, then closed the external communication and entered the universe in the Palm, and directly entered the experimental area on the 10th floor of the warehouse area. They didn't know their location at the beginning. A large number of people are in place, and the 6 servants of light super scientists finally have enough people to start researching the subject. Then he went to look at the 5th floor of the warehouse area that was being transformed, the aircraft carrier area. Although the efficiency is overwhelmed by the talent bonus of the awakened star child, the area is too large and the amount of work is too high, and the project has not yet been completed. Li Qing came out of the Palm universe and returned to Jinmen. He wanted to buy something, but considering that the family hadn't responded yet, he could only continue to wait. I don't know how many pioneering funds I can apply for this time. According to the news he got from his second uncle Li Lun, Li has now received nearly half of the 50 trillion development fund he prepared this time. Among them, Li Xingyu, who has received the most personal development funds, is a man named Li Xingyu who has the innate talent of purple epic. Combining his personal strength with his current hole cards, he comprehensively calculated his current strength and future potential, and obtained a total of 44 billion star yuan in personal development funds and a total of 50 billion star yuan in team development funds. Li Qing thinks that he is much stronger than that clan brother. It is hard to say how much, but it should be higher than that clan brother. It is worth mentioning that this clan brother is not from the same group as Li Qing, but from the previous batch of pioneers, 2 batches earlier than Li Qing, who pioneered about 6 or 7 years more than him, and now has stronger overall strength than him. However, this clan brother did not develop in the Zutar starfield, but in the Faust starfield, the 5th starfield in the northern hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, which is the junction of the United Empire of Mankind and the Bruin United Civilization, and it is also the 2 civilizations. The chaotic battlefield that has been fought for thousands of years, that clan brother developed there. Originally, this development fund was only for the tribes who developed the Zutar star field to apply, but then most of the tribes in other places had opinions, and it was later discovered that the development fund could not be used up, so more than half a year ago, tribes from other places were allowed to apply. Nothing happened for the time being. Li Qing plunged into the universe in his palm again and continued to build the ship. Now he doesn't build a frigate, but a destroyer. This experience is several times higher than that of a frigate. Although the difficulty of manufacturing a destroyer is several times higher than that of a frigate, for Li Qing who has mastered many skills in building a destroyer, it is no different from manufacturing a frigate. Staying in the dock for a full 24 days, a batch of 10 destroyers were built from scratch, equipped with a set of standard weapons and equipment. Li Qing's many manufacturing skills were upgraded by 1 level. Nearly 100 times the experience. Manufacturing a batch of 10 destroyers is equivalent to obtaining a batch of 1,000 destroyers. That experience is simply rushing. According to this speed, if you just stay in the dock without doing anything, it is estimated that the battleship will be built within 2 or 3 years. Switching to other professional shipbuilders, it is basically impossible to reach the point of building battleships without more than 50 years of rich experience. And this is still with purple shipbuilding related talents and various accelerated skills, which means that most of the engineers who can build battleships are big guys with purple innate talents. They have very powerful talents themselves. Only with experience bonus can he reach this level at this age. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a white shipbuilding engineer to improve his shipbuilding skills to that level in his lifetime. So, any chief shipbuilder who can build a battleship is basically a purple name. The number is extremely rare, and there is no way to recruit, even in the capacity of UUFA. When any profession reaches its peak, its status will become detached. At this time, it is not someone else who recruits you, but they choose you, and there is no way to force it. Of course, except for captives. So after understanding the situation in this regard, Li Qing looked at the purple-named biologist from the Shadow civilization who was captured in the universe in his palm and fell into deep thought. This is a member of the spider-evolved species from one of the 8 tribes of the Shadow civilization. It looks like a human-headed spider body, with a human body on the upper body and a spider on the lower body. However, this scientist seems to be taking the route of mechanical ascension. The body has already undergone deep mechanical transformation. The bloated lower abdomen was removed and replaced with an all-metal mechanical abdomen, with 8 flexible mechanical legs stretched out. The feet can be freely transformed into spikes, arms and feet, or claw suction cups, etc., which can flexibly pass through any environment. There is no clothes on the body surface, replaced by a thick layer of armor. Behind the arms are 8 mechanical arms like octopus tentacles, which can be flexibly transformed into various tools. The eyes have also been remodeled. In addition to emitting various light beams, they can also be transformed into microscopes, perspectives, analysis and other related instruments to assist experiments at any time. To be honest, the body of this thing has been completely mechanically transformed now, only the brain has not been completely transformed. According to the standard of mechanical ascension, As long as the biological brain is replaced with a mechanical brain, and then upload your own consciousness, it is a complete mechanical ascension. And the scientists of the Shadow civilization have transformed their entire body to this point and have not yet mechanically ascended. There is only one truth. That is, the consciousness uploading technology has not yet been perfected, and there are still risks, so there is no ascension. After all, it is only a third-level civilization. Although it is said that the mechanical ascension technology has no necessary relationship with the civilization level, and some second-level civilizations with crooked technology trees can achieve mechanical ascension, it is obvious that the mechanical ascension technology of the Sonda civilization has not yet been completed, so it is still there is no complete mechanical ascension technology. Human civilization has complete mechanical ascension technology, but within the United Empire of Mankind, active mechanical ascension is prohibited. Even if the body is disabled due to war, there is still genetic repair technology to reshape the body, and mechanical ascension is generally prohibited. The main reason is that after mechanical ascension, there is no physical form to distinguish species, and each mechanical ascensionist creates a different mechanical body for himself. In addition, life habits and human beings have undergone earth-shaking changes. Over time, these mechanical ascension those who are human will gradually forget their human identity, thus forming a new ideology. Think about it, if a person changes from a carbon-based creature to a robot, all the original human hobbies will disappear. I used to be able to taste all kinds of delicacies and snacks in the world, but now I can only eat batteries. There used to be billions of tactile sensations, and you can hug a fragrant and soft woman to do shameful things, but now you are a cold mechanical body, and you can only simulate all this in the virtual world. But the simulation is fake after all. No matter how real and addicted, there will always be a day when you wake up. After a long time, mechanical ascenders who have no similarities with humans are prone to have some dangerous ideas. In the short 10,000-year history of the United Empire of Mankind, there was not a time when large-scale mechanical ascension occurred. It was more than 2,000 years after mankind came to the new universe. At that time, the United Empire of Mankind was just established. Lu Wan united with the strength of civilization. They needed more powerful power, so the simplest mechanical ascension among the three ascensions came into the eyes of human beings at that time. At that time, I didn't know how many human players joined the mechanical ascension team for stronger strength. At the peak, there was a Star Sea Lord who joined the mechanical ascension road and went through 3 stages of mechanical ascension in a row. During the third period of mechanical ascension, the Lord of the Star Sea completely transformed a super battle star that was comparable in size to a planet and tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, and then moved his core of consciousness into the mobile battle star, so as to realize the power of his own will. Control this planet-like war fortress and treat it as your own body. The fighting power of the super war fortress controlled by individual consciousness is extremely terrifying. With the powerful fighting power of this super mobile battle star, it has unified countless mechanical ascendants under its command, and is irresistible in the battlefield of the joint civilization of human beings and Bruin. Forcibly knocked the Bruin United Civilization out of the 5th star field. Chapter 86 Great-Grandfather's Support. However, the good times didn't last long. Li Qing didn't know what happened. He only knew that 200 years later, a civil war broke out within the United Empire of Mankind. The mechanically ascended Star Sea Lord suddenly issued a declaration of independence, announcing to the entire human camp that he would break away from the scope of human beings, claiming to be the Purifier 0001, and founding an independent country. And published a war declaration that made all human beings horrified, and was also the main reason why all human Star Sea Lords and Star Marine Lords signed the Mechanical Ascension ban after that war, which is known in history, No 0001 Extinction Declaration. It is worth mentioning that although the Star Sea Lord with the 3-stage Mechanical Ascension was defeated, he was not eliminated. When the war was about to be defeated at the end of the war, its main fleet suddenly disappeared overnight, and it has not been found yet. Because of that dark history, mechanical ascension is now prohibited within human beings. However, small-scale mechanical prosthesis transformation is not prohibited, such as transforming a mechanical eye. Some army players put in some prosthetic bodies to enhance combat effectiveness, etc. are allowed, but large-scale body transformation is not allowed. The body of the purple-named Shataman scientist has been transformed to the present state. In theory, he can still be turned into a servant of light, but his mechanical body will have to be dismantled after the transformation. Each servant of light is a very powerful psyker with powerful psychic power, which conflicts with mechanical ascension. This also means that those who have already fully mechanically ascended cannot be turned into servants of light. Li Qing thought about it for a long time, but he still didn't want to stay. He is a foreign race and a supporter of mechanical ascension, so it is easy to cause problems after enlightenment. Then only for sale. This kind of rare scientist can become the chief scientist of a large laboratory, and I believe it can be sold for a good price. Do as soon as he thinks of it, he reopened the trading network, created a sale post on the talent trading subnet, wrote a title, indicated the purple name epic level sociobiologist, and wrote all his skill parameters. As for the final price, he considered it for a while, referring to the latest one from 19 years ago when someone transferred a purple scientist to the price at that time, and marked a reserve price of 50 billion. It is equivalent to an auction, the one with the highest price wins. This kind of extremely rare purple famous scientists are mostly auctioned directly in professional auction houses, and it is quite rare to directly place trading networks like him. Soon the price tag fluctuated several times, the price quickly changed from 50 billion to 54 billion, and there were more than a dozen inquiry information. He ignored these inquiries, because the family development fund he had applied for finally received a response, and his second uncle Li Lun asked him to go back to the family office in Jinmen. When he came to the entrance of the hall, he saw the second uncle sitting in the deputy seat and an old man sitting in the main seat. The old man with white hair and youthful face was hale and hearty. He was wearing a long black gown and held a golden nanmu stick in his hand. He was talking to Li Lun. When Li Qing appeared at the door, they both raised their heads and looked over. Li Qing's pupils lit up instantly. The head is often tilted slightly, a ball of spiritual flames exploded in front of him, and the pupils of the old man on the opposite side also lit up with spiritual flames. At this moment, Li Lun vaguely seemed to see an invisible lightning blast in the hall, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. Well, the psychic light in the old man's eyes slowly disappeared, and he looked at Li Qing with a kind smile and said, "I never imagined that Li Wei's generation would have such a unicorn." At this time, Li Lun hurriedly said to Li Qing, "Don't just stand there, come and meet your great-grandfather." Li Qing was slightly startled. He didn't expect that this was his great-grandfather, so he hurried forward to bow down according to the etiquette. You may not believe it, but Li Qing has never met his great-grandfather. As far as he knows, his great-grandfather Li Wei seems to be over 400 years old. Before the Qinghe Li family was promoted to the leader of the army, he was one of the family's decision-makers. Later, the Qinghe Li family was established and has always been one of the highest decision-makers in the family. Until the power was handed over to his 13th son 100 years ago, he gradually withdrew from the family's power center, and he didn't know where to retreat. Li Qing has only known that name since he was born, but he has never seen it before. He did not expect to see it today. Li Wei carefully looked at the young man in front of him, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He reached out and touched the top of his head, patted him lightly and said, "Get up and sit." Li Lun immediately moved a chair to the side and placed it on the other side of Li Wei. Li Qing thanked and sat down. When I first heard Xiao Lun's report, I didn't quite believe it. Now that I see it with my own eyes, you are even better than what he reported. You should have ascended not long ago, right? Li Qing nodded. Yes, it's been less than a year since I ascended. Well, you should have condensed spiritual saints. Li Qing was startled and did not speak. Li Wei smiled and said, "Don't worry, here are all our own people. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Many old guys who have lived long enough and are well informed can see your situation." Li Qing was speechless. "But wait for you to wake up longer, and in a few years, you won't be seen by others. By the way, you said you have a space-type relic and a powerful naval commander. If it's convenient, can you let your grandfather see it?" "Can." Li Qing stretched out his finger, and a black portal appeared in the room, expanding rapidly until one head reached the top of the hall, and then a silhouette of a human figure appeared in the rippling black portal, highlighted, breaking through the rippling light, and a light man walked out from it. The great-grandfather stood up in an instant, a twisted outline of a human figure appeared on his body, and the faint twisted psionic light spread outward layer by layer. Li Qing didn't talk nonsense, and directly showed the attributes of Li Yuan, the servant of light. The great-grandfather was quite calm. He just bowed his hands to Li Yuan, while the second uncle Li Lun next to him couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, this is a talent only for historical-level legendary generals." Li Qing waved his hand, and Li Yuan, the servant of light, nodded to him, and retreated back into the universe in his palm. Guangmin disappeared. Great-grandfather let out a long breath, looked at Li Qing with incomparably kind eyes, and said, "Son, you have proven your talent and unparalleled potential. According to family rules, you can get the highest level of personal development fund and team development fund, which are 100 billion star dollars respectively." Li Qing was overjoyed. This was much higher than he expected. At this time, Li Wei continued. "In addition, you are still eligible to compete for the position of the Li family son of Qinghe, but this will only be officially included in the candidate list after 10 years of development, and only then will you be able to obtain the many benefits and family resource support of the candidate, and compete with other candidates for the position of Qinghe Li's eldest son." Li Qing, my son. Li Qing has heard of this, and there is no one who will be the next successor of the military lord. If there is no accident, when the previous military leader abdicates, the son will directly succeed. Because the son himself selects the best from all descendants, he needs to defeat all other competitors when competing for the position of the son, so after becoming the son, there will be no other competitors, and he is the only heir. It is worth mentioning that the contender for this son does not refer to a certain generation, but all descendants of the military leader's generation are eligible. For example, if the current military leader of the Li family in Qinghe is of the same generation as his great-grandfather, then Li Qing's grandfather, father, and his brother are all eligible to compete for this position. Even during this period, if there is no absolute winner, or the current military leader has lived too long and is reluctant to occupy the position, Li Qing's sons and even grandsons will be eligible to compete in the future when they grow up. After all, with the current genetic technology, the strong can generally live for a long time. Even without genetic ascension, 5 genetic modulations can make ordinary people live more than 100 years. If you can live longer with genetic ascension or psychic ascension, like the current military leader of the Li family of Qinghe, who has lived for more than 400 years and ruled the Li family of Qinghe for more than 300 years, ruled for about 100 years. Then the great-grandfather continued. "But besides Shizi, you have other choices." Li Qing raised his head, and his great-grandfather said in a deep voice, "Open up a star field by yourself, establish a new province, establish your own family, and become a new military master. There are hundreds of thousands of active descendants of Li's fifth house in Qinghe. I only see this possibility in you. If you agree, you will get the full support of the fifth house." Well, Li Qing was a little moved. If he really got the full support of his great-grandfather's family, his development speed would definitely be greatly accelerated. However, although he was moved, he still maintained a bit of reason and asked, "As far as I know, according to the regulations, the family does not allow direct funding. At least these restrictions were very strict in the first 10 years of development. I don't know how the family will support me." Great-grandfather Li Wei asked in a low voice, "What do you lack now?" Li Qing hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm out of time right now." Great-grandfather obviously froze for a moment, then asked, "What about time?" "Lack of money. Apart from money, what else is missing? Is there a shortage of high-level professional talents? Is there a lack of high-level battleship blueprints? For example, battleship blueprints, are there any good things that cannot be bought in the market?" "Ah, there is indeed a lack of blueprints for battleships. That's right, you can buy battleship blueprints from the family at the market price, and you can supply 10 blueprints a year. You can also recruit high-level professional talents at market prices, whether they are captains or scientists. How tall is the highest? Are there any epic scientists?" "Not this one, the one with the highest blue name, but I can pay attention to it for you. Only professionals with a purple name can cut it for you." "Oh, that's fine." Actually, Li Qing didn't notice this, mainly because he was attracted by the stable 10 battleship blueprints every year. That's all the support at this stage. According to what my great-grandfather said, the pioneers had the strictest restrictions in the first 10 years. After 10 years, the restrictions will be gradually relaxed. After 20 years, there will be no restrictions. The family behind them can support the promising juniors without restriction. So if the pioneers of civilian origin want to make their mark, within these 2 decades, there is basically no chance for more than 20 years. This is the result of the compromise between the common people and the nobles and the capital. From the perspective of the common people, although the nobles had advantages in the early stage, they were not so great that they could not be surpassed. They had a chance. When a commoner becomes an aristocrat, his descendants have an advantage over the commoner. Under the same circumstances, they are more likely to stand out, and both parties are satisfied. When Li Qing left the room, he already had 10 standard Knight-class battleship blueprints in his hand. According to the market price of 1 billion, a total of 10 billion was deducted directly from the Personal Development Fund, leaving 90 billion personal development funds and 100 billion team development funds. In this way, he has personal disposable assets of 140 billion plus 190 billion stars, 90 billion plus 900 billion of money belonging to Wang Yanqing and others, and 45 billion team assets. He sold the 300 million Shatta people directly to the family, so there is no need to worry about the outpost buying these captives from here. This alien race has no worries about buyers, whether it is the Jinminyu clan or any military leader in the United Human Empire. They support the establishment of outposts and the formation of expeditionary forces, the main purpose of which is to plunder civilization points. Of course, the Qinghe Li family also needs it. It's better to sell it to your own people than to outsiders. With so much money in hand, it has to be spent, and there is no interest for keeping it. Considering that he has done everything he needs to do when he arrives in Jinmen, he is ready to go back. After returning, he will set off to continue digging graves. The demand for ground troops is quite high, so he decided to buy a batch of ground troops. However, it is not a one-star force such as clone troop or robot commando, but through UFA's authority, he can purchase a more powerful 2-star army alien troop from Jinmen. This is a killing creature modified by genetic technology. It looks like an ape with a thick cuticle and sharp claws. The cuticle carapace can withstand ordinary light weapons, and the sharp claws can penetrate the hard alloy structure. The hard stone is like mud, tall and strong, with strong vitality. The broken limbs and arms will not affect its combat effectiveness. It can leap more than 10 meters away, adapting to various complex terrains and environments, no matter mountains, forests, or cities. Street fighting, narrow underground, etc. have extremely powerful combat power. The only flaw is that because it is not equipped with modern weapons, it is easy to be covered by artillery fire in open places such as plains and suffer huge losses. However, the main combat environment of this 2-star ground force is complex terrain, and the less suitable for large-scale military deployment, the better its combat effectiveness can be exerted. The buyout price of this kind of alien troops is 2 million each, and a brigade of 500 heads totals 1 billion stars. Considering the loss of cannon fodder and other factors, Li Qing purchased an entire regiment of 10,000 alien troops, spending a total of 20 billion star dollars. In addition to this, he also purchased another 2-star ground unit, mech armor unit. This is a high-tech mechanical unit with a lot of armor, transport aircraft, and a lot of heavy weapons, suitable for frontal attack on the open battlefield. The main individuals of this kind of mechanical armored troop are still clones, but the skills equipped with brain implants are different from the cannon fodder clone troop. Weapons and combat platforms, teamwork. Generally, a battalion of mechanical armored units contains 2,000 combat individuals, half of which are clones and half are robots. With 20 standard troop carriers, it can ensure that all the troops and combat weapons of a battalion can be transported to the battlefield at one time. Chapter 87 Surprised by drastic changes. 5 large-scale mechanical armored combat platforms. The appearance of this thing is a prism-shaped fortress, with a diameter of 30 meters, with wheels, tracks, and suspensions, etc., to ensure that it can be applied to any environment. The octopus-like mechanical arm is equipped with various weapons. The length is about 50 meters, and it can be freely combined into various fighting methods. The main body of the fortress can accommodate 100 soldiers. It has a main gun that is not inferior to the power of the S small naval gun, and 8 secondary guns, which can be electromagnetic guns or laser guns, and can be combined freely. A total of 16 small short-range missile launchers, 16 short-range anti-aircraft guns, and 64 Gauss machine guns. It is a proper mobile combat fortress with extremely amazing combat effectiveness. 20 small mechanical armored combat platforms, which look the same as large mechanical armored combat platforms, are only 10 meters in diameter, have only 8 mechanical arms, and are about 30 meters long. Can accommodate 20 soldiers, 4 secondary guns, 8 small short-range missile launchers, 4 short-range anti-aircraft guns, and 16 Gauss cannons. 50 amphibious armored vehicles. The specifications are 15 meters long and 4 meters wide, equipped with 4 close and anti-aircraft guns and 12 Gauss cannons, and can accommodate up to 100 soldiers. And this is only a battalion's troop configuration. If the combat unit reaches the regiment level, it will be equipped with a large missile vehicle. If the combat unit reaches the brigade level, it will be equipped with more powerful weapons. As for the air units, it mainly depends on the cooperation of the Navy in space. If there is a fleet above the orbit of the planet, the ground troops can call the warships in the orbit to support them according to the situation, and carry out orbital bombing of stubborn military targets on the ground directly from the orbit. The buyout price of this mechanical armor unit is different from other units. It is not sold individually, but the minimum purchase unit is a battalion. The price is 15 billion, which is several times that of the alien unit. He bought 2 battalions in one go, spending a total of 30 billion stars, and a total of 50 billion was gone. And this is not over yet. Although the aircraft carrier area in the warehouse area has not been built yet, part of it has already been built, and it is ready to be used. Still through UFA's channels and relationships, she purchased a total of 50,000 fifth-generation deep space ghost fighters at a price of 4.5 million with a 10% discount, spending a total of 225 billion stars. If you want to buy more. If it weren't for the fact that the platform has not been built yet and the capacity is insufficient, he will spend all his money. I bought 50,000 ships for this trip, and it will be a year after I return to Jinmen next time. At that time, the platform is estimated to be expanded by more than 10 times and hundreds of times. At that time, it is possible to gather millions of space fighters in one go. The flagship carrier with no weaknesses is here. Normal interstellar motherships also need a large number of fleets to protect the mothership, which he doesn't need. 2 days later, the trading network sent a message that the purple-named scientist he had placed on the trading network had been sold, and the final transaction price was 71 billion stars, which was higher than he had imagined. Then, Li Qing used all the funds he currently holds, a total of 126 billion personal funds plus 990 billion star dollars of Wang Yanqing and others' money, and 45 billion team funds, a total of 1.161 billion star dollars, through UFA's personal relationship with the channel. A large number of materials needed by the outpost were purchased at a 10% discount price. When Ding Yoren returned to the team, a Black Hawk frigate passed through the Jinmen Star Gate to the transit base, and plunged into the starry sky without stopping. 1.5 months later, the Black Hawk frigate has returned to the outpost. Looking at the outpost Star City, which seemed bigger than before, Li Qing said to Ding Yoren in his arms. "You contact the team at the outpost first, and I'll sell the stuff." She nodded obediently. "I'll go get in touch." The transaction was simple. These goods had already been shipped when they were purchased in Jinmen. He even bought all the transport ships directly. Anyway, there is a shortage of everything in the outpost, even the ships with goods are sold. Although the war on the outpost base has already ended at this time, various supplies are more abundant than before, and the prices have dropped steadily, so he can no longer earn as much as before, but through UFA's relationship, he still got 16% of the price difference. That is, compared with the 16% premium over Jinmen, plus the 10% discount on goods from Jinmen, he can earn a total of 26% of the profit this trip. 26% of the total 1,161 billion stars is 301.8 billion stars. There is no need to share the money earned on this trip with Wang Yanqing and others, he took it all by himself without any hesitation. 301.8 billion star dollars plus my own personal assets of 126 billion star dollars, now the total assets suddenly become 427.8 billion star dollars, making a fortune. It made him think about whether to go for a few more trips. At his current speed, he can go back and forth in about 3 months at full speed, and with a few more trips, he can pay off the debt in the second year. Li Qing pinched his chin and thought about it, when he suddenly received a communication from Ding Yoren, and after connecting, he saw the beautiful Ding, who was still in shock. Seeing her like this for the first time, Li Qing was quite surprised, but before he could open his mouth, Ding Yoren revealed a piece of news that shocked him. Jalan Star Castle was breached by Brilliant and Aquarius 2 months ago. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing looked shocked, and his mind was full of question marks. Are they crazy? I also find it incredible, but it is true. What about the group leader? Galan Star Fort broke out after being breached, and an unknown fleet followed and attacked them, and they disappeared from behind. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing still finds it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Don't they want to hang out? Who knows? It's crazy. Li Qing was speechless for a while. The last time I was so speechless was the last time. The joy of earning 300 billion just now disappeared suddenly, and the idea of running a business was thrown into the sky. Now no one knows where the leader and the others have gone. No news. What about Brilliant and Aquarius? They returned to the headquarters galaxy after the war, and they haven't gone out for the past 2 months. Now you know you are afraid. Li Qing squeezed the center of his eyebrows, thought for a while, and said to her. You go to the local channel to send a message to summon the members of the Zhalanyuan team. With such a large team, it is impossible for all of them to disappear. Some of them should not be missing. Ask after the assembly, and I will find a way to contact her. Ding Yoren knew who he was talking about, nodded and said. I'll do it right away. What a headache. This change caught him completely by surprise, and it can only be said that he underestimated the self-control of some people. Or, he always feels that something is wrong. Both Brilliant and Aquarius are large teams with many shareholders. It is normal for some people to be stupid, but there is no reason for everyone to be stupid. It is impossible for them not to know the consequences of doing so. But after thinking about it, without any basis, I can't think of anything abnormal. Disconnecting, he rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes, and his consciousness began to communicate with the psychic saint in the void. The psychic saint who could be contacted instantly, this time seemed to be isolated by an invisible force, so he couldn't be contacted. Li Qing stood up in an instant with a serious expression on his face. Yi Xiao, or other children of the void. There are only these two kinds of people who can isolate the psychic saints. One is the children of other virtual realms, and the other is the evil of the virtual realm who favors Yi Xiao. But the former, not too possible. According to what Yu Yuyao said, the sons of the void realm who need to be defeated for promotion can only be the sons of the void realm of the same realm, and the sons of the void realm of the same realm may be strong or weak, but it is absolutely impossible to directly ban them completely. With this ability, Yu Yuyao should have been defeated by now. Then, it can only be the void realm evil god who favors Yi Xiao. Of course, there may be other powerful virtual worlds that they don't know about, but under normal circumstances, who would target them for no reason? And looking back on this period of time, it was Yi Xiao who had a grudge against them. And according to the news that Ding Yoren just inquired about, Jalan Star Fort was breached by the two teams of Brilliant and Aquarius. This reminded Li Qing that during the previous military operations, Yi Xiao used the power of the evil to block the innate abilities of other players' talent, forcing them to be cannon fodder. What's amazing is that none of the controlled people came forward to expose Yi Xiao's behavior afterwards. This made him guess that Yi Xiao's method should not only be as simple as banning talent, but also have other evil effects, such as mind control, or mind suggestion, etc. If this is the case, then Yi Xiao is quite dangerous. Control many small and medium-sized teams quietly, and even control some other teams and even core figures in the Legion, at certain critical times. Li Qing immediately thought that if some players in Brilliant and Aquarius were controlled in this way, it would not be impossible for them to make a sudden move when the two teams were besieging the Jalan Star Fort, resulting in a misfire. He opened the regional channel. Although it has been more than 2 months, many people are still talking about it. Li Qing silently watched some players chatting in the regional channel. To them, this was just a topic of chatting after dinner, and they had no position tendency. But from their words, it can be seen that they are not optimistic about the Jalan team. Whether they gave up the outer territory and retreated to the Jalan Star Fort, or lost to the two major teams of Brilliant and Aquarius, the headquarters were captured, which greatly reduced the Jalan team, blue prestige. Ordinary players don't care if it's a strategy or a strategy, they only look at the process and the result. Jalan's process and result were so miserable this time, which caused Jalan's prestige among ordinary players to almost fall to the bottom. Ding dong. Received Ding Yoren's message again, and was pulled into a group chat, where more than 100 people were chatting. Here are the team members who did not disappear with the headquarters. So little. Everything else is missing. Li Qing remembered that there were nearly 1,000 ordinary and elite members of the team, as well as some affiliated members. Ding Yoren shook his head and said, there are not many people who are really missing, but now the team headquarters has been destroyed, the Star Castle has been plundered, there is no one to host for 2 months, people's hearts are scattered, and other teams have made troubles, dragging people everywhere, and most of the members can't help but leave the team. Leave, there are only so few people left now. The tree fell and the monkeys scattered, it's normal. Li Qing let out a sigh of relief, and said in the channel. Brothers, I am Li Qing, the deputy head, and I am back. The channel was silent, and a few seconds later, a man named Wang He asked. Deputy Leader Li came back just in time. You should know the current situation of the team, what do you want to do next? As soon as the voice fell, someone said again immediately. The current situation of the Jalan team has reached the most dangerous moment. We also see that there is still a glimmer of hope in the performance of the deputy head in the previous military operations. When you come back to take charge of the situation, I hope you can find the team as soon as possible. Commander, regain the team territory, take revenge on the Brilliant and Aquarius teams, and re-enhance the team's reputation in the outpost. This sentence basically represents the aspirations of everyone, and no one will speak next, waiting quietly for his response. Li Qing knew very well that this was the last chance for the Jolin team, and if what he did next did not satisfy them, Jolin would be gone. However, most of the people who can stay are those with a long-term vision, and have their own opinions and certain abilities. They can be regarded as elites. He pondered for a while, and said, "It's a great honor for everyone to trust me, Li Qing. What you think is what I think. You can rest assured that I don't want the team to fall apart even more than you. After all, I am the second largest shareholder of Jolin, and I have put more effort into it than anyone else, will definitely go all out." Just now, this brother made 4 requests. They are to retrieve the leader and the others, regain the team's territory, and retaliate against the Brilliant and Aquarius teams, and re-enhance the team's reputation in the outpost. The food needs to be eaten bite by bite, and the road has to be walked step by step. We have to follow these 4 points step by step. The first step is to find the team leader and the others. I have already got some clues about this, and I am preparing for it. It will take half a month soon. Slower than a month will definitely find them back. As for regaining the team's territory, this requires the team leader and the others, as well as your support. Everyone in the channel listened, and most of them agreed in their hearts. Wang He, who had spoken before, said, "According to what Deputy Head Li said, the head will be found within 1 month." Li Qing replied immediately, "No problem." Reached an agreement with them, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, at least he stabilized them. Well, it's not safe, he does have a way to get Ufa and the others back. After exiting the group chat, Li Qing sent Ding Yoren a message, asking her to prepare to go to a certain coordinate, and then he sent a message to an undeleted friend. In Crimson Star Fort, Ji Yu Shunzhou, who was discussing matters with several other Crimson Corps members, suddenly stopped, frowned slightly and connected to the communication. Li Qing looked at Ji Yu Shunzhou blankly, and said, "I'm very surprised. I didn't expect you to be so talented. You dared to attack Jolin Star Castle, and even dared to kill them all." After he finished speaking, Ji Yu Shunzhou's face immediately turned down, as ugly as his face could be, and he said loudly with a little gaffe, "This has nothing to do with me, I am not involved in Crimson." Li Qing sneered, "You said that if you didn't participate, you didn't participate. Do you believe it? Do others believe it? When you suppressed us, Jolin, all 5 of your teams participated. Now that something happened, you said that you didn't participate. Who would believe it?" Chapter 88 Rescue Yu Yuyao. As soon as he mentioned this, Ji Yu Shunzhou couldn't suppress the depression and anger in his heart. He took a long breath to calm down the anger, and said, "I, Ji Yu Shunzhou, never lie. I never bothered to deny what I did. This matter has nothing to do with me. In addition, I don't want to talk about this matter again, and I don't want to ask again in the future. If you want to take revenge, I will follow up. I will talk about the rest when your leader comes back. You are not qualified to question me on behalf of Jolin." After speaking, he disconnected directly. Li Qing leaned his head on the back of the chair, recalling Ji Yu Shunzhou's words and tone just now, and unconsciously tapped the armrest with his fingers. At this moment, the terminal suddenly prompts to receive a piece of information. Click on it and see that it is from Ji Yu Shunzhou. Our Deep Red and Free will have already met the conditions for promotion to the Legion. Although we agree to suppress Jolin, it is impossible to break through the bottom line. At the beginning, the main force of Brilliance was forcibly patrolling around the Star Fort of Jolin, but I don't know what happened. Blue Star Fort opened fire, which led to a misfire, and then there was a subsequent change. Although Brilliant and Aquarius are the most active in suppressing Jolin, normally they would not directly attack Jolin Star Fort. It is impossible for them not to know the consequences, but the current situation is indeed out of control. I thought about it after the fact. Maybe there is a possibility. Ji Yu Shunzhou was silent for a while, and sent another message. Yi Xiao of the Halo has the ability to forcibly restrain the innate attributes of the player. The previous action was to rely on this small and medium-sized team that was forced to follow as his cannon fodder to lure the enemy away, but besides that, he seems to have other special abilities. I guess if he is playing tricks behind his back. Li Qing didn't reply. The words were true or false. They might be true, or they might be throwing the blame. He wouldn't believe anyone before Yu Yuyao returned. But it can be used as a reference. When Yu Yuyao comes back and compares the information they have, they may be able to get some information about the truth. Now, let's save them first. Li Qing estimated Ding Yoren's current location, and after waiting for 2 days, he plunged into the universe in his palm. At this time, we still have to rely on the palm of the universe to break the situation. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to break the seal of an evil of the virtual realm. The psionic saint who is connected to the virtual realm is mainly because the existence of the evil in the virtual realm is too powerful, even if the son of the virtual realm says seal it. Unless he can find a psychic tower now, and use the power of the psychic tower to forcibly break through the seal of the void god, under normal circumstances even the top super psychers in human civilization will not be able to confront the evil god head on. And the reason why he has confidence is the universe itself in his palm. As soon as he entered the universe in the palm, under the tenfold increase of the universe in the palm, Li Qing's psychic power instantly increased tenfold, from the original 110,000 psychic powers to 1.1 million psychic powers. Hanging in the icy void surrounded by a ring of psychic flames, Li Qing's psychic energy exploded directly, turning into a huge psychic light man hanging in the void, and circles of invisible waves exploded around him in all directions. What is the concept of a spiritual power strength exceeding 1 million? It is important to know that the psychic strength of the psychic saint he condensed is only 5.67 million. Although it is only 1/5 of that, it has already entered the realm of a million strength, which is essentially the same level. In this case, the connection between him and his psychic saint will increase tenfold in an instant, but this is still not enough to penetrate the seal of the evil and communicate with his psychic saint. At this time, Li Qing opened his second hole card. You must know that when his psychic power ascended, the universe in his palm had entered the void realm, and he had left a coordinate at the location of his psychic saint. Through that coordinate, he could reopen a hole in the void realm at any time. Theoretically, he can use this opening to devour the psionic energy and origin in the void realm, but doing so is easy to be discovered by the void realm. The origin of the virtual realm that he is devouring now is still using a virtual realm existence as the coordinate, and using the real body of the virtual realm existence to cover up his own existence. Because his current behavior is a thief, once Void Realm discovers that he is devouring his origin, it will definitely attract Void Realm's thunderous counterattack. Even until now, he has never used the universe in his hand to actively communicate with the virtual existence, and the real body of the virtual existence has not discovered that he is the coordinate of the universe in the palm. This is also the main reason why he could actually use the power of this Void Realm existence to forcibly break the seal of the Void Realm evil god, the communicative psychic saint, but he never thought of it that way. Although the existence of the virtual realm is definitely not able to defeat the evil of the virtual realm, it is not a problem to just break the seal. But if you do that, the existence of the virtual world will definitely discover the existence of the universe in the palm, and it will not be able to continue to use it to cover up the behavior of the universe in the palm in the future. For Li Qing, the importance of this act is above saving Yu Yuyao, and above his psychic saint, so of course he will not move. But now the way he uses does not need to affect that coordinate, but controlling the universe in the palm of his hand, he forcibly tore a hole in the coordinates of the void that was left behind. In the next second, Li Qing, whose psychic power increased tenfold, will contact the psychic saint not far from the coordinates of the void, and the nearby the psychic saint of Yu Yuyao, the son of Void Realm. But before they had time to communicate, they felt an indescribably vast will coming. The will was vast, terrifying, and irresistible. He only had time to pass a coordinate that he had prepared earlier. Boom! Li Qingzhen's body collapsed suddenly, and a circle of dazzling aura exploded like a supernova explosion, quickly extending to hundreds of millions of kilometers away, forming a super psionic halo with a diameter of nearly 1 billion kilometers. In the center of the halo is the dazzling spiritual light, and a face that cannot be described in words slowly emerges, the void decays and fades rapidly, and the spiritual light quickly dims. But as the palm universe coordinate channel gradually closed, the indescribable will continued to be powerless, and was slowly suppressed by the power of the palm universe, and finally had to withdraw. 5 minutes later, Li Qing's collapsed soul and will reunited in the high-dimensional fortress at the core of the universe in the palm of his hand. Even if he dies and comes back to life, the horror in his eyes has not dissipated. Too strong. Just a thought came to him, and his 1.1 million strength psionic energy collapsed on the spot, and he had no power to resist. Fortunately, in the Palm universe, the disintegrated soul can be perfectly reunited without loss. If you encounter such a big guy in the outer universe, the death cannot be reunited without the loss of lifespan of more than 100 years, and the soul will be resurrected. Unknown void, darkness, nothingness, a dilapidated fleet moored alone and slowly sliding in the void. Obviously the power of the battleship is intact and there is sufficient energy, but the entire fleet extinguished most of the lights as if they had lost energy. Lonely, despair filled the fleet. It has been about 2 months since they were exiled to this unknown space. At first they thought they were exiled to some unknown starry sky, but in less than 2 days they confirmed that their current location is not some unknown starry sky, but an unknown space within the subspace that does not belong to the material universe. The people who still had a glimmer of hope suddenly despaired. What is the subspace? It is the opposite of the universe. There is no concept of direction or time. It is the opposite of the main universe, where all the emotional concepts of the entire universe converge. To put it bluntly, the emotional concepts of all intelligent life in the entire universe can be reflected in the subspace. The virtual environment is the place where all the spiritual will and concepts of the psionic system in the subspace gather. Being exiled to the subspace will not only attract the attention of various weird beings living in the subspace, but the most important thing is that if you stay in the subspace for a long time, your own will be affected by the subspace, and many of your emotions will be affected. Zoom in significantly. When you have fear, you will become more fearful. When you develop anger, your anger can outstrip your reason and out of control. When you have hatred, your hatred can make ordinary people feel unreasonable. Any loss of emotional control, even a positive one, can become terrifying. And if so many people in a fleet lose control of their emotions, it will have extremely dire consequences. Fortunately, it hasn't been long since they fell into the subspace, and this unknown subspace doesn't have any subspace creatures wandering around for some reason, but the most important thing is Yu Yao, the son of the void. Her power can suppress these emotions from being magnified. The team is pretty normal now. But this is only temporary. If it takes too long, 1 year, 2 years, or even more than 10 years, she will not be able to suppress the mutated emotions. Even emotions are minor issues, the key is food. Now the food is still sufficient, and the food brought by the battleship can generally last for a year or 2. If the food is insufficient after 2 years, then it will be a big problem. In the battleship, the two sisters Yu Yao and Yu Yufe were sitting opposite each other and were playing chess. Yu Yufe held the white chess pieces in her hand and remained motionless for a long time, but Yu Yao didn't urge her. Her eyes fell on the chessboard, and her eyes were a little out of focus. Almost half an hour later, the white landed somewhere on the board. Yu Yao came back to her senses, picked up a black chip and put it down, then picked up a white chip one by one, and said, "You lose." Yu Yufe wasn't frustrated by losing, but looked up at her sister. In the past, she was afraid, attached, and unwilling to her sister, but today, staying with her sister brings peace of mind and hope most of all. She asked, "Sister, can we go back?" Yu Yao paused the hand picking up the white chess pieces, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he will come to save us. You are a child of the void and you can't escape by yourself, why should he save us?" Feel. A woman's sixth sense. Yu Yufe rarely boldly asked. "Do you still feel like a woman?" "Of course." Yu Yao looked up at her younger sister who looked exactly like her, stretched out her hand to caress her clean and flawless face, and said with a smile, "My dear sister, is it because you have become more courageous due to the influence of the subspace?" Yu Yufe plucked up her courage and said, "I'm always courageous." "Really, that?" Her hand stopped suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, she withdrew the hand that was stroking her sister, and threw the chess piece in the other hand on the board, with a bright smile on her face. "We are saved." Yu Yufe was taken aback for a moment, and the next second she realized, she quickly stood up and asked, "Is it him?" "Yes." Yu Yufe stretched out her hand, and the chessboard turned into light spots and floated away. Fu Shou stood up, and said in a deep voice, "He has sent the coordinates, you immediately call everyone to prepare for the jump. They only have 1 minute to prepare, no waiting. I will notify them immediately." After speaking, he turned and left. Seeing the disappearance of her younger sister, Yu Yao let out a breath, stretched out her hand and pointed to the other side. A light and shadow emerged to reveal Li Qing's projection, and a smile appeared on her face. "It really didn't disappoint me." At this time, the quiet fleet became boiling because of a communication. Many dark warships quickly turned on their lights, and many decadent players and crew members jumped up after receiving this communication. Li Lai pushed a row of messy mahjong in his hand, and dozens of notes stuck to his face. Yiddly jumped up and laughed loudly. Slap a fart, the brothers are almost in place and ready to go home. In normal times, everyone would definitely say that he was lying, but at this time, everyone would not care about this, and they were all excited about the news announced by the leader. In less than a minute, all the core members of the team in the team command channel were present. Yu Yufa took a look at the mental outlook of everyone, nodded, and said, "As I said just now, I have found my way back, and all the crew members are in place, ready to jump. It's great to be able to go back. I can't stay in this garbage place for a second. When I get back, I must go and have a good time. I'll go as well. Count me in." Yu Yufa looked at them with a smile on her face. From this, it can be seen that everyone's mental outlook is not bad, and they have not been greatly affected by the subspace, which is a good thing. 1 minute flew by, and as Yu Yufa gave the order to tell everyone not to resist, the next second an extremely powerful psionic energy covered the entire fleet, and then in the void they couldn't see, a huge light the Phantom appeared, and with a wave of his hand, ripples appeared in the subspace, and the fleet just melted and disappeared out of thin air. The galaxy next door to the destroyed Garan galaxy, outside the gravitational well. A frigate was moored alone in an empty starry sky, and Ding Yoren sat quietly on the frigate's bridge and waited. She followed Li Qing's instructions and came here alone. For Yu Yuyao, the best coordinate is of course her apostle. Ding Yoren is one of her apostles, and she is more suitable to be her coordinate than Li Qing. Before Ding Yoren was not at the outpost, and her psychic saint was also sealed by the evil god, so she couldn't sense Ding Yoren at all, and even if Ding Yoren came back later, she couldn't sense it. But before Li Qing used the universe in his palm to forcibly break through the conferred god of the evil god, even if it was only for a moment, she could instantly capture Ding Yoren's position. The reason for going to the vicinity of the Jalan galaxy is because they were nearby when they disappeared, and the distance of the spiritual leap is limited. If Ding Yoren's position is too far away, he will not be able to teleport back with the coordinates. At a certain moment, Ding Yoren, who couldn't sit still, suddenly opened her eyes, the light in her pupils flickered, and a mysterious rune emerged. With a thought in her mind, her will quickly communicated with a familiar will. Chapter 89 Yu Yuyao's Revenge. In the next second, a circle of faint aura spread out around her, and quickly passed through the hull to the void farther away. About a minute later, a phantom of a fleet suddenly appeared in the ripples, which quickly solidified as if slowly rising from the bottom of the water. When the solidification reached the extreme, a circle of strong energy tides exploded, and the fleet was completely solidified. In essence, the transition is successful. Yu Yufa exhaled lightly, and announced softly in the fleet channel. "We're back. Oh yeah, awesome. Hurry up and return to the outpost first. Everyone can scan the surroundings through the battleship radar, and naturally know that they have escaped from danger and returned to the universe." Yu Yufa gave an order, and the fleet began self-inspection and maintenance. An hour later, the fleet began its normal transition. At the same time, Yi Xiao, who was far away from the headquarters of the Halo, suddenly stood up. Before Yi Yuan, who was sitting opposite him, had time to ask anything, Yi Xiao's face changed drastically and he said, "I have something urgent to do, excuse me." Up. And then directly used psionic teleportation to leave. The Halo cores who were in the meeting looked at each other. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with inquiring eyes. He spread his hands and said, "Look what I do. I don't know what happened." Inside the bridge of a battleship, Yi Xiao's figure walked out of the void, turned around and entered a secret room on the edge of the bridge, took out the spiritual torch and muttered something in the mouth, and the torch burned with raging spiritual flames, and gradually transformed into a distorted face. The stalks fluctuated strangely. Boom. There was the sound of heavy objects falling in the room. 3 days later, at the outpost Star City, a fleet full of scars slowly approached Star City and moored into the dock on the other side of Star City. In the group chat, a large number of new faces suddenly appeared. Several Jalan members who were chatting were stunned for a moment, and then shouted in surprise. "Head and the others are back. It's really back." Wang Yanqing announced loudly in the group chat. "Thanks to Deputy Head Li Qing, we are back." At this time, Yu Yufa also said in the group chat, "I have kept you waiting for a long time. The strength of our Jalan team has been greatly weakened in this big change. You are good brothers who can still stick together under such circumstances. I will not let you down. Wait a little bit, everyone. I will see me, Jalan, take the first step in counter-attacking against the 5 major teams." After speaking, the profile picture dimmed. Everyone tried to figure out what she just said, and became emotional. At the same time, Li Qing had already teleported to Yu Yuefei's ship with psychic energy, just in time to see Yu Yuefei push the door out. She walked in front of Li Qing, looked directly at his face with pupils exuding a faint spiritual pressure, and said softly, "Thank you." He nodded. "You should thank me, I have suffered a lot to save you." She thought he had paid a high price, and said, "Don't worry, the team and we will compensate you after this matter is over." I'm going to Star City, my sister is inside, you go in." Li Qing nodded and passed by. Looking at the figure of him pushing the door in, Yu Yuefei didn't know what to think. A blush suddenly appeared on her delicate face, she bit her lips lightly with her white teeth, and turned to leave. Yu Yuyao was still sitting at the original place making tea. He came straight to her and sat down, pinching the teacup with two delicate white hands and pushing the orange tea to him. Yu Yuyao looked at him with a smile on her face, pointed at the tea and said, "Taste this cup of tea that I carefully brewed for you." A strange feeling came to his nostrils. Li Qing looked at the cup of tea in his heart, and the wafting heat condensed into a bundle on the surface of the tea and did not drift away, which seemed unusual. This is not ordinary tea, and the general military leader may not be able to drink it. I have this cup here. Oh, ordinary military leaders can't drink it. Li Qing picked up the teacup that didn't look very unusual with interest, took a sip, and the hot air flowed into the nasal cavity, and immediately felt a warm current rushing into the brain, and then the whole body's spiritual energy began to become active. He looked at Yu Yuyao. She clasped her chin with both hands and looked at Li Qing, nodded and said, "Drink it while it's hot, otherwise the effect will dissipate." Li Qing opened his mouth to drink it, and immediately felt like a peppermint bomb exploded in his mouth. An unparalleled coolness swept over his head, and he instantly became super awake. He opened the property panel with a heartbeat, and saw a line of prompts. Absorb unknown power, innate perception permanent +2, innate spirit permanent +2. This is. He looked at Yu Yuyao in surprise. She reached out to take the teacup and put it on the table again, saying, "Don't worry about what this is. This is only effective for the first drink, and it's very rare. I won't be able to get a second cup for a while." She reboiled the water to clean the tea set by herself, and said, "You saved our two sisters. You must not look down on ordinary treasures. After thinking about it, I think this should be very useful to you. In addition to increasing your innate perception and spirit, it can also make ordinary people the mind becomes very sensitive and sharp in a short period of time, and if guided by a dedicated psychic, there is a high probability of forcibly awakening the psychic power. For formal psychics, in addition to increasing innate attributes, it can also slightly increase your psychic talent and increase the speed of psychic growth." "Well, I am very satisfied with this benefit." Li Qing clicked his tongue. Although increasing his psychic talent is useless to him, and his psychic growth does not depend on his own talent, it is still possible to increase a total of 4 points of innate attributes. It is very difficult to increase his innate attributes to his level. Unless he can increase his innate attributes in the second stage or third stage in the future, generally, babies that can increase innate attributes are useless to him. The effect of the innate attribute is a step-by-step increase. Every 10 points is an order of magnitude, and the effect of each additional order of magnitude is strengthened geometrically. The current increase of a few points cannot increase by an order of magnitude, but it can be increased when he ascends again in the future. Innate attributes, by that time, it may be 1 or 2 points away from breaking through an order of magnitude, and then the effect will be great. Come back to business. You are back now, what are you going to do next? Li Qing paused suddenly, and exchanged glances with Yu Yuyao. Both of them could feel that the seal of their psychic saints in the void realm had been lifted. It really is him. Yu Yuyao said coldly. You ask me what to do. Of course, I have revenge. I have asked Yu Fei to find the uncle in charge of the expedition. Your clan uncle can make a move. No, he can't shoot. She laughed. Although what they did broke the rules, they didn't violate the rules. Naturally, I can't violate the rules and ask the elders to take action. Then don't worry, you will know after a while. Li Qing was speechless. Instead of asking this point, he changed the topic. Can you be sure who exiled you in the first place? Yu Yuyao shook her head and said, I don't know who did it, but I know who did it. I believe you should have guessed it. Yi Xiao. The two said the name in unison. Yu Yuyao smiled and said, the only ones who can exile me and seal my psionic saints in the void realm are those powerful void realm evil gods, except for the children of the void realm who are one level higher than me. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao is a patron of the Void Realm, and he has a reason and motivation to do it, and it can only be him. Li Qing thought for a while and asked, "Need evidence?" Yu Yuyao asked back, "Need evidence?" Li Qing smiled and said, "I don't think so. No need." He asked again, "How do you want to deal with him?" "Don't worry, he is favored by evil gods and is difficult to deal with. What we have to do now is to regain our prestige, seek justice and compensation from Brilliant and Aquarius, regain our territory, re-establish the headquarters, and re-establish the team at the outpost. The prestige of the base side, wait for the team to stabilize before considering dealing with him. Do you have a detailed plan?" "Yes, but you need to implement it." "Tell me." Yu Yuyao looked at Li Qing seriously and said. "Later, UFA will announce the new position structure of the Legion. She will be the head of the Legion and the chief executive officer. You will be the deputy head of the Legion and the commander-in-chief of the military. Deputy army chief and industrial chief." Li Qing was a little surprised and asked, "Are you sure? Among the 3 chiefs of any legion, the military chief ranks first, the administrative chief ranks second, and the industrial chief ranks third. She is the legion chief but not the military chief. Would she be willing?" "It's her opinion." Li Qing. "What about Wang Yanqing? He is the 4th largest shareholder of the team, and his shares are 0.5% less than Yoren's. As a veteran of the team, he has experienced so much with the team. How does he arrange it? He is also the deputy commander of the army. At that time, let him choose which deputy commander he will serve as, and give him the number of the 4th fleet of the army." "Well, this is fine. In any legion, there are only 3 top positions, namely the chief of military, chief of administration and chief of industry. The chief of military affairs is responsible for all military-related matters of the entire corps. In theory, he can command all independent fleets and independent squadrons of the entire corps, as well as other military combat units, including all land forces. The chief executive is in charge of the administrative affairs of the entire legion, and its core powers are personnel and financial powers. The appointment and dismissal of legion officials and large financial expenditures need to be approved by the chief executive. The head of industry is in charge of the entire legion's industry-related matters. When the legion is established, it is different from the wild way of the team. The legion is recognized by the hidden system of the new universe, and is also recognized by all the Star Sea Lords and military leaders of the entire United Human Empire. Many privileges, such as access to many lucrative industries. At this time, the Legion headquarters will encourage team members to build various factories in their own bases to produce various industrial products or other commodities that ordinary individual players are not allowed to produce, such as clones, robots, and other commodities that ordinary individual players are not allowed to cultivate and manufacture, and then sold to the outpost or the trading market in Jinmen. In addition, the loot obtained by the team, the ore collected by the Legion mining team, etc., can be directly sold to the Legion Industry Department after the formation of the Legion, and then the Industry Department will sell them in a unified manner. In theory, the Ministry of Industry can stipulate that the minerals and industrial products of players within the Legion must be sold to the Legion, but in fact no Legion will make such a mandatory requirement. The 3 major chiefs. Theoretically, the chief executive has the highest authority, but in fact the chiefs of most legions also serve as military chiefs. The reason is self-evident. The chief of the military has mastered the actual force of the legion, and fists represent the truth at any time. From Yu Yuyao's words, Li Qing heard that Jolin Team's promotion to the legion is a foregone conclusion. It is not in vain that he has put in so much effort and investment, and now he has finally paid back. The core of the Legion has the market access rights for several very profitable industrial products. He holds the universe in his hands, and it will not take long to mass produce it. It will be easy to earn back the capital by then. At this moment, Yu Yuyao stretched out her hand, and a light curtain popped up in front of him. "This is the position arrangement of the Legion. Take a look and see if you need to modify it." "Let me see." Li Qing stretched out his hand to press the light curtain and pulled it in front of him to examine it carefully. Under the 3 chiefs of the Legion, there are senior officials. Among them, Yu Yufa's assistant, Yu Wanyu, is the personnel director of the army, responsible for personnel-related matters of the army. Legion Corps Yan Chengping can choose one of intelligence director or industry director, or build an independent brigade by himself. Yan Yan, the core of the Legion, can choose between the diplomatic director and the logistics director, or build an independent brigade by himself. The core segment of the Legion can choose between the intelligence director and the industrial director, or build an independent brigade. Zhang Ruiyang, the core of the Legion, can choose between the intelligence director or the industrial director, or build an independent brigade by himself. Legion Core Li Lai and Li Qi can choose one of the defense director, commercial director, industrial director, and logistics director of the headquarters, or build an independent brigade by themselves. If they serve in the First Fleet, they can concurrently serve as any of the former directors. Legion Corps Dang Wu can choose between the logistics supervisor and the industrial supervisor, or build an independent brigade by himself. This is the appointment and dismissal of many core members of the Legion, and there is room for choice. Naturally, Li Qing has no opinion. In addition, there is also an appointment and dismissal of middle-level elite members of the Legion below, and some elite members with certain strength and potential are appointed. But not senior officials, just ordinary officials. For example, factory supervisors, shipyard procurement, diplomats, publicity officers, trade officers, financial directors, auditors, and independent squadron leaders, etc., are all subordinates to senior officials except for independent squadrons. This appointment has not yet been issued, and it will be issued when the expeditionary force passes the establishment of the Legion. At that time, they will decide on their own and choose one of the optional appointments. Close the light curtain. Li Qing squeezed his chin and asked. These people are not enough to support a legion, and there are still many important positions that are not in place. Do you have any ideas? Yu Yuyao smiled and said. Choose some of the old people who are still there. In addition, when our legion is established, there will inevitably be a large number of powerful players who will join the legion. After they pass the test, they can be trusted. Isn't there enough manpower? Even if there are no suitable candidates for the time being, we can still recruit a group of professional managers and replace them when there are suitable candidates in the future. She looked at Li Qing. Or, do you have a suitable candidate? He shook his head. Not yet. Qualified Li Lai and Li Qi are already on the list of senior officials. Compared with his other subordinates, their ability can only be said to be average, and it is not suitable for them to be forced to be senior officials. Chapter 90 Women's Revenge and Promotion to the Legion. Of course, this does not mean that they are left alone. He is now the military chief of the Legion and the commander of the First Fleet. Li Lai and Li Qi will also serve as the captains of the 1st and 2nd battalions of his First Fleet. Captain or squad leader or whatever. If they can be practiced gradually in the future, he will not hesitate to push them up. In addition, he now has the verbal support of his great-grandfather. Wait a while to see if he can recruit some people from the family. Noble origin can't guarantee that they are all strong, but at least it guarantees that the lower limit will not be too bad. At least it is much better than ordinary civilians. It is not a problem to fill the middle and lower ranks of the First Fleet. According to the Legion standards, the fleet unit of the first-level Legion has a quota of 1,000 players. Currently, there are at most 2 captains, 10 squadron leaders, and 100 small captains. These parts can use their own kindred, relatively reliable, and conquer them with their own personal charm and interests in the future, and become their loyal subordinates. The other part is to use people outside the same clan, mainly because if they are all clan members, if there is any conflict with the clan in the future, if the clan gives an order, many clan members will definitely rebel. Similarly, if all the subordinates come from the same place, if they unite, there will be the possibility of holding him empty. This possibility is unlikely, but it should be prevented before it happens. Li Qing didn't wait long. About half an hour later, Yu Yuyao, who was drinking tea, suddenly had a smile on her face and said, "Look at the top announcement of the regional channel." Li Qing immediately opened the regional channel, raised his eyebrows, and saw that the original top message in the region had been squeezed to the 2nd place, and replaced by a new announcement, Legion Promotion Quota. After the preliminary discussion, reconsideration, and final decision of the Military Committee of the Expeditionary Army, the conditions for the promotion of the Legion are officially determined as follows. 1. The team needs to accumulate 1 million expeditionary force contributions. 2. The team needs to complete more than 2 major meritorious military operations in this military operation. 3. The team needs to plunder more than 180 million civilized civilians of the Shatar Tribal Union. The final decision, the teams that meet the requirements are the Halo and Jalan teams. Congratulations to these 2 teams that have made outstanding contributions to mankind and successfully promoted to the Legion. Quote ? Quote. Li Qing looked up at Yu Yuyao in surprise, smiled for a while and said, "Crimson and the others must have died of anger. Obviously due to the influence of the Yu family, the conditions for promotion to the Legion were changed before the final decision. Normally, the event will end when the military operation is over. At that time, it will be determined which team can be promoted and which team cannot be promoted. However, the Yu family is too strong here, and they insist on delaying the final settlement until they come back. Then launch a counterattack. If I remember correctly, Li Qing remembers that the conditions for promotion to the Legion were not so strict at the beginning. At the beginning, it only needs to complete a major meritorious military operation, and 100 million Shatta tribes unite civilized civilians. Now directly adjust the major meritorious military action to 2 times. Not only the Brilliant and Aquarius who directly attacked Galan Star Fort have no chance at all, even the opportunity of Crimson and the Horn of Liberty, which originally met the conditions, is also blocked. It's a pity that Halo meets more conditions than Galan. The first time they attacked the residence station of the Shatta V Galaxy, they plundered more than Galan. That time was considered a major meritorious military operation. Later, Halo and Crimson attacked the Shatta No. 5 giant dock base together, which can be regarded as a major meritorious military operation. This time, Halo also plundered a large number of people. Although it is not clear how much the Halo has plundered, judging from the results, the conditions for the Halo to meet must be higher than that of Jolin. Otherwise, according to the two sisters' desire for revenge, they will definitely get stuck in the Halo. Women are so narrow-minded, if they don't get stuck, the other party's requirements are higher than their own. Boom. A golden lion ornament was kicked to the ground. Ji Yu Shunzhou grabbed his favorite seal by the table and smashed it down. Feeling still angry, he kicked the coffee table to the ground. Madness. Asshole. Pig teammates. Although he had expected this possibility when Wei Wang and Aquarius suddenly broke through the Jolin Star Castle, he also asked his father to explain it to the Yu family, trying to restore the influence, but now it seems that it has no effect. He had a bad premonition before, but when this might actually happen, he was still very angry. Not only Yu's domineering, but even more angry because a few pig teammates ruined a good situation. But the most annoying thing was Halo Yi Xiao. Although there is no evidence, Ji Yu Shunzhou is roughly sure that it is Yi Xiao who is behind the scenes. For them, many times they don't need evidence at all to be sure of something, but guessing is one thing, and if they want to deal with someone with status like Yi Xiao based on guessing, they still need sufficient evidence. Boom. Kicking the chair away again, Ji Yu Shunzhou unbuttoned his collar, took a long breath, and said to the Crimson Corps members in the conference room. Look up. During the joint operation some time ago, is there anyone in the team who has been close to the Halo during this time? In addition, inform the core and elite of the team to come back. I will hold a meeting to readjust the team's next strategic direction. Annoyance is nothing but anger, but Ji Yu Shunzhou knows very well that a deal is done, it is impossible to change it, and it is useless to get angry again. What we need to do now is to minimize the impact and deal with the next situation. In the past, there was no legion at the outpost, and all teams were on the same starting line. Everyone was equal, and there was no absolutely strong team. But now there are 2 teams promoted to the legion, their strength will quickly widen the gap with other teams. Then Crimson's strategic direction has to be changed at this time to deal with the pressure from Halo and Jolin. The number of legions that can be accommodated in any place is limited. Even near Jinmen, there are only 3 official legions. More, but it is one thing to be accommodated, another to be promoted to the legion. At least until the next large-scale military operation, it is unlikely that a new legion will be born. Then before that, these 2 new legions will have absolute strength near the outpost. Not to mention the already powerful Halo, even though Jolin, who looks miserable now, will expand rapidly after being promoted to the legion, and they must deal with it early. And it's not just Crimson, Liberty, Splendid and Aquarius, and other large teams are all making their own responses at this time. However, compared to other teams, Brilliant and Aquarius, who have a direct conflict with the Jolin Legion, are having a hard time right now. The moment Jolin was promoted to the Legion, there was internal strife between the 2 teams. Some advocated immediately withdrawing from Jolin's original territory and paying compensation to Jolin, while some felt that they had been offended to death anyway, so it was better to go the same way. When it came to Hay, the teams such as Halo and Crimson continued to suppress Jolin and suppressed it so hard that it could not develop. The team is promoted to the Legion, and there is also a period of expansion in strength, and it will not be so strong at the beginning. To be honest, Yi Chunzhou was really moved when he first received the communication from the core of Wei Wei and Aquarius. Because their idea does have the possibility of success, and the possibility is not small. As long as someone takes the lead, most of the teams on the outpost base will follow up, and the halo of another legion will definitely be willing to see it and support it. With so many teams jointly suppressing, it is not impossible to suppress the momentum of Jolin. However, there is always a lump in Ji Shunzhou's heart. With so many teams united to suppress Jolin, the most advantageous one is not Crimson, but Halo. The matter is most likely caused by the Halo, and the biggest benefit is also taken up by the Halo, and they are also the first to become villains later. However, whether he is happy or not, the decision to be made is still to be made. This time the team was promoted to the Legion, and many core members of the team were very annoyed. Many of them supported this decision. He had to find a way to convince the core members of the team. Ji Shunzhou pinched the center of his eyebrows. He did not agree to continue to suppress. It's not that he doesn't have courage, but that UFA is backed by the Yu family. No matter how they suppress it, it will be the same, and they can't force them to disband the army. Isn't it funny that they can't completely suppress it? What a headache. Not long after Li Qing was happy, he received the communication sent by UFA from Crimson Ji Shunzhou, Feng Lixiu, the head of the Horn of Freedom, and several large teams, and learned about the relationship between Brilliant and Aquarius' suppression plan. He is speechless about the idea of Brilliance and Aquarius going all the way to the dark, but he can understand that they are all offended to death after all, and they will not accept the punishment now. It is better to go the same way to the end. He didn't fully believe in the overtures made by Ji Shunzhou and others. They are probably waiting and watching. If they don't deal well in the next response, they will never mind stepping on it again. So, next we have to do a head-on fight with Brilliant and Aquarius to show our strength. In the meeting room, all the core members of the team gathered together, and Li Qing sat next to UFA and talked freely. Everyone nodded after listening, but most of them showed worried expressions. Wang Yanqing stood up and asked. It is inevitable to show our strength, otherwise everyone will think we can be bullied, but our strength is seriously insufficient now. Even if the super naval commander under the command of the chief personally commands, the huge gap in ship capacity is difficult to bridge. At this time, UFA's assistant, Yu Wanyu, stood up, stretched out her hand, and a light curtain slid down, showing a series of data. She pointed to the above data and said, "This is the information I collected. Brilliant dispatched a total of 74 battleships in the previous war against Garin Star Castle, and the Aquarius team dispatched a total of 79 battleships. It is not ruled out that more battleships will be in service during this period. The two teams at least 150 plus battleships can be mobilized, and we only have 24 battleships in total, which is less than 1/5 of theirs. I haven't seen the command ability of the commander-in-chief, but according to other people's evaluation, maybe we can lead us to defeat the strong with the weak, but even if we can win under the huge gap in ship capacity, it will be a miserable victory. If someone looks at us after the victory, the strength is weakened again and we take advantage of the fire, how should we deal with it?" At this time, Wang Yanqing said, "This is very likely. If our strength is lost again, even if it is only 1/3, someone will be ready to move. In fact, if we fight with a strength gap of more than 5 times, the post-war damage must not be more than 1/3, and more than half may be possible." At this time Zhang Ruiyang suddenly said, "Actually, we can fight back later. We are now promoted to the Legion, and there will definitely be a large number of individual players willing to join. Just wait a month or two, and the team's strength will increase a lot, and the winning rate will naturally be higher by then." Quote. Ding Yoren shook his head and said, "No, we have to defeat Brilliant and Aquarius as soon as possible to restore our lost prestige. Before that, no powerful master will join us." Wang Yanqing also nodded and said, "Yes, only by restoring prestige immediately can we attract experts to join. Otherwise, those powerful master players will choose to join a stronger Halo, which will further widen the gap, and it will be even more difficult to defeat the Halo in the future." "Does that mean you can only fight?" "You can only fight, and as soon as possible. But our strength is not enough." "No way. No, we are strong enough." Li Qing saw that the discussion was almost done, and the opinions were almost unified, so he felt that his strength was a little weaker, so he didn't let them continue to discuss this point, knocked on the table and stood up, saying, "In fact, our strength is almost the same." Later, the team raised funds and bought a batch of cannon fodder warships from players in the outpost at twice the market price. In addition, he looked at UFA and said, "Later, I need to purchase a batch of space fighters from the expeditionary force in your name." Can. Li Qing nodded, clapped his hands and said, If you have any channels to buy warships, you can use them, as long as the price does not exceed twice the market price. Go get busy now. At the end of the meeting, UUFA asked, how much do you want to buy? How much can the expeditionary force sell? There is a planet in the outpost that has been transformed into a fortress star. There is a giant fighter plane production line on it. Space fighters have been produced all the time. You can have as many as you want. What price? Standard market price. I'm going to spend 400 billion to buy 80,000 fifth-generation deep space ghost fighters. UUFA said in surprise. So many. Do you have a flagship aircraft carrier? No. Then why do you need so many? Where do you put it? The cruiser transforms the aircraft carrier module. Li Qing didn't explain, just stretched out his hand, and the black light door opened. Come with me, I'll show you something. Go into it first. UUFA followed without hesitation, and was surprised the next second. The entrance is directly opened in the aircraft carrier area on the 5th floor of the warehouse area. At this time, 2 months have passed, and a large area has been remodeled to accommodate more space fighters. When UUFA saw the densely packed space fighters placed on one side of this huge area of 300 to 400 kilometers in length and width, she was beyond surprised. Chapter 91: The much anticipated duel. What is the concept of 300 or 400 kilometers in length and width? In the Earth Age, Hainan Island was 740 kilometers wide from east to west and 470 kilometers from north to south. A super Air Force base as large as half the area of Hainan Island. Although there is still a large part of this area that has not been fully completed, the completed part alone is enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands or even millions of space fighters. The construction of this hangar is extended outward, extending 10 kilometers to the left and right, which can increase an extremely large area, and the space fighters that can be accommodated can increase geometrically. As you can see, this is an Air Force base under construction. It is fully built to accommodate hundreds of millions of space fighters. In times of war, I can directly open the exit in space to achieve an effect similar to a super mothership. Now there are 50,000 space fighters here, but it is estimated that it is not enough for the next war. I need more space fighters. No problem, I'll communicate. By the way, is 80,000 enough? I can only come up with 400 billion. The team will raise another 500 billion, and buy another 100,000 to be incorporated into the first fleet of the Legion. Li Qing is not polite. When the Legion is first established, it will generally focus on building the first fleet to meet various challenges, and will build other fleets after the Legion has developed. Their actions are not hidden, and there is no way to hide them. Anyone can guess as long as they see the buying information from them in the regional channel and the current situation. In addition, Brilliant and Aquarius also entered the market, and the two rich and powerful teams directly purchased some ships that might be sold in the market at a higher price than theirs. As long as they have an absolute advantage in ship capacity, they will win if they can stop them from reinforcing. At the same time, all the players around the entire outpost know that the two teams of Brilliance and Aquarius will continue to suppress the new army, Jolin. Stay on the sidelines and see which side wins. Most players are not optimistic about Jolin. After all, the difference in strength is too great. Even after the black market heard about it, the intergalactic gaming company behind it opened a handicap. Li Qing took a look. Among them, Brilliant and Aquarius team lost 1.2 to 1 victory, Jolin team lost 8 to 1 victory, and lost 20 to 1 in a tie. And this odds are constantly widening the gap with the strength of the two sides over time, until UUFA, the head of the Jolin army, officially issued a letter of challenge to the two teams of Weiwang and Aquarius, agreeing to be in the outpost galaxy in a week later, in the expeditionary force and the Aquarius team. The decisive battle witnessed by many teams reached the peak. The letter of war agreed that if Brilliant and Aquarius were defeated, not only would they have to withdraw from the Galan galaxy and return the occupied Galan star fort and many territories, but they would also need to pay up to 2 trillion star dollars in compensation for their defeat within the agreed time. Correspondingly, if Jolin is defeated, the occupied Jolin galaxy and Star Castle will naturally belong to the two teams. How to divide it is their business, and they will also have to pay up to 3 trillion star yuan in reparations and compensation for the defeat. It can be said that this battle is directly related to the weakness of the three teams. Once defeated, the consequences will be very serious. Because of this, the influence of this duel is getting bigger and bigger, the handicap funds are getting more and more, and the accumulated bets are as high as more than 20 trillion when the market is about to be closed. The amount was too large, enough for the gaming company to have some ideas, so the Expeditionary Army went to the United Gaming Company to take over the plate to ensure fairness and notarization without interference from off-site factors. At the same time, in order to ensure that the influence will not get out of control, the handicap is also closed after the Brilliant and Aquarius formally fight, so as to prevent the families behind the two teams from getting involved. Final odds. Brilliant and Aquarius win 0.3 to 1, which means that they can earn 30% in addition to the principal. Jalan's winning odds reached 14 to 1. If he can defeat his opponent with a weak victory, he can earn 1,400% in addition to the principal. The draw has not changed, and it is still 20 to 1. Most players are not optimistic about the Jalan team. After all, the strength of the two sides on the table is too different. This is not a game that can be turned around by an excellent commander. But there are also many players who buy Jalan victory, not because they have confidence in them, but because they are just gamblers. There are always people who want to gamble. To be honest, the odds would be even more exaggerated if it weren't for the handicap limit to buy Brilliant and Aquarius to win. Li Qing was no exception. He bought all of his remaining 29.3 billion star dollars for Jalaning. After purchasing battleships and supplies, many members of the team also collected tens of billions of star yuan to buy Jalaning. If you win, you can recover a wave of blood, and if you lose, you will collapse on the spot. According to the unspoken rules, after the closing, the two sides will be supervised by the expeditionary force, and all the fleets that need to go to battle will be transferred to the outpost. During this period, no additional warships are allowed, and no other support can be received. The personnel and fleet size must be reported to the expeditionary force, who is also a referee for supervision. In other words, a grievance between several teams has now become a duel under the eyes of everyone. If you fail under the eyes of everyone, not to mention losing everything, but you will definitely suffer heavy losses. Not only will a large number of warships be scrapped, but the prestige of the team will also plummet. In this competition, you dare not say that you are out on the spot, and its competitiveness will definitely be greatly weakened. The winner's prestige will naturally increase greatly, and he can step on the opponent's corpse and jump up. 7 days passed quickly, and the fleets of both sides slowly left the berth under the supervision of the expeditionary force, heading towards a starry sky that had already been divided into a battlefield. In order to be absolutely fair and just, the starry sky is far away from the orbit of the planet, and there are no natural celestial bodies to affect the battle. The two sides can only fight head-on with absolute strength. Players want to watch the battle, and the frigate cannot sit on it. They can only approach the battlefield with non-combat aircraft to avoid interference. Duel. To be honest, this is a disadvantage for Jalan. Most of the battles where the weak defeat the strong are based on off-field factors. In frontal battles, it is very rare and difficult for the weak to defeat the strong. But since it is a fair duel, this is the only way to go. There are a lot less Jalan here. A player is sitting on the seat of the aircraft, and the light curtain in front of him shows the virtual projections of the fleets and combat members of both sides. From the projections, the difference in the number of warships between the two sides can be clearly seen. Fortunately, I bought Brilliant and won. He smiled and clicked on the fleet information on the Brilliant side to check. Suddenly another player sitting on the side wondered. Why is the commander-in-chief submitted by Jalan not the army commander, but a deputy army commander? Let me see. Really, who is Li Qing? Why is it not commanded by the army chief? I found it. The structure of the Jalan Legion shows that Uufa, the head of the army, is the chief executive. This person named Li Qing is the second largest shareholder of Jalan, the deputy head of the army and the chief of the military. No way. I remember that Uufa not only has the innate talent of purple command, but also a psychic, and now her psychic power has soared. Such a powerful talent is not the commander-in-chief. How can this person be the commander-in-chief? Maybe he is more capable. Improbable. But although his tone was uncertain, he actually believed it in his heart. Such an important duel cannot be a joke. Since this person who has never heard of it before is the commander-in-chief, he must be more suitable. More than one person saw the command list submitted by Zhao Langgong. Ji Yu Shunzhou checked it immediately after the submission by both parties, and then gave the information to other Crimson Corps members on the aircraft, saying, "It really is him. I want to see why he sneaked into the Shadavi galaxy before." The other Crimson Corps looked at it and said with a smile, "Don't you think that with the current strength gap between the two sides, Jalan can win?" He pointed to the projection and said, Jalan has a total of 24 battleships, 136 cruisers, 347 destroyers, and 1,650 frigates. Looking at the glorious battle force, there are a total of 76 battleships, 310 cruisers, 540 destroyers, and 3,800 frigates. Aquarius has a total of 82 battleships, 360 cruisers, 520 destroyers, and 4,100 frigates. In summary, the difference in strength is more than 5 times. As long as the expeditionary forces don't get sidelined, how can you win? Ji Yu Shunzhou remained silent. To be honest, he couldn't see how to win in this situation, unless Li Qing also had a top-notch treasure similar to Silent Embers in his hands. But this possibility is really unlikely. If there is such a top-level relic in hand, it will be famous long ago, and the family behind it will definitely fully support it, instead of being unknown until now. Of course, Li Qing will definitely become famous after this battle, regardless of the outcome. The fleets of both sides slowly entered the field. Li Chenhao, the head of the brilliant team and the military commander, sent his communication to the entire fleet and said loudly, "Brothers, today's battle is related to my glorious prestige. Although we have the advantage, we should not be careless. You all cooperate with the Aquarius team and do your best to defeat Jalan." Similarly, on another battleship, Qi Yunfei, head of the Aquarius team and military commander, also announced pre-war mobilization. In the bridge of a battleship, Li Qing did not sit on the command chair, but stood in the center of the empty bridge, surrounded by a circle of projections. He looked around at the projections of the Jalan corps, and said in a deep voice, "Today's battle, you don't need to worry, just follow the order later." After speaking, he turned and returned to the command seat to sit down, leaving everyone to look at each other. Zhang Ruiyang touched his head and smiled. "Chairman, why don't you encourage us?" Wang Yanqing had no pre-war worries on his face. He laughed and said, "There is no need for encouragement, just wait for the applause." Duan Qian did not know where to get a video, and said while playing it, "Everyone hurry up and learn, it may be useful later." Deng Wu stared blankly at them playing and learning the clapping movements of the masters of success in the video. He touched his head, feeling much less nervous unknowingly. He didn't know about the existence of Li Yuan, the servant of light, before the last action. At this time, he couldn't understand why everyone wasn't worried at all. After hesitating for a long time, he chatted with Yu Yufa privately, and the answer he got was that he would find out after a while. On the command seat, Li Qing turned on the communication to reveal Ding Yoren's charming appearance. She clenched her fist and encouraged, "Come on, I believe you can win." He smiled and said, "Of course I will win." Closed off the communication, and received a message from Yu Yufa. "The top leaders of the expeditionary force are paying attention to you, and you must win." He replied, "I will." Then Yu Yuyao also sent a message. "My wealth and life are in your hands. If we lose, we will all go bankrupt." He smiled slightly, but didn't respond. It's about to start. The start date of the duel set by the expeditionary force was 2 p.m. Standard Time. When the pointer slowly reached that point, everyone cheered up and looked towards the battlefield. Boom. When the crisp bell rang, Li Qing stretched out his finger, and the light door opened, and Li Yuan, the servant of light, stepped out of it and saluted him. He nodded and said, "You can command 24 battleships, 136 cruisers, 347 destroyers, 1,650 frigates, and a total of 230,000 space fighters. Try to ensure the survival of the main battleships. You can wear and tear other battleships and space battleships at will." Li Yuan nodded. "Your will is mine." This is the bottom line Li Qing gave him. As long as the battleship is not sunk, it doesn't matter even if the other battleships are completely destroyed. Among many battleships are the most rare, and it may take a long time to replace one lost. Although cruisers are also large battleships, they are far less difficult to obtain than battleships, let alone destroyers. They are completely cannon fodder, and they are easy to obtain as long as you have money. Especially frigates, if the major teams of this kind of cannon fodder are willing, they can pile up tens of thousands of ships in a short time. But tens of thousands of frigates do not improve the overall strength of the team much, because such small ships are too worn out, and a lot of them will be sunk in a random battle. The fleets of the two sides approached slowly according to the standard battle formation, and gradually expanded their formation during the approach. From the outsider's perspective, the formation of the Jalan team suddenly became deformed at a certain period of time, and soon became normal again. Brilliant on the other side and Aquarius communicate with each other, and they approach synchronously from left to right. In the eyes of outsiders, the fleet of Brilliant and Aquarius looks like a big lobster with two huge pincers to grab an incoming crayfish. The size difference is too big. The Servant of Light didn't use any fancy tactics, and just went straight up to meet them. Brilliant and Aquarius, who had an absolute superiority in strength, naturally wouldn't do anything unnecessary. The distance between the two sides quickly approached, and the hearts of many spectators were raised. On the edge of the battlefield, on the only battleship, many senior leaders of the expeditionary force also came to watch the battle in person. The configuration of the highest decision-making level of the expeditionary force consists of a commander-in-chief, two deputy commanders-in-chief, a chief of staff, a deputy chief of staff, a chief of operations, and two chiefs of operations, a total of 8 people. In addition to the commander-in-chief, the chief of staff and a chief of operations also belong to the Yu family. 3 of the 8 top decision makers belong to the Yu family, and most of the others are friends with the Yu family. Actually, the chief of operations of the Yu family, who was the first to know about this, did not agree with the duel between Jolin and Wei Wang and Aquarius at first. The gap on paper was too great. It was Yu Yuefei who agreed and informed Li Qing of the situation before they agreed. So at this time they came here to watch the battle in person, not just because of Jolin, but mainly to see how the command ability of the Servant of Light is. Chapter 92 Battleship Group Bombardment. The variable is at the moment of contact. The leaders of many large teams cheered up when the two sides were about to enter the range of the battleship's main guns. The visual projection showed that the moment the two fleets came into contact, the first battle report had already been transmitted. Boom, boom, boom. There was no surprise. Jolin, who had an absolute advantage in range, fired first. 24 thick spears passed through the sea of frigates in the front row, and focused on one of the battleships at the same time. The already terrifying power of the battleship's main gun, under the even more terrifying addition of the Servant of Light, smashed the battleship's thick shield in one round, and a small amount of aftermath melted through huge holes in the thick alloy armor. What an exaggerated range advantage. After reading the data of the first round of battle report carefully, Ji Shunzhou said decisively to his companion. With this range advantage, as long as the speed is not slower than the opponent, there is a possibility of a comeback. Difficult, the opposing force has too much advantage, and the battlefield is limited. As long as the Brilliant and Aquarius commanders cooperate well, Jolin still has no chance. At most, they can struggle for a while. Look at his speed. Ji Shunzhou did not deny it. On the other side, Jolin's salvo, which was more powerful than expected, made Li Chenhao, the Brilliant commander, shudder, but he didn't panic at all, and quickly ordered. Battleship number 47 slows down, maintenance robots step up maintenance, and frigates of the first formation speed up. A maintenance robot like a spider climbed onto the surface of the battleship, each foot firmly sucked on the surface of the battleship and would not be thrown away. Several tentacles flexibly changed into a cutting machine to separate the fused structure or explode the structure re-weld together to quickly repair the damaged structure on the surface of the battleship. Considering that the opponent's range advantage is too obvious, the range advantage of the battleship's main gun time for a whole round, Li Chenhao quickly said to Qi Yunfei, the head of Aquarius. It's a disadvantage to fight head-on. I will entangle him in the front. Your fleet will be divided into 3, and you will surround him after going around. Qi Yunfei nodded. So the Aquarius fleet, which had encircled from the other side, began to split into 3 fleets after a short stay. Their tactical intention of encircling the encirclement was not concealed in any way, and there was no way to conceal it. Many spectators looked at the Jolin team, wanting to see how they would respond. However, they didn't make any changes at this time, and continued to confront Brilliant, as if they didn't see it. As the distance between the two sides approached, the frigates of the two sides had entered the combat range of each other after 2 rounds of bombardment by the battleships. The glorious frigate formation, which had several times the advantage, rushed up aggressively, and a group of 3 besieged one. This is not normal. Is there any trump card? What trump card can make a comeback in this situation? The high-level expeditionary forces who watched the battle were also quite surprised, but they have been on the battlefield for a long time and have seen everything. At this time, they did not make any comments and continued to watch the battle with a sinking heart. According to the normal situation of using the weak to fight the strong, it is best to use the speed advantage to open the distance after a round of attack, and use the range advantage to fly the kite. I don't understand his tactical choice. Ji Shunzhou scratched his head, a little puzzled. Crimson on the side and another core member named He smiled and said. You don't need to understand, just read on, He. Damn, what is that? What is this? Ji Yu Shunzhou and others all crowded up, and at the projection of Hishiji, located in the void less than 1 kilometer behind the brilliant fleet, a huge black hole suddenly appeared, which expanded to a diameter of more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye, and then filled the sky. Fighter planes drilled out of the black hole like a swarm of bees and rushed towards the back row of the brilliant fleet. Fuck, what the is this? Cheating. A lot of space fighters. Could this be Jalan's trump card? Almost instantly, all the players watching the battle were shocked, and I don't know how many people exclaimed. It's now. The brilliant front row frigate that was engaged in the battle suddenly found that the opponent's speed increased several times in an instant. In just a few seconds, it broke away from the lock of its own battleship, and then passed it from another angle at a super fast speed. A row of lasers hit the shield. There are circles of ripples. Before they could adapt to the enemy's sudden madness, an order to retreat came from the command center in the communication. Li Chenhao looked desperately at the frighteningly dense space fleet around the battleship group, circling the battleship group like a streamer at a super fast speed, and there was only one thought in his mind. Ruined. Too much, too much. Li Qing didn't hold anything back. As many as 230,000 space fighters were released in one go, directly submerging the glorious battleship group. Less than 200 frigates and 20 destroyers sank in just 1 minute, and they were submerged without a single block. Even the near defense system on the frigate didn't know which target to intercept for a while. The speed of the 5th generation Deep Space Ghost fighter is very fast, with a maximum speed of 400,000 kilometers per hour. In battle, the speed is only half of the maximum speed of 200,000 kilometers, and the speed is as high as 56 kilometers per second. With the addition of Servant of Light, the maximum speed can reach 1.6 million kilometers per hour, the combat speed can reach 800,000 kilometers per hour, and the speed can reach 222 kilometers per second. What is this concept? In a flash, they ran 100 kilometers away. It seemed that they were out of the range of close-in defense weapons in a flash. More than 100 space fighters are exchanged for 200 frigates and 20 destroyers, which is too good a deal. Almost endless space fighters flooded the glorious battleships, and thousands of lasers hit the battleships almost every second. Although the space fighters are limited by their size and cannot be equipped with too many weapons, each is only equipped with 2 laser cannons, one on the left and one on the left, but the weapons they are equipped with are the same specifications as those of the frigate, but the power is only half of that of the frigate. The doors together are equivalent to an small naval gun. But the weapons of corresponding space fighters are more flexible in use and have a faster rate of fire. Compared with the laser cannons equipped on frigates, it takes 20 seconds to fire once, and the laser cannons equipped with space fighters can fire once in 5 seconds. However, the flying speed of the space fighter is too fast. This rate of fire is only a reference. In normal combat, a wave of dives can only attack for 1 round before passing the enemy ship and leaving. It is necessary to return to the stagger and attack again. But when dealing with battleships, the tactics are different. The large weapons equipped with battleships have a slow rate of fire, and it is impossible to hit the high-speed moving space fighters. At this time, they can continuously attack around the battleships to maximize their power. Each battleship is surrounded by thousands of space fighters, constantly pouring out firepower. The power of the 5th generation small antimatter laser launcher is 150 to 200, with minus 50% shield damage and plus 25% armor damage correction. The antimatter laser launcher deployed in a space fighter is only half powerful, so it also has 100 points. Then minus 50% shield damage modifier has 50 points, but there is a 90% damage bonus under the command of a Servant of Light, a total of 95 damage. 3,000 space fighters can do as much as 285,000 damage in one attack. The space fighters surround the battleship and attack every 5 seconds, 12 rounds of attack in 60 seconds, and the damage is as high as 3.42 million. Unless most of the slots are equipped with energy shields, otherwise the energy shield of a normal battleship will be sieged for 2 minutes, will be broken. Like the main battleship of the player, it is generally equipped with additional accessories to reduce energy and kinetic energy damage, so as to enhance the damage tolerance of the battleship as much as possible. But there is a limit to this damage reduction. According to the fact that each warship can only be equipped with one of each damage reduction equipment, even if he is rich and powerful and equipped with the best gear of 20 billion, the damage reduction is only 30%. It is worth mentioning that this damage reduction is the damage reduction after deducting the 50% energy damage reduction correction, and the damage reduction does not overlap with the correction. Even if equipped with the best equipment, there is a limit to the damage it can withstand. 2 minutes can't handle it, 3 minutes. Li Chunhao ordered the front fleet to return to defend and support the main battleship fleet as soon as he discovered the fleet, but at this time, the Servants of Light immediately activated various force field auras, especially the decelerating abyss winding force field. With 50% of the speed of the enemy ship, coupled with the interference of the frigate group and the destroyer group fighting with it, the speed of retreating back to defense is not only very slow, but also the key loss is very large. Under the absurdly high bonus of the Servant of Light, the combat effectiveness of each battleship has been increased several times. Even if the previous 3-on-1 couldn't gain the upper hand, if you dare to retreat now, isn't it courting death? When the door of the black hole opened, a total of 230,000 space fleets appeared and surrounded the battleship group of Brilliant. Even though Brilliant still had an absolute advantage in the number of battleships at this time, in the eyes of the equally shocked spectators, they were doomed. Now we can only see whether the support from Aquarius, 40,000 kilometers away, can be timely, and whether it can last until Aquarius comes to support. Boom boom boom. It was another round of earth-shattering heavy-duty light spear fire, and the tightly surrounded aircraft group exposed a hole at the moment when the battleship group opened fire for 24 neutron light spears to blast into one of the battleships whose shields had been torn off. The terrifying power tore apart the thick armor of the battleship on the spot, countless armor fragments were thrown into space, and the hull was blasted to a halt in the void. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a huge mushroom flame erupted from the battleship where the fire was focused. The battleship shook violently, and different places inside the hull continued to light up with flames. Counterattack. Li Chunhao slammed his fist on the armrest with a livid face, stretched out his hands to zoom in on the extremely complicated battlefield projection in front of him, stretched out his finger on one of the battleships, and ordered in a deep voice. Focus on this battleship, concentrate all forces, and destroy it. He knew very well that he couldn't run away at this time, he had to surrender or fight to the death. But once they surrender, everything the team has done before will be useless, and they will become the laughingstock of everyone, lose all prestige, and have to pay high compensation, which will empty the savings of the entire team. Slumped. Stagnant for a year when all these teams are developing at high speed, it can basically be declared out in advance. Battleship number 5 is already in place. Battleship number 8 is already in place. The battleship Aurora is in place. Brilliant at this time. The remaining 74 battleships, except for a few that have no attack angles and are really entangled, more than 50 battleships adjust their angles against the attacks of space fighters all over the sky, and the main guns begin to recharge. Launch. 52 thick neutron light spears traversed the void, and dozens of space fighters were on the way of the light spear bombardment, which spread and turned into clusters of flames. Boom boom boom. Although the battleship being targeted reacted at the moment the enemy concentrated fire and quickly started to accelerate, the speed of the light spears was too fast to avoid. 51 of the 52 light spears hit all of them, tearing the battleship's shield with one blow. As soon as it opened, armor fragments flew all over the sky, and the rear half of the huge warship tilted backwards after being hit. A large part of the hull was torn apart and thrown into space. Battleship number 15 is being repaired on site, and other battleships are preparing for the second round of fire. Although a total of 51 neutron spears were hit by concentrated fire, the battleship still carried it tenaciously and was not sunk on the spot. This is the main battleship. Its shield armor is too strong, and it can carry it too much. Next, there is the battleship battle that makes all the spectators very addicted. Brilliant thinks he can't escape the siege of the sky-filled fleet, but he doesn't want to surrender, so he confronts them like a bachelor, and wants to hold out until Aquarius, who is speeding up, comes to support him. The Servant of Light's level 20 naval basic command skill has a rate of fire bonus of up to 60%, and has an absolute advantage in terms of rate of fire and range. After 3 rounds of fire on their side, the opposite side will start the second round of shelling. Extremely disadvantaged. On the whole, Jolin has a damage bonus of up to 90% and a fire rate bonus of 60% under the bonus of the Servant of Light, while the entire attribute of the opposite side is weakened by 10%. 1 increase and 1 decrease. Although the number of battleships on the one hand, it is only 1/3 of the opponent, but in the face-to-face confrontation, it is not inferior. Boom boom boom. Another battleship belonging to Jolin was paralyzed in place by the concentrated fire, but at the same time, a total of 3 glorious battleships were sunk. Only one of them was sunk by the battleship Jolin, and the other 2 were destroyed by the battleship Jolin before the battleship focused fire and even the armor was destroyed, and then the space fleet filled the sky and sank. They don't need to make up for the second round at all. As long as the shield is broken in the first round, then it will be handed over to the fleet to make up the knife. The efficiency is very fast. In just 7 minutes, Jalin's side damaged 3 lightly, severely damaged 1, and sank 1. Li Yuan has tried his best to reduce the battle damage of battleships, but he can only try his best. In this kind of large-scale battleship bombardment battlefield, he can't guarantee that one ship will not sink. If he can really do it, he is a god. But compared to their loss, Li Chenhao's heart aches for Brilliant's loss. In 7 minutes, the shields of all the remaining battleships had been broken by the fleet, and the alloy armor on the surface was blown into pits, and a layer was forcibly blown away by endless laser cannons. Some of the hulls under the thick armor could already be seen structure. In addition to this, a total of 7 battleships were sunk, and 5 ships were seriously lost to combat power, and the combat power dropped by a large margin. Chapter 93 Breakthroughs and Desperate Gaps. But what made Li Chenhao most desperate was that although Aquarius rushed over at the fastest speed, as Li Yuan dispatched a whole 100,000 space fighters to intercept them, the Aquarius fleet was forced to stop, temporarily unable to support. Aquarius' complete fleet has 82 battleships, 360 cruisers, 520 destroyers, and 4,100 frigates. Frigates and destroyers are generally equipped with a super-fast close-in defense system, which is the most restrained space fighter. When the fleet of planes rushed over without concealing their purpose, Qi Yunfei, the commander of Aquarius, immediately ordered to build an interception formation, and more than 4,000 frigates surrounded the central main fleet. When a group of 100,000 space planes rushed over, the moment the two sides came into contact, flames spewed out all over the sky, and they started a fierce confrontation with the fleet. In an instant, Li Qing saw that the number of space fighters displayed on the aircraft carrier combat platform equipped with the ship decreased rapidly as if diving, and 200 or 300 space fighters were shot down almost every second. The price of a space fighter is 5 million, and 100 is 500 million star dollars. The loss of more than 1 billion per second made his eyelids twitch and his heart ached. This is all about dying, deliberately sending you to death to delay time. But he did not interfere with the command of the Servant of Light. Random command on the battlefield is a taboo, and this is also the order he gave to the Servant of Light at the beginning. He just executed it too straightforwardly. Li Qing covered his face with his hands and stopped looking. He was afraid that he would die of heartache. Why isn't Aquarius coming? Seeing that the battleship group was almost completely bare, and the shields and armor were all used up, leaving only the hull, Li Chenhao, the leader of the brilliant team, finally panicked. However, after comprehensive consideration, Qi Yunfei, the leader of Aquarius, said to his staff, "Reply to him and ask him to wait a little longer. We need to destroy the fleet in front of us to support." A staff officer asked. Brilliant looks like it's almost overwhelmed. Are we really going to go there immediately? Qi Yunfei smiled and said, "It doesn't matter whether we can persist or not. The important thing is whether we can survive the battle. I just analyzed the battle situation. Although Brilliant was defeated, it also sank a battleship in Jolin, and 4 of them temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. Not the point. The point is that nearly half of the space fleet is used as cannon fodder, and it will be easy when I destroy the 100,000 space fleet in front of me. Brilliant defeat is due to carelessness and being caught off guard. I never thought that there would be such a method on the opposite side. There are 230,000 space fighters hidden, and all the frigates are sent to the front line. They are entangled and unable to escape. As a result, the capital fleet has no guards and can only be beaten passively. We just need to keep the fleet in line with the main force, pile up head-on, and defeat Jolin with an upright army." Well, the staff officer pondered for a while. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Didn't struggle for too long. Then I just go back to Brilliant. Let's go back like this. 10 seconds later, Li Chenhao of the Brilliant team looked up at his subordinates in surprise. They said they were intercepted by a space fleet of about 100,000 and could not escape. Li Chenhao moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, just said lightly, "Send him a message and ask him to send a small fleet to attack the main force of Jolin to reduce the pressure on us." 10 seconds later, he said that the enemy fleet is too fierce to be separated. Boom. He slapped the armrest of the command seat, gritted his teeth and said, "Is he trying to catch a fisherman?" At this time, the staff officer on the side shouted again, "Team, Aquarius, let us hold on for another 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, they are sure to destroy the intercepted 100,000 aircraft fleet and come to support them. Li Chenhao cursed angrily. 3 minutes. Do you think we can last for 3 minutes? Will we collect the body in 3 minutes? Fuck. He let out a heavy breath, and the muscles on his face kept beating and twisting. After a few seconds, there was a hint of determination in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Send a message to Jolin, we admit it." Oh. Li Qing was not too surprised to see the surrender document sent by Li Chenhao. After thinking about it for a while, he said to the staff next to him, "Tell him to leave half the battleships and I will allow them to surrender." Boom. Li Chenhao kicked the table away, looked at the staff officer in front of him with red eyes, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said, "Tell him I'll only give him 20 or he won't get one." This is more than Li Qing expected. It was an exorbitant asking price for half of it just now, and the other side can naturally counter-offer, and he is very satisfied with this counter-offer. Brilliant is also now in a desperate situation. Now all the shields and armor of all the battleships under its command have been knocked out by space fighters all over the sky. The next 1 million or so hulls will not last for 3 minutes, and they will all sink if they carry it on. Where there is life, there is hope. There are still 30 to 40 main battleships, and the Brilliant team still has a chance to make a comeback. If they all sink, Brilliant will be gone. Soon the Brilliant team submitted a surrender application to the Expeditionary Army, and the Expeditionary Army quickly approved it, and the fighters all over the sky stopped attacking immediately. Li Chenhao finally took a breath, left the 20 most damaged battleships behind, and ordered the fleet to evacuate. Looking in the distance at the Aquarius fleet that was destroying a large number of aircraft fleets, he sent a channel to Qi Yunfei, and said coldly, "It's really stupid. Without our containment, do you think they will fight you like this? I see how you will die." After finishing speaking, he ignored Qi Yunfei, whose face changed slightly, and directly shut down the communication. After a little silence, he said to his subordinates in the command channel, "After going back, we will evacuate the Jolin territory. I will pay half of the war indemnity, and the rest will be up to everyone." After a little silence, a member of Brilliant Corps said, "Bill me what's due and I'll be out of splendor later." Li Chenhao's face changed slightly, and he didn't say anything in the end, just nodded and said, "Everyone has his own ambition, I will not force it." Then 3 Corps members got up one after another and decided to leave the Brilliant team, including one of the top 5 major shareholders. Li Chenhao didn't try to keep them, and agreed one by one. Although the rest did not propose to leave on the spot, they had a lot of thoughts floating around. The glorious surrender did not exceed the expectations of many spectators, and even from the perspective of God of many spectators, this is a matter of course. What is the concept of 230,000 space fleets? Most of the fleet of the flagship aircraft carrier. Coupled with the selfishness of Qi Yunfei, the commander of the Aquarius team, from the beginning of fighting on his own, to the lack of timely support in the future, until the end, he still wanted to weaken the Brilliant mind as much as possible, which caused the Brilliant not to carry it to the end. As long as there is a little communication at the beginning, the distance between the two parties should not be too far away. As long as the support is timely, to be honest, the distance of about 40,000 kilometers can be covered in about 10 minutes at full speed. As long as they are less selfish and work together, they will not be able to defeat Brilliance so easily. But there are no ifs in the world. As long as you are a human being, you cannot be selfish, and there is no absolute saint. The so-called sage means that one must have enough food and clothing to be a sage. In the eyes of the spectators, the first half is over, and the next is the second half between Jolin and Aquarius. If at the beginning most of the spectators thought that the winners were the Brilliant and Aquarius teams, then in the second half this idea has disappeared for the most part, and most of the spectators think that the winners are the Jolin army. What gave them the greatest confidence was the remaining 150,000 or so space fighters. And this battle also gave many players who had no chance to see the flagship aircraft carrier a partial understanding of the combat effectiveness of the flagship aircraft carrier. The 230,000 space fighters are only half of the carrier-based aircraft of the real flagship aircraft carrier. The largest carrier-based aircraft of the real flagship aircraft carrier is as high as more than 360,000, all released, covering the sky and the sun. Moreover, this space fleet has not fully exerted its combat effectiveness, because the aircraft carrier will be equipped with a flagship aircraft carrier combat platform, which will greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the space fleet. Li Qing is only equipped with an aircraft carrier in slot of the battleship platform. The two are not at the same level. In the Jolin command ship, When the glory surrendered and evacuated, he immediately stood up and said to the servant of light, I order, adjust the strategy mode. Target the Aquarius fleet, take advantage of our speed and range, and use kite tactics to preserve our vital forces as much as possible. Servant of light nodded seriously. Your will is my will. As soon as the voice fell, the remnant fleet in the distant starry sky that intercepted the Aquarius fleet with suicidal tactics regardless of life and death quickly evacuated like a swarm of bees returning to their nest, and quickly left the battlefield. A total of 100,000 aircraft fleets intercepted, and less than 30,000 returned. In just a few minutes, more than 70,000 aircraft fleets turned into wreckage and floated in the starry sky. When Qi Yunfei saw the remaining fleet retreating, Qi Yunfei was slightly stunned, and a haze appeared in his mind for a moment. Did not order the pursuit, but took the opportunity to readjust the positions of the warships in the fleet, increase the number of warships in the battleship group, and prevent the glorious mistakes from repeating. However, this does not make much sense. After defeating Brilliant, Li Qing changed his tactics, no longer using the confrontation tactics just now, but changed to kite tactics. All the fleet plunged into the black hole with a diameter of up to 30 kilometers, and quickly returned to the 5th floor of the warehouse area. The repairs should be repaired, and the energy should be replenished. There is no rush to continue the battle. At this time, the Jolin fleet is adjusting while repairing some damaged warships. At the same time, after Li Qing took back the fleet, he closed and opened the channel of the Palm universe again, and put away the 20 battleships left by Brilliant and his own battleships that were seriously damaged and lost their combat effectiveness, so as not to be affected by the battle later. 20 battleships, but the armor and shields are gone. Most of the hulls remain intact, and the most important main guns remain intact. You only need to replace the shields and armor accessories in the general slot to continue fighting with full blood and full state. Like the shield and armor accessories in the general slots of a battleship, if the battleship is severely damaged and the armor is completely blown to pieces, the accessories in these general slots will also be damaged and must be replaced. About 5 minutes later, both sides had already adjusted, and ordered the fleet to move forward unanimously. However, when the distance between the two sides narrowed to a certain position, Qi Yunfei saw that the opponent's fleet suddenly slowed down and stopped, and then the main guns of the remaining 19 battleships began to recharge. Such a long range. He turned his head in surprise and asked loudly, how far is the maximum range of our battleship's main guns? 3,150 kilometers. Why is there such a difference? Our range is suppressed. For some reason, Qi Yunfei felt a little bad, subconsciously squeezed his collar, and ordered. According to pre-programmed, divide the fleet into two, keep a distance of less than 1,000 kilometers and move forward. Boom boom boom. 19 dazzling neutron light spears traversed the void, and the 19 frigates in the front row of the main fleet on the left of Aquarius were pierced by 19 dazzling beams, and were engulfed in flames on the spot. This is, instead of attacking the battleship as expected, he bombarded the frigates in the front row, which made Qi Yunfei have a bad premonition in his mind. And this premonition soon became a reality. In the projection of the virtual battlefield in front of him, the Jolin fleet began to retreat after blasting out this wave of attacks, retreating at a speed far exceeding theirs and reopening the distance. Fuck. If you don't understand the other party's intentions, you are a fool. But just because they understood it, they felt annoyed that the Garan fleet was delusional about using kite tactics to wipe them all out, even the frigates. First start from the frigates, smash them wave after wave, then destroyers, then cruisers, until only a bunch of battleships remain. This tactic is rarely seen because it humiliates the opposing commander. To do this, one of the commanders must crush the opponent's commander in all abilities. You must know that the composition of the warships on both sides is the same. There are battleships, cruisers, destroyers and frigates. Li Yuan didn't know that this was a humiliation. He was just a servant of light transformed from a spiritual entity. He only knew how to carry out the instructions of the Son of the Stars, trying to defeat the enemy at the lowest cost. How to do it is the least cost. This is the smallest price. Although the process may be very long, after all, the opponent has 4,000 frigates, and they only have 19 battleships, and it takes 210 rounds to kill them all. The attack interval of the neutron light spear of the main gun of the battleship is 150 seconds, which means that it takes at least 31,500 seconds, 8 or 9 hours. Also consider the time it takes to reopen the distance after each round and avoid the opponent's division of troops. It will take at least 4 or 5 times as long. Optimistically, it will take 2 or 3 days to blast the opponent's frigate. What is a legendary general? This is called a legendary general. Li Lai said loudly in the command channel. Brothers, have you seen that our legion has such a powerful super naval commander in hand? It is impossible for a fleet 10 times our size to beat us. Now everyone thinks that our Jolin has a future. Our military chief not a cow. Cow. Li Qi was the first to respond. He is not as outgoing as Li Lai, and he really can't tell such a flattery, so Li Lai can only say it, respond by himself, and show his presence in front of Li Qing. Chapter 94 Post-War. As Li Lai said, at this moment, the Jolin Legion is completely convinced, everyone is convinced, and people's hearts are naturally stable. Under Li Lai's command, he defeated Brilliance like a dead man, and now Aquarius does not seem to be an opponent. At this time, those players who quit the Legion early regretted it. They regretted quitting the team so early. If they waited a little longer, wait and see, it won't be difficult to go back now. Members like this who left when the team was at a low point are unlikely to come back in the future. The team runs away when it faces a crisis. What's the use of having such a member? The regional channel of the outpost base is full of excitement. Many spectators are discussing this battle in the regional channel. Li Qing, as the chief of the Jolin military, has already been recognized by many players for his strength at this moment, and he has already been recognized as a leader. A very, very awesome naval commander. Some players may still not understand the subtlety of Li Yuan's command, but it doesn't prevent him from thinking that he is awesome. At least, it is obvious how powerful his skills are to the fleet. Experts look at the overall command ability, ordinary players look at your innate talent and skills, it's as simple as that. And he has both, and in the eyes of experts, he is even more powerful. At the edge of the battlefield, the senior officers of the expeditionary force watched the battle inside the battleship. At this time, many senior officers of the expeditionary force showed satisfied expressions. Go back, you don't need to read it later. They have already seen what they want to see. From their point of view, unless Aquarius can also cheat in the future, or Jolin releases water, the outcome is already set. Maybe Aquarius will struggle a bit, but it doesn't affect the ending. However, although these high-level officials have left, ordinary players are still watching the battle, and the expeditionary fleet to maintain order is also there, and the fleet will not withdraw until the battle is decided. At this time, Qi Yunfei has already regretted it, and now he regrets why he didn't give Wang Wang a hand before. If Wei Wang is still there, in the case of the limited scope of the entire dual battlefield, the strength of the two teams 6 to 7 times that of Jolin is surrounded on all sides. No matter what, Jolin can be besieged to death. But there is no such thing as regret medicine in the world. Brilliance is out, and the remaining strength of Aquarius is no longer able to siege Jolin, so he can only watch helplessly as the opponent keeps flying a kite at a fixed distance, no matter how he deploys troops, no matter whether he divides into 2 groups or the three-way circle the back and encircle them, but they couldn't get closer. Absolute speed advantage plus range suppression, there is no room for resistance. In this case, if you want to win, you can only cheat. He does have a whole card in his hand, and it is quite strong, but that whole card is not a combat-type whole card, so it cannot be used here. Many team cores have many relics in their hands, and all of them have some magical effects, but none of them can reverse the immediate disadvantages. So, should we surrender? In the command channel, Qi Yunfei looked sullenly at the core of many Aquarius teams. Although it was an inquiry, in fact no one had the will to fight. So far, only hundreds of frigates have been sunk, which is less than 1/20th of the existing frigates in the fleet. The core battleships are not damaged at all, but it is too desperate to be so passively waiting to die. After a little silence, someone said, "Surrender, there is no hope. I can't fight at all, I can't even touch the corner of my clothes. I knew it earlier. Don't say I knew it earlier, you all agreed at the beginning." Qi Yunfei decisively interrupted someone to throw the blame, and said quickly, "If this is the case, then surrender, and the compensation for defeat will be shared equally by everyone." No one speaks. Li Qing soon received the surrender document from Qi Yunfei, and uploaded it directly to the team channel. We won. We won. Everyone let out a long breath. This is expected. After all, the opponent really can't fight, but it's still quite exciting to see the document that the opponent surrendered. With a broken lineup, they defeated 2 teams that were far stronger than themselves head-on. This is something to be proud of and can be used as bragging capital in the future. Li Qing contacted Yu Yufei and said, "Have you thought about the compensation for Aquarius surrender?" Yu Yufei replied immediately, "You are the commander-in-chief, you make up your mind." It is good. Li Qing was not polite, and turned to contact Qi Yunfei. Surrender is fine. When Brilliant surrendered, 20 battleships were paid as compensation for defeat. You also have to take 20 battleships as compensation for defeat. Can. Chi Yunfei responded blankly, and disconnected in the next second. Li Qing didn't care, it was just a defeated general. He is not his opponent now, and it is even more impossible to beat him in the future. The reason why some competitors are not cut off directly is that the duel rules presided over by the Expeditionary Army stipulate that if one side admits defeat, as long as a certain compensation is paid, the duel will be forcibly interrupted. There are two reasons for this. On the one hand, the reason is that there are people behind the core members of both Weiwang and Aquarius. If they kill them all, they will definitely offend many forces. This is the default unspoken rule. Brilliant and Aquarius attacked Garen's Star Castle before it was a foul, so the Yu family directly cut off their hope of being promoted to the Legion, including the affected Crimson and the Horn of Liberty. The forces and families behind them have nothing to say. On the other hand, the reason is that the Expeditionary Army does not want to lose too much in the internal fighting. After all, the two teams add up to more than 150 battleships, and they can hold nearly 500 battleships of the Shadow civilization on the battlefield. Small force. Of course, the premise of the default unspoken rules is that you are willing to admit defeat and surrender. 20 battleships each is an exaggerated war indemnity. The strength of the two teams was weakened by 1/3 on the spot, while the strength of the Garen Legion was tripled on the spot. A total of 63 battleships have exceeded the compensation on paper. Style the Splendor with Aquarius. In addition, they have to spit out the Garen Star Fort and the occupied land, as well as the war compensation of 2 trillion for each of the two teams. With these, Jolin has capital no matter whether it is rebuilding or expanding. All the 20 battleships compensated by Aquarius were collected in the Palm universe, and all the 20 battleships given by Brilliant before were collected into the internal dock of the Palm universe for maintenance. It is worth mentioning that the clone crew and senior crew deployed on these battleships have also been transferred. The clone crew belongs to the buyout system and is ignored. The senior crew and captain need to transfer the contract because they are hired. A duel involving tens of thousands of warships has come to an end, but there are still a large number of onlookers who have not dispersed. The regional channels are extremely lively, and most of them are talking about the details of this battle. You're famous. Ding Yoren stepped forward to straighten Li Qing's collar, looking left and right. No one was paying attention, stepped forward and kissed his face lightly, with a hint of blush on his charming face, and said softly, "I am proud of you." He stretched out his hand to hug her smooth and tender face, and leaned forward to kiss her red lips, sucking and biting slowly, the beauty in his arms instantly limp in his arms. Xiaoqing let her go, gently squeezed her rosy cheeks, and put her arms around her into the room. Yu Yuyao and Yu Yuefei were both there. Seeing the two sisters hugging each other with different expressions, Ding Yoren shyly broke away from his arms. Sitting down in front of the two sisters, he unceremoniously picked up the exquisite teacup and drank it down in one gulp. When Ding Yoren also sat down, Yu Yuyao smiled and said to him, "Congratulations first, you have become famous. You were the second one to tell me." She glanced at Ding Yoren, then at her sister, with a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "You are the first to defeat Glory and Aquarius this time. The trophies of 40 battleships and a total of 4,000 billion star dollars in war reparations will arrive within a month. Since the headquarters of the Legion was looted and needs to be rebuilt, 4,000 billion of the war reparations, 3,000 billion of the indemnity will be used for Legion reconstruction, and the other 1,000 billion and 40 battleships will be used to reward the remaining team members. Whether saving as before or defeating Glory and Aquarius are all in your hands. The Legion is rejuvenated in your hands. At the same time, in the future, you will be the flag of the Legion and the captain of the First Fleet of the Legion. I will hold a general meeting of shareholders later. At that time, 30 of the 40 battleships will be allocated under the name of the First Fleet. 50% of the 1,000 billion star dollars, or 500 billion star dollars, will be used as a reward for you. In addition, the team still has 18% of the original incentive stock, and I will give you 10% as a reward." She raised her beautiful eyes to look at Li Qing, and asked, "This is a reward from the Legion. What do you think? If you have other requirements, feel free to ask." "Of course I'm fine." Li Qing thought for a while and asked, "I have no objection to these rewards, but if they are distributed in this way, my strength will exceed the strength of the Legion leader. Is this?" Yu Yuyao shook her head and said, "I know what you want to say. It may be a problem for other teams, but there is no problem for the Jolin army. It is not only the shares that maintain the relationship between us, but other factors. Well, Li Qing didn't speak anymore. What she said was indeed all right. If it is another team, you may have to worry that the deputy head of the army is too strong to surpass the head of the army, which will lead to a struggle for power. This is inevitable, regardless of the legion or the family. The master is weak and the branch is strong, and the subject and the object will be reversed. But they are different. No matter Yu Yuyao, Yu Yuefei or Li Qing are not very concerned about this team. Their core is not the Jialan Legion, and their core interests are not this point, so it is unlikely that the subject and object will be reversed happening. However, although we don't care, when your strength is too strong, your subordinates may have some ideas. Yu Yuyao said seriously. It is not impossible for this situation to happen, so we must put an end to this kind of trouble as early as possible. Li Qing asked. How to stop it? It's easy. She looked at her sister and said to Li Qing. If you are a couple, a husband and wife relationship, what is hers is yours, and what is yours is hers, there will be no problem. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. She took the hand of Yu Yuefei who hadn't spoken yet, and put it in front of Li Qing, looking at him without saying a word. Li Qing was silent for a while without reaching out. Yu Yuyao sighed when she saw this, and stretched out her hand to take Ding Yoren's hand from the other side. Greedy guy, whatever you do, it's all yours. Li Qing sighed, stretched out his hands to hold the hands of the two beauties with different styles, and immediately felt the slight trembling of Yu Yuefei's warm and soft hands. In fact, there is no choice. Ding Yoren is Yu Yuyao's apostle. If she doesn't agree, it will be difficult for them to be together. Of course, it was pure good for him. Wait a few days, you guys find an opportunity to make an official announcement, and it will also dispel the ideas of some ambitious people. In addition, the former headquarters of the Legion, the Garan Star Fort, was looted, and now there is only an empty frame of the Star Fort, and all the things in it have been dismantled and taken away by them. Now I have two ideas. One idea is to rebuild the Legion headquarters at the original site, and the other the idea is to re-establish a new Legion headquarters in another place. Do you have any suggestions? Li Qing asked. If you rebuild the Legion headquarters in another place, do you have a goal? There are two options. One is located to the east of the outpost, not far from the outpost. The southern province of the Shatta Tribal Union is just outside the door. The other option is located to the west of the outpost, but it is a little far away from the Shatta Tribal Union. How could it be these two places? To be honest, Li Qing didn't think these two places were very good. The front line of the former is too close. Once a large-scale war breaks out, they will have to face the attack of the united civilization of the Shatta tribe. The latter is too far away from the front line. Safety is safety, but no matter what you do in war, there will be a delay, which is quite a disadvantage at certain critical moments. Of course, if there is bad, there must be good. The former is dangerous. It is close enough to the front line. If there is any good thing, you can eat it as soon as possible. The latter can stay away from danger, and can advance and retreat freely no matter how bad the situation is. So, Li Qing said, if you want to choose the east side of the outpost, I won't say anything. If you want to choose a place a little farther from the front line, I have a place to choose. I don't know if you have any ideas. Yu Yuyao said, what do you think? I established a personal base in a galaxy about 260 hops north of the outpost. There is a fourth type planet over there. As you know, I have more than 10 million Shar people on hand. They are very good at transforming planets. If we put our headquarters there, we can try to transform the planet on a small scale and build a colony city. Although the four types of planets have little potential, they have touched the edge of life planets after all. We are now doing a small-scale transformation, and then immigrating. First, develop this immigrant city. If we can grab a living planet in a few years, this colonial city will be our logistics base. Not only the population, but other necessities of life can be provided by this colonial city offers, which saves a lot of time and a lot of money. Normal immigration has at least 10 million people, and each population has an immigration fee of 1 million, which means that the minimum immigration standard is 10 trillion stars. If you want to quickly develop a living planet, you must have large-scale immigration. 10 million is definitely not enough, at least hundreds of millions. With such a large population, it would take tens of billions to transfer from Jinmen, which is too exaggerated. If there is a colony base available for immigration in the early stage to immigrate first, you only need. Chapter 95 Famous and Rich War Reparations. No, with Yu Yuefei's relationship, Immigration from Jinmen definitely doesn't need so much money. There is a high probability that they can get discounts, or other discounts, and it won't cost 10 trillion yuan. Immigrate here first, multiply and develop in the colonial city first, and grab a suitable life planet in the future. The colonial city here is a logistics base. And the most important thing is that, if he immigrates 10 million people in advance, he can take some of them to immigrate to the warehouse area in the Palm universe, and see what type of warehouse area it belongs to. Is it a space residence or a living planet? Li Qing always felt that this high-dimensional fortress is not just a fortress, it cannot be regarded as a residence. This thing is too miraculous. Just a tiny part of it that is displayed now is already very miraculous. Even the legendary miracle of the galaxy, the Star Ring World, is nothing more than that. Star Ring World is a super miraculous project that surrounds a star. From a distance, the Star Ring World is a super galaxy miracle with a width of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, a thickness of tens of thousands of kilometers, and a length of billions of kilometers surrounding a star. It contains countless habitable spaces. Although it is an artificial building like the Space Habitation Station, the Space Habitation Station is a living area with no future, while the Star Ring World belongs to the miracle of the galaxy. If it is calculated by level, it should be between the second-class super livable planet and the first-class planet. Between. The Star Ring World is a super livable world for any species, and its potential is second only to a type of planet. But this kind of galaxy miracle is also extremely rare, or even rarer than a Type 1 planet. At least there is a Type 1 psionic planet in the territory of the United Human Empire, but I have never seen the Star Ring World, but there have been adventure players. A Star Ring World was discovered in the galaxy's central star field, and it has been occupied by an ancient super civilization. Having said that, Li Qing always feels that the high-dimensional fortress in the universe in his palm should not be just a war fortress, but also a kind of galaxy miracle, and it is more high-end than the Ring World. Logically speaking, such a super galaxy miracle should be suitable for colonization. He always wanted to try, otherwise he would not be reconciled. It's fine if it doesn't work out. If it's as he guessed, it will be great. Yu Yuefei's 3 daughters were a little moved by his proposal, but they didn't respond immediately, mainly because the location was too far away, but they were also a little moved. After hesitating for a while, Yu Yuefei said, "I can't make a decision yet, how about taking some time to observe it first?" Li Qing nodded and said, "You can do it at any time, I'm going to go there just now, by the way." Li Qing asked again, "When will you be free?" "A week later, I have to arrange work. I'll see you in a week." The 3 of them came out of Yu Yuyao's room. Li Qing looked at Yu Yuefei and Ding Yoren left and right, held their hands left and right and said, "Please give me more advice in the future." Ding Yoren is fine, she has already touched it. Yu Yuefei was held by a man for the first time, her beautiful face immediately turned red, she lowered her head and hummed softly. Li Qing didn't go anywhere for the next few days, mainly repairing the battleship and distributing the spoils. 10 battleships were handed over to Yu Yuefei, and she allocated them, and he allocated the remaining 30 ships by himself. Suddenly acquired 30 battleships, the strength can be called skyrocketing, but the maintenance fee also skyrocketed. The maintenance cost of a battleship is 15 million, 10 ships are 150 million star dollars, and 30 ships are 450 million star dollars. There are already 30 battleships, and the size of the fleet will also increase. 100 cruisers is not too much, right? 200 to 300 destroyers are not too much, right? More than 500 frigates are not too much, right? These are the minimum standards. A complete fleet, ranging from main battleships to cannon fodder frigates, backbone destroyers and cruisers, all need to be configured. Perhaps with the talent and skill bonus of the Servant of Light, he can always use kite tactics. He only needs a group of fleets to prevent them from attacking the face, and does not need cruisers and destroyers. However, this configuration is unhealthy, and there will always be kite tactics in the case of an ineffective opponent. At that time there were no backbone battleships such as destroyers and cruisers to resist, and the enemy directly rushed to the main fleet. At that time, his fate would be the same as that of Brilliant and Aquarius before. Putting it all together, the salary and maintenance costs of this batch of fleets alone cost more than 2 billion. In addition to the various wages and maintenance costs in the Palm universe, his monthly expenditure is close to 5 billion. This is already an extremely terrible expenditure, 60 billion a year. No, there is also the expenditure of space fighters. The basic maintenance cost of the space fighter is actually not high. This thing is unmanned, and most of the time it does not go to battle. On average, it is automatically checked and repaired every month, which basically costs nothing. The main cost besides the repair and maintenance for each battle is the energy battery. The body of the unmanned space fighter is very small. After being equipped with energy shield generators, radars, combat systems and other basic accessories, it is impossible to be equipped with a power furnace as luxurious as a battleship. At this time, the energy supply system of the unmanned space fighter is the cold fusion battery. This thing is detachable and disposable. When the energy is used up, remove it and throw it away. Take a new one and put it in again, and it can be used for a long time. A war on the scale of Brilliance and Aquarius before would not consume enough energy to use up a single cold fusion battery. But once less than 25% of the energy is used up, it must be replaced. A cold fusion battery costs 200,000 stars. If all 100,000 space fighters are replaced, the total will be 20 billion stars. Just like the previous battle with Brilliant and Aquarius, the group with the highest attendance consumed less than 50% of their energy, and it would take another war of this magnitude to replace them. Durable is durable, but it really costs money to replace it once. Fortunately, each space fighter is equipped with 10 batteries when purchased, which is enough for a period of time. And now that Jolin has been promoted to the Legion, as the core of Jolin, he has the right to enter many industries that he could not enter before, including the energy industry and military industry. He can buy a production line to build space fighters and cold nuclear fusion batteries by himself. However, the production lines of these industries start at trillions, and there is no capital yet. Still short of money. The money they earn now is unimaginable before. It can be hundreds of billions at every turn, but the more money you have, the more money you are short of. After hesitating for a moment, Li Qing sent a message to Li Lai and Li Qi. Come here. An hour later, Li Lai and Li Qi rushed over. Boss, are you calling us something? Sit. Li Qing sat down cross-legged, and said to the two of them. The two of you will each lead 3 battleships back later. The two of them suddenly looked happy, and Li Lai said with a smile. Boss, you are so handsome. Thank you, boss. Li Qing waved his hands and said. You're welcome. Since you're following me, I ate meat, so you have to drink some soup anyway. By the way, you should configure the fleet as soon as possible, and recruit some people by the way. I hope to see that the total number of the fleet exceeds 100 when I come back. Small meaning. Li Lai laughed and said. Boss, you don't know how high your reputation is at the outpost, and how many casual players or teams want to join our legion. It's very simple for you to recruit people. Just post a post in the regional channel, if you want those who come over can break the threshold. Li Qing waved his hands and said. It's not that exaggerated. But the involuntary upturn of his mouth betrayed his inner joy. After so long, he finally became famous in one battle. Life is not for fame or for profit and women. Now that fame is finally there, is profit still far away? By the way, you should be more careful when recruiting people. Everyone should investigate whether they have any criminal records and whether they have any bad habits. Character comes first, ability comes second. We would rather be short than abuse. No problem. 2 hours later, Li Lai and Li Qi happily led 3 repaired battleships into their own fleets. And Li Qing only has 25 battleships, 2 cruisers, 8 destroyers and 35 frigates left. The reason why they are so generously given 3 ships to each of them is mainly to enhance their strength and make them more useful. He is destined to be unable to stay in the lair all the time. If he goes out by himself, he has to rely on the 2 of his confidants to guard the house. If they are not strong, how can they guard the house? The same is true when going out to fight. They are pawns, and they can handle some messy things for him. Some weak enemies don't need to alarm themselves, and the 2 of them can handle it by themselves. This also requires sufficient strength. 25 battleships is already a lot for an individual, and he still has to spend time with Xingyuan to configure other small and medium ships. Although the more main battleships, the better, they must also develop healthily. Li Qing has not been idle these few days. First, he went to the black market. Before that, he spent 29.3 billion star dollars to buy himself a win. Bo has earned it back. Then used the funds to purchase a large number of blueprints for destroyers and cruisers, and purchased them directly from the outpost at market prices. Not only were they expensive on the outside market, but there were not so many blueprints for sale at the moment. Among them, there are 1,500 destroyer blueprints, costing a total of 22.5 billion star dollars. A total of 500 cruiser blueprints cost 50 billion stars. There is no need to buy shipbuilding materials. He can directly purchase various ores from players within the Legion at a price lower than the market price, and then use the casting furnace of light to convert them into various alloys needed for shipbuilding. Anyway, the mines dug by many Legion players are also sold. It is better to sell them to the market than to sell them to him. Anyway, the money is the same. Space fighters have not been added, and the remaining 150,000 are already a lot. There is no large-scale war at this stage. In general, 25 battleships can be handled with 25 battleships at hand, and it is not the turn of the fleet. 5 days later, on a formal occasion, Li Qing showed up at the outpost holding Yu Yufei's hand, which immediately aroused the wailing of an unknown number of people. Nanais, I joined Jolin for the purpose of going to the head of the beauty army, and it turned out unexpectedly. You want to eat farts, and you don't want to see if you are worthy of others. Cut. Are you worthy? I am not worthy, but Li Qing is worthy. Quote. No one can refute this. If it is said who is the most handsome in the outpost, a bunch of people have something to say. If it is said who is the strongest in personal strength, there must be some people who will not be convinced. But if you want to say whether you are worthy of being the leader of the beauty army, no one has an opinion on this point. With his current strength and potential, and being the second largest shareholder of the Jolin army, he is definitely worthy. Yi Xiao was extremely annoyed by the one-sided comments in the regional channel, but during this period of time, there was a faint shadow of him in the major event that caused the top 10 teams of the two outposts to weaken. Most of the teams involved in this matter were faintly aware of him. Its existence is in doubt at this moment. It is really hard to jump out again. 2 days later, Li Qing, who was about to go out with Yu Yufei, suddenly received an invitation signed by Yu Qingzi. At first, he was still thinking about which one of the Yu family wanted to see him, and he was not surprised until he asked Yu Yufei. This is Yu Yufei's uncle, who is now the commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Army, and the head of the 1st Division of the Expeditionary Army, the most powerful and status person on the outpost. I'll go with you, I just have something to do. I'm waiting for you. Half an hour later, an aircraft entered the military restricted area inside Star City, and entered after passing the inspection. The aircraft flew into the depths of Star City under the guidance of the navigation. Li Qing sat on the aircraft and watched the surrounding environment of Star City, while playing with Yu Yufei's soft little hands, and asked. If you use the relationship between the two sisters to introduce immigrants from the Jinmen galaxy, how much cheaper can it be? Yu Yufei raised her head in surprise. She didn't expect Li Qing to ask this question here. After thinking about it, she said. Minimum standard population. Yes. The minimum is 7 trillion stars. I knew I would ask them for more compensation. They can't give as much as you want. Use other debts. Yu Yufei pondered for a moment, then asked softly. Do you really need it? Li Qing looked up at her incomparably delicate face, stretched out his hand to wipe it gently, and the touch was extremely smooth and tender. Looking at her carefully, especially her eyes, he suddenly made up his mind and said. There may be something I should tell you frankly. Yu Yufei didn't realize anything, just nodded subconsciously. You say, in my space relic, there is a strange building, similar to the inhabitable building in the world of the galaxy miracle. I want to try to immigrate and to see the effect. Quote. Her expression was normal at first, but after analyzing his words, she suddenly realized the meaning of his words, and her eyes widened suddenly. That's right, you heard me right. There is indeed such a building and a giant dock array. If the conditions are met, even the flagship can be built. Anyway, it's all exposed, so let's expose it all. Being honest with her is not impulsive, but deliberate. Although their current relationship is quite complicated, it seems that Yu Yao is forcibly pulling them together, and it doesn't seem to be strong. But the relationship between them is actually stronger than imagined. They have common core interests, which cannot be disassembled. Taking this as the core link and coming together based on their origins naturally belong to the way of marriage. Chapter 96 Outpost Support. Generally speaking, the two parties in a marriage rarely have a relationship foundation, but the relationship after marriage is mostly very stable, because they represent the families behind them, and it is impossible to divorce because of disagreement in 3 views and personality. Young men and women from aristocratic families all have the awareness of marriage, which is unavoidable. The higher the ability and potential, the higher the value of marriage, and at most the choice is slightly larger. Being able to marry someone you don't dislike is already a very good result, and if you still have a good impression of each other, then there will be no regrets. He doesn't know what she really thinks, but at this moment, he pinches his hands and caresses her face without any resistance. He dare not say that he likes her, but he definitely doesn't dislike her. The two of them together are actually a very good choice, not bad for Yu Yufa, and the same for Li Qing. It is difficult for them to find another choice with better conditions than the two of them. Get married first, and feelings can be slowly cultivated. Year after year, day after day of communication, women are all emotional. If you have nothing to do, you should care about her. Love will develop over time, and feelings will naturally arise. After Li Qing's sudden confession, Yu Yufa was a little moved after the initial surprise. Women are so emotional. Li Qing suddenly frank. Her first reaction was not to care about immigrants and giant shipyards, but to think that he was so frank that he really cared about me. After a little self-touching, he realized what he meant, and was surprised again. I've always wondered why you have so many frigates. So you have a huge dock. Do you want to build a colony in that space treasure? Li Qing nodded and said, there is such a meaning. If you can successfully establish a colony in it, it is equivalent to having a territory that you can carry with you, that is, you can hide your own strength. No matter where you go in the future, you can mobilize a sufficiently powerful fleet at any time. Yu Yufa has entered the state of thinking at this time. She agrees with Li Qing's thoughts very much, and said, if this is the case, we can indeed try it. If it succeeds, we must adjust our strategic focus. But there is a lack of money now, not enough money for the first immigrants. Well, I'll figure it out. There is no need to rush to immigrate immediately. Li Qing calculated what he was holding now, and said, actually, in my opinion, it would be good to be able to gather enough immigration funds within the next year. After all, the funds needed for construction after immigration can be called a bottomless pit. We must have enough principal to ensure continuous investment. There will be no interruption. She nodded. I see. Then they chatted for a while, and the aircraft arrived at the destination. There was already a man in military uniform waiting at the door, probably the secretary or assistant of the commander-in-chief. The two were invited to a lounge and served 2 cups of tea and some snacks. According to the secretary, the commander-in-chief is delayed by something and will come later, so let them wait here for a while. Li Qing naturally has no objection. It is the boss's prerogative to let others wait, and now some ordinary players have to make an appointment if they want to see him, and they may not be free to see him. Anyway, there are beauties to accompany and snacks to eat, so it's okay to wait a while. Within 5 minutes, the secretary knocked on the door. Your Excellency Commander is free now, please go to the office. Li Qing and Yu Yufa stood up. Please lead the way. Follow me, please. Go through a corridor to the end, open the door to a space that looks like a corridor but is actually a hall. There are many officers in military uniforms. Seeing that they seemed to know them, many of them nodded slightly, and he quickly responded. The secretary who was walking in front did not look sideways, but observed this, and explained it just right. They saw that duel before, and they have to say that Ni's performance was very exciting and left a deep impression on everyone. It's my pleasure. There is no way to be humble, and there is no need to be humble. When he came to the office at the far end of the hall, the man entered first, walked out half a minute later and said to Li Qing, the commander-in-chief is waiting inside. Your Excellency Li Qing and Miss Yufa can enter now. Thanks. Came to the concealed door and was about to knock on it when Yu Yufa suddenly said, wait a moment. He turned around in surprise, and she took out a small handkerchief and gently wiped some crumbs from the corners of his mouth. All right. He smiled, knocked lightly on the door, heard a voice from inside, and pushed the door open. The secretary outside the door was quite surprised and relieved. Being famous at a young age, and beauties fall in love, I'm really envious. In the room, a middle-aged man who looked elegant and handsome was looking at the picture of a young girl getting close to the light curtain in front of him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and the teenager and girl in the light curtain came in, and extinguished the light curtain casually. The middle-aged man looked at Li Qing carefully, and waved his hand to signal. Sit. The scrutinizing gaze made Li Qing feel a little uncomfortable, so he could only sit upright, motionless. After a while, Yu Qingzi put away his scrutinizing gaze, tapped his right hand, and a light curtain popped up. If Li Qing could see it, he would be surprised to find that his personal information was recorded on it. Up to Qinghe Li's young growth stage, middle to just beginning to open up and come to Jinmen, and then slowly make a fortune, until he became famous in the first battle not long ago, all the information is in it. Yu Qingzi has read these materials more than once, glanced at them casually and closed them, then turned to Li Qing and said, "Originally, my original purpose of coming to you was to discuss a cooperation with you and the Garan Legion in the name of the Expeditionary Army, but just now I had a new idea." Upon hearing this, Li Qing immediately expressed his opinion. "Sir, Commander-in-Chief, please speak," Yu Qingzi said seriously. "My original idea was to reach a strategic cooperation agreement with the Jalan Army in the name of the Expeditionary Army. The Expeditionary Army will have certain policy support for the Jalan Army in the future. When the military operation is launched, you will be invited to become a member of the Temporary Military Committee and participate in the combat plan against the Shadow Civilization." Li Qing raised his head in surprise. This cooperation intention. It's a bit fierce. What will the military tail member be? The current decision-making body of the Expeditionary Army is called the Military Tailor Committee. Several bigwigs are the chief committee members, and many high-level expeditionary forces are the tail members. There is actually a plan to invite myself to join the temporary military tail member meeting against the Shadow Civilization. He unknowingly sat upright, waiting for Yu Qingzi's next words. It is very important, of course it is very important. At this stage, no pioneer can enter the middle level of the expeditionary force. Although there are no specific restrictions on this aspect, early pioneers have no chance to participate in high-level units like the expeditionary force. Yes, there is no chance, not impossible. What can the pioneers who have just entered the industry bring to the expeditionary force? The pioneers of the first 10 years were subject to various restrictions, and no matter how strong their family background was, they could not be used. Even the first son of the Star Sea Lord was not very strong at the beginning. Naturally, it was impossible to bring much improvement to the expeditionary army. Li Yuan, the servant of light that Li Qing pointed out, is a super naval commander. His talent and skills can be called outrageous bonuses to the fleet. Under his command, the strength of a fleet can be increased several times in an instant, and the fleet, the larger the scale, the more exaggerated the increase. If the expeditionary force is commanded by such a powerful super commander, its strength will increase several times in an instant. If Li Yuan commanded the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division of the Expeditionary Army in the previous military operation, then it would not be a confrontation, but a direct battle with the 1st Division of the Southern Province of the Shadow Civilization, and there is a high probability of being able to fight and win. Once the main division of the Southern Province of the Shadow Civilization can be defeated, there will be a flat plain between the galaxies leading to the Reef Lair, the capital of the Southern Province of the Shadow Civilization, and there will be no resistance. As long as the speed is fast, before the Shadow Civilization reacts, there is a high probability of attacking the hidden Reef Lair. As long as you capture the hidden Reef Lair, build a defense with this as the core, and wait for the support from Jinmin to defend the counterattack of the Shadow Civilization, and you will have a living planet. It's a pity that he didn't think of this at all before, and missed this opportunity. Then I wonder how Commander Yu wants to cooperate now. Yu Qingzi said, "My idea now is to conscript you into the army, enlist in the form of special recruitment, and specially hire you as a special military instructor of the expeditionary force, with the rank of colonel. You have no duties in normal times, and you can temporarily adjust your position when necessary. My original plan was to start the final military operation after at least 5 years, when your strength reaches a certain level, but your appearance surprised me greatly, which made me see the possibility of launching an operation in advance. I will give you 2 years to develop. After 2 years, I will plan a military operation against the Reef Lair, and you will be in charge at that time. If you can defeat the first fleet of the southern province of the Shadow Civilization head-on, I will persuade the committee to cooperate with the Garan Legion to help you take down the Reef Lair planet." The last sentence was like an earth-shattering shock. After being shocked, Li Qing was also full of doubts, and asked directly. The younger generation is a little puzzled. As far as I know, there should be quite a few Yu family descendants here, and many of them are excellent men. Why did Commander Yu choose Yu Fei? Although she is also a member of the Yu family, she is a woman and will marry. Once married, it is not clear which planet she holds. Unless she doesn't marry and recruits. Yu Qingzi saw his thoughts at a glance, smiled and waved. Don't worry, she won't recruit. The reason why I support her is that she is the strongest at this stage. As the only 2 official legions at this stage, normally speaking, the strength of the Halo is far superior to yours. Before the duel a week ago, I hadn't considered the Garan Legion, but your performance on that day made me very happy. Be surprised. I checked your information later. You are now the 2nd largest shareholder of Jalan, with a total shareholding of 24%, and Jolin now has a fearless flagship under construction, and it is estimated that it will be launched into service in 2 years if the speed is accelerated. When the time comes, your strength will surpass that of any local team, plus the space relic in your hand that can be used as a flagship aircraft carrier. With 2 flagships in hand, you will be the strongest in 2 years. At that time no team can compete with you. Li Qing said nothing. According to what Yu Qingzi said, 2 years later will indeed be their strongest time. At that time, 2 flagships were in hand, and it was estimated that there would be more than 1 servant of light commander at that time. Even if other teams went together, they would not be able to defeat them, and it would be safe to take a living planet. At this time, Yu Qingzi continued. There are some things that should be done sooner rather than later. Although the Imperial Senate promised that the Yu clan of Jinmen, would be able to get a living planet, it didn't prohibit us from getting a second living planet, but the second one needs to be obtained by our own descendants. At this stage, only you have the highest success rate. I can't give up this opportunity just because Yu Fei is a girl and wait for some male child to get up. The opportunity is fleeting, and if it is gone, it may be gone forever. I understand, Li Qing said seriously. Since this is the case, the juniors are willing to cooperate and try to increase their strength within these 2 years to prepare for the final military operation 2 years later. Very good, Yu Qingzi nodded and said. Since it is cooperation, I have to show some sincerity. Due to the rules, I cannot directly provide you with substantial material support, but I can provide some special conveniences, including some special conveniences. For example, we will provide you with a low difficulty Legion mission every month, and you will be rewarded with a battleship after completion. Alternatively, if all the industrial products of the Garan Legion are sold to the outpost, they can get an additional 10% price advantage. Then, the priority of the Garan Legion in the outpost is raised to the highest level, higher than that of the Halo Legion, and some information will be provided. Of course, this is only support at this stage. It can only provide convenience in terms of policy, and there is no substantial benefit. These need to be developed by yourself. Li Qing nodded and replied. This is enough. The greatest benefit has been given by Your Excellency the Commander. You can see better. Yu Qingzi was very satisfied with Li Qing's cleverness, stood up and said. Then I will wait for your good news. Li Qing understood that this was seeing off the guests, so he stood up and replied. I will not disappoint you. At this time, Yu Yufei, who had been silent all this time, stood up. Li Qing suddenly found that she seemed to have been silent since she came in, and she always seemed to be the leader. Know how to advance and retreat, understand reason. Girls like this are the most likable. He smiled at the beauty, turned his head and bowed to Yu Qingzi. Your Excellency, the younger generation will bid farewell. After speaking, she turned and left. Yu Yufei just got up when Yu Qingzi suddenly said. Yufei, please stay here. Li Qing turned around and said to her. I'll wait for you outside. Pushing the door and going out, the secretary who brought them was in the office outside Yu Qingzi's office. There were more than one secretary inside, and the one who brought them was just one of the secretary team. Sitting quietly on the side, after waiting for a while, the office door opened, and Yu Yufei walked out from it. He went up to meet him, but before he could speak, Yu Qingzi's voice suddenly came from his ear. Treat her well, don't bully her. Li Qing's face was slightly stiff, and he looked back at the office door, grinning with a slightly embarrassed smile. I will. Chapter 97 Return to base and 2-year development plan. The two left silently, and sat on the aircraft silently. It was not until they left Star City that she said. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this one, it will be difficult to have a better opportunity in the future. Li Qing knew what she was talking about, nodded and said. It is indeed the best opportunity. 2 years later will be our strongest time. At that time, even the Halo will not be able to stop us. If we take advantage of that time to seize a living planet, no one can us. So, let's move fast. You think, there is no need to investigate. I will issue a Legion announcement later. Let everyone prepare to return to Galan Star Castle, clean up the mess, and we will go directly to the galaxy you mentioned. Although that galaxy is a little farther away from the outpost base than the original headquarters, and the location is also biased, and it takes about 10 days to arrive at the outpost base at the fastest speed, but there is a 4th type planet that has been partially transformed, and only a part of the capital is needed. Colonization can begin. As long as you can successfully immigrate and establish a colonial city, there will be a steady stream of benefits in the future. Comparing the two, it is still worth investing in. Moreover, this distance disadvantage is not impossible to change. That side is too close to the isolation interference zone, and cannot jump due to the influence of the unknown magnetic field. This can be done by purchasing a large amount of anti-jamming equipment through military relations, setting up outposts one by one in some nearby galaxies, and installing these anti-jamming equipment on the outposts. Induced beacons, so that although it is still impossible to travel faster than the speed of light in areas with severe interference nearby, it can jump near outposts equipped with anti-interference equipment. Directly jump from the headquarters to the outer galaxy dozens of light years away, and then jump from the undisturbed outer galaxy to the outpost. Correspondingly, you can use the induction beacon of the outpost as the coordinate to fix the jump. In this way, the time spent going back and forth is not much different from the time spent at the original headquarters. The only requirement is that the hyperspace engines of all warships must be 5th-generation engines. Engines below this technology cannot jump through even if they have strong anti-jamming equipment and guiding beacons. 2 days later, after leaving a few core members to continue recruiting new members at the outpost base, the large force of the Garan Legion left the outpost base galaxy in a mighty manner and set foot on the way home. Thousands of warships were mighty, and the pirates fled in anticipation. On the 4th day, they came to Jalan's original territory, the Star Field. All gone. The fleet sailed into one of the galaxies that originally belonged to Jalan. It turns out that this galaxy has a border post. Any player fleet entering this galaxy will receive a notification that it has entered the territory of Jalan. Is gone now, as that outpost has been destroyed. Then move forward all the way, passing through galaxies one by one. I didn't see any outposts in the galaxies that could be kept. They were all destroyed, and even the personal bases of many team members in the galaxies were mostly destroyed. However, not all personal bases in the galaxy were destroyed, and many personal bases of players who were originally attached to the team were not destroyed. The so-called affiliation means that some single players have no strength to hang out in wild galaxies by themselves, so they choose to be affiliated with some large teams, and mine production in safe galaxies occupied by these large teams after cleaning up wild monsters. As the price of affiliation, all the output of these players in the safe galaxy will be taxed according to a certain percentage. There is no fixed ratio for this tax, but most of the formal large teams default to 1 tax out of 10, which means that only 10% is paid. However, if the current team is in a war, this tax will be slightly increased, but unlike the tax of team members, there is no upper limit in war, and the maximum tax increase for affiliated members cannot exceed 50%. And the team does not have many restrictions on affiliated players, except for some prohibited behaviors, such as star explosive mining, or espionage, etc. There are basically no restrictions, and you can quit at any time if you are not happy with the game. In general team wars, neither side will directly attack the player bases they are attached to, unless the other side acts against them by force. For these affiliated players who have left Jalan, Li Qing discussed with the core team in a meeting before, and sent people to go around the galaxies on the original site of the Legion, and tell them the news of the relocation of the Legion. If you want to go, you can go with the fleet go, forget it if you don't want to go. The more things like affiliated players, the better. Anyway, it's a 10% tax. There are not many single-player players, but the number is still quite a lot of money. The sky is long and the water is flowing, adding up to a very considerable fixed income. There is no reason to give up. A day later, the fleet arrived at the Legion's original headquarters galaxy, the Galan Galaxy. As soon as they entered the galaxy, everyone saw a huge star castle ruin floating in the vast void. Suffering a lot of attacks during the war, and later being brutally plundered, the huge star fortress has now become an abandoned giant building floating in the orbit of the stars. Everyone let out a breath in unison, with extremely complicated emotions. The star castle of the old team period was destroyed, but the team was promoted to the Legion, and under the leadership of Li Qing, it was completely reborn. Li Qing stretched out his hand and waved. The door of the black hole opened, and large industrial ships sailed out to circle the star fort, and the thick cutting torch sprayed out dazzling cutting lasers, dismembering several subsidiary parts outside the star fort. Jalan Star Castle looks like a bottle with a thick center, a thick ring at the top and bottom, and a subsidiary part that is exactly the same as the main body but much smaller. The diameter of the main body is just enough to fit into the channel of the universe in the palm, but if the accessory part is added, it cannot be put in, and the accessory part must be disassembled. The fleet stayed here, the industrial ship dismantled the star fort, and a large number of frigates left the galaxy to the nearby galaxy to notify the original affiliated players and ask them if they would like to leave with them. If anyone wants to go with them, the Legion will wait for them to take them there. It only took 2 days to disassemble the Star Fort, but it took nearly 10 days to wait for the anchor players who were willing to go together. Thanks to the team's promotion to the Legion, and Li Qing's record of defeating Wei Wang and Aquarius head-on, many affiliated players who had lost confidence rekindled their confidence, and there are more affiliated players who are willing to go with them than they imagined. Many. On the 10th day, the main force of the fleet left first, but a fleet was left waiting for those slow-moving relocations. In addition, they will leave a permanent fleet in this galaxy in the future, as a transfer station for the Legion in the future. When the strength of the Legion is further developed in the future, he will open up all the huge star fields between the transit station and the galaxy of the new headquarters of the Legion as the Legion's territory. As one of the only 2 legions on the outpost base, it is not too much to occupy this star field as a territory. It is worth mentioning that when Yi Xiao was still in the Jolin team, they established a base in the north of the original Jolin Star Fort, but after they betrayed the Legion and split, they have now moved all their personal bases to the Halo side. So in the next journey, although you can see some good-sized bases from time to time, they are only the bases of small and medium-sized teams, which will not have much impact on them. It doesn't matter whether you spend money to ask them to move out, or directly merge. On the 15th day, the huge fleet swept all the way to the wild monsters and abnormalities that spawned monsters on the road, and returned to Li Qing's personal base. Li Qing calculated that he might have been away for more than half a year. Fortunately, the base was not attacked, and the few battleships left behind are still there, but there are a few transport ships missing. Checking the records shows that they encountered wandering wild monsters. The impact is not big, just a few small transport ships. The wreckage and ore collected in the past 6 months add up to more than 40 billion. The fleet stopped in the orbit of the planet, and the first thing many Legion members looked at was this 4-type planet that had been partially transformed. Wang Yanqing glanced at some of the remaining transformation facilities on the planet, and said strangely, "Director Li Qing, have you transformed this planet?" He shook his head and smiled. "How is this possible? How can I rebuild from scratch?" Ding Yoren said, "Look at these remnants of transformation facilities and some debris on the planet. This doesn't seem to be the style of any of the 3 civilizations." Everyone found Hua Dian immediately, and Duan Qian asked in surprise, "Is it possible that there is a 4th alien civilization in this star field?" Everyone seemed to be stunned, and looked up at Li Qing one after another. He nodded and said, "There should indeed be a 4th alien civilization in this star field, but it should have been extinct." Ding Yanqing immediately asked, "If there is a 4th alien civilization, there should be a home planet. Does Chief Li Qing know where the home star of that civilization is?" "Do not know." He shook his head. "The rest of the data I've collected now doesn't have the location of its parent star, and I haven't even figured out what type this alien race is, whether it's terrestrial, aquatic or lactating arthropods. There is a high probability that the stars are in galaxies within the isolated interference band." Oh, everyone lost interest in an instant. If it is within the isolation interference zone, there is really no way. That place is a restricted area that even advanced ships with level 6 technology cannot enter. So far, no one has successfully entered and explored it. When the outpost was first established, the Jinmin Yu clan had already sent an exploration team to investigate, but there was no follow-up, and it was obviously impossible to enter. The large fleet was parked in the orbit of the 4th-type planet. Li Qing returned to the base first, and sent all the star maps of galaxies and nearby galaxies he had collected to the Legion. After receiving them, Yu Yufa studied them and began to order and assign tasks. Yan Chengping, Yan Yan, Duan Qian, Zhang Ruiyang, Deng Wu, Li Lai, Li Qi and others all have each led their own fleets to leave this galaxy and go to nearby galaxies to explore and open maps. Li Qing was not strong enough before, and all the surrounding galaxies just turned around hastily. He didn't dare to go near some places where wild monsters gathered, or some abnormalities that had been refreshed for a long time and no one paid attention to them. Now that the Legion is going to move its headquarters here, it will naturally have to be cleaned up. Reconnaissance first. Clear small groups of wild monsters that can be cleaned first, and mark large groups of wild monsters or abnormalities that cannot be defeated on the star map first, and then lead the main fleet of the Legion to jointly clean up after cleaning. As for several major shareholders also have missions, both Wang Yanqing and Ding Yoren led their own fleets to eliminate wild monsters in the galaxy first, including wild monsters on planetary orbits. Unite to exterminate. Li Qing and Yu Yufei are busy releasing all the belongings of the Legion players and affiliated Legion players who have previously earned in the Palm universe. With so many players' personal bases plus a pile of supplies, there are more than 4,000 transport ships of various sizes in total. Compared with the industrial ship, there is one more thing that needs to be transported, and it cannot be transported at one time normally. But with the Palm universe, everything can be transported at once. More than 4,000 large and small transport ships were released from the gate of the black hole, and the nearby star field was crowded. The fleet channel was noisy and chaotic. Awesome, there are people who are looking for people to team up to build a joint personal base. There are so many things, there are many. The group of wild monsters on the planetary orbit that Li Qing didn't dare to provoke before were swept away on the spot under the command of Li Yuan, the servant of light, and all were slaughtered in one go. Li Qing came to Yu Yufei's battleship, and the star map of this galaxy was spread out, which was a three-dimensional galaxy projection. She was placed in the projection of the galaxy in a graceful posture, and drew a circle in one of the positions with her finger, and said, "This orbital position is not very far from the orbital position of these 4 types of planets. Let scientists calculate the star's gravitational parameters and determine the most suitable position for building a star castle." Li Qing nodded and said, "No problem, it will be done in a day." Without doing too much research on this issue, Yu Yufei quickly changed the topic, and pulled a planet in the projection with her finger, and the planet expanded rapidly. It was this 4th type of planet. She dragged the planet and said to him, "This planet seems to have been transformed. It already has a complete atmosphere. There is ice in the planet. Simple observations show that there are simple bacteria and a small amount of bryophytes on the surface of the planet. In fact, it has reached the standard of habitable life, but it is not suitable for humans. It's just living." She pondered for a while, and asked, "The environment of this planet is considered good among the 4 types of planets. The difficulty of transformation is actually not high. I think it can be completely transformed instead of just transforming a colonial city." Li Qing pinched his chin and said, "Actually, I don't have any opinion whether it's a comprehensive renovation or just a colonial city. The main reason is that we don't have money. We don't even have enough money for the first step of immigration. If comprehensive immigration and reconstruction plus immigration, the funds, there will be a lot of pressure. You must know that we not only need to rebuild the headquarters of the Legion, but also develop our strength. 2 years later is our critical time. During this period, a large amount of funds will inevitably be used to build the fleet. In addition, I still owe 1.5 trillion foreign debts to the outside world, and I don't know how much money I can squeeze out." Yu Yufei said in a deep voice. "It is true that there is a lot of financial pressure, but sometimes pressure is also a driving force. Who knows what will happen before the dust settles? We can try. It's okay to try. Sometimes pressure is indeed motivation." Li Qing thought of the few profitable cards in his hand, and was eager to try. Chapter 98, Redigging the Giant Mechanical Creation, 12,000. Ask for a monthly ticket. The most profitable whole card is the Casting Furnace of Light, which can convert a certain substance into another substance under the condition of consuming a certain amount of energy or substances. He can directly purchase the mines mined by all Legion members, and he can directly purchase all the ores mined by the Legion members, as well as affiliate the individual under the name of the Legion. The ore mined by the player. No matter what kind of ore it is, it will be converted into high-value substances through a super material transformation furnace and then sold in batches. High-value materials themselves are valuable. If a batch of materials required by the outpost can be sold at a higher price, a 20% premium will not be a problem. This is all additional income. Another profitable whole card is shipbuilding. Next, he has 2 years of development time. During this period, the formation of a team of super scientists is expected to make progress in the research on the 2nd-generation frigate mother chip. If the 2nd-generation frigate can be upgraded to the 3rd-generation frigate mother chip, there will be a steady stream at this time. Build cannon fodder frigates to make money. With unlimited blueprints and super docks, shipbuilding materials can be transformed at any time, everything is self-sufficient, and profits are maximized. Yu Yufei's proposal made Li Qing very moved. Indeed, the gap between a colonial city and a colonial planet is still quite large. The resources that a colonial city can provide are limited, but the resources that a colonial planet can provide will exceed ordinary people's imagination. The most important thing is that having a colony planet that has been developed in the early stage will take advantage of the boss. Zoodle is too far away from Jinmen. It takes 4 months to go back and forth. If it is a large caravan, it is common to go back and forth for half a year. In addition, the journey will pass through the pirate area, and the cost of transportation is very high. If you develop a colonial planet here, you can do nothing else. Even if you just provide the most basic food and various light industrial consumables, you can make a lot of money. Especially if the 3 major civilizations are defeated in the future, 7 or 8 living planets need to be developed, and the demand is ridiculously high. Is it faster to transport supplies from the distant Jinmen? Or is it faster to purchase materials locally? Then let's fully develop it. Li Qing made up his mind and said, when Yuran comes back, please remind me that all the minerals collected by the Legion will not be sold in the future, and they will be stored there. I will be of great use. In the following days, after completely clearing out the nearby wild monsters, Li Qing invited 2 physicists and an engineering master from the Palm Universe Scientific Research Area to study for a few days, and determined the fixed location of the Star Castle, and then pull the disassembled Star Castle main body out of the Palm Universe and start to fix it. The 4 Star Fort attachments are relocated to the 4 corners of the Star Fort main body and re-welded. The current Star Fort is just an empty shell, which has been plundered, including all the weapons and general accessories configured in the Star Fort, and needs to be reconfigured to restore combat effectiveness. But there is no need to worry about this right now. Now that the entire Legion fleet is here, there is no problem in terms of safety, and there is no need to rush to reconfigure weapons. First relocate the Star Fort, then build the repair dock, anchorage, industrial area, warehouse area, etc. A large number of industrial ships are in place, and together they collect the wreckage of warships floating in planetary orbit. It used to be that Li Qing needed to collect 7 or 8 years of wreckage by himself, but now with the help of the Legion, it is estimated that the collection can be completed in about half a year. After finishing these things, Li Qing handed over the rest of the work to Yu Yuefei, the chief executive. These are her tasks in themselves. He is the chief of the military, and he does not need to intervene in the affairs of the army. After the handover, he took a small fleet to the satellite where the half-dug underground base was located on the other side of the galaxy. What an exception! The new headquarters of the Legion has been put down, and the construction of the headquarters later has little to do with him. Li Qing is going to spend time to complete this epic continuous task chain in his hand, and see if he can dig some good things. The second floor exit had stopped cutting a long time ago, and this time it came back and continued cutting. But before cutting open, he dispatched a whole battalion of mechanical armor troops to surround the exit on the second floor, ready for battle. Welding sparks were flying all over the sky, and the huge circular exit with a diameter of hundreds of meters was cut in a circle, but the cut part did not fall, but continued to cover the exit like a manhole cover, and the monitoring equipment did not monitor it. Any unusual sounds below? Li Qing sat in the battleship outside the orbit of the planet, carefully staring at the exit that was about to be cut in the monitoring screen. About half a minute later, the last thread was cut, the sparks disappeared, and the underground base returned to calm. Continue. An industrial ship put in through the Palm space exit opened on the first floor of the underground base, shot a tractor beam and sucked up the huge alloy cover with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, slowly revealing a huge passage under the manhole cover. The passage was pitch black, and Li Qing ordered the searchlight placed above his head to be turned on. The moment a beam of dazzling light entered the dark passage, a blue laser beam as thick as an ordinary person's waist sprayed out from the dark passage, striking the searchlight with one blow. Broken. Alert. The commander of the combat battalion immediately ordered his subordinates to fight at any time, and at the same time, he heard Li Qing's instructions. Ready to fight. The battalion commander of the combat battalion responded immediately, and then saw the surrounding mechanical combat platforms shoot out searchlights one after another to the center. A few seconds later, a black figure suddenly sprang out of the pitch-black passageway, and a laser shot through the black shadow, spinning and falling. Using the searchlight, we saw a mechanical creation that looked like an octopus. The next second, countless metal octopuses spewed out from the channel, flocking in all directions like a fountain. Shoot. Surrounding the passage, there are 5 large-scale mechanical armored combat platforms, 20 small mechanical armored combat platforms, and a large number of fortifications that were built early opened fire around the entrance of the passage. Each large mechanical armored combat platform contains a main gun that is not inferior to the small naval gun, 8 secondary guns, 16 small short-range missile launchers, 16 short-range anti-aircraft guns, and 64 Gauss machine guns, and 100 soldiers equipped with fully automatic Gauss rifles or sniper rifles and other heavy weapons. The small mechanical armored combat platform contains 4 secondary guns, 8 small short-range missile launchers, 4 short-range anti-aircraft cannons, 16 Gauss machine guns, and 20 soldiers. The terrifying firepower erupted in an instant, tearing the mechanical creations ejected from the passage to pieces. The level of weapons is 2 generations higher, which is not a level of crushing at all. The mechanical creation ejected from the passage looks like a metal octopus. Its main body is larger than ordinary people, 2 meters long, and has 8 metal tentacles as thick as ordinary human thighs. There are launch ports at the top of the tentacles, which can continuously eject lasers or metal bullets. If faced with the same level of technology, this thing should be difficult to deal with, but under the crushing of the 5th generation technology weapons, the octopus mechanical creations that are constantly pouring out continue to shatter and fall like tofu. That's a nice design. Li Qing smacked his lips and became a little interested. It took nearly an hour for the steady stream of octopus mechanical creations to slowly become sparse. I don't know if they can't be rushed out or they are about to be killed. There are fewer and fewer octopus mechanical creations until they don't come out for a long time. Li Qing ordered the troops to be alert, and then used the industrial ship to collect a large number of shattered wreckage into the universe in the palm, transported it to the engineering department of the scientific research area, and handed it over to one of the servants of light scientists for him to study. He is very interested in this thing, not in its technological content, but in its design and structure. There is almost no technological content, but its design and structure are very interesting, and it is very suitable for the construction of unmanned combat machines. Humanity's one-star army drone is designed as a round ball, which can open the shell from any angle to expose the muzzle attack, which is extremely powerful. The structure of this drone from an unknown civilization is very interesting. It is composed of a large number of small structures, which can be recombined into different forms when needed to deal with different enemies. Even in the most extreme cases, the body is pulled into a long, thin metal chain through tiny holes. Technology is not needed, so he asked his super scientists to extract the structural design concept of this drone to see if they can design a combat drone of the same type that contains 5th generation technology. But this is a matter for the future. Now the main thing is to dig out this underground base first to see if there are any good things. More than a dozen unmanned reconnaissance planes flew into the passage, all the way down, about 500 or 600 meters before reaching the end, and then the picture from the drone at the end surprised Li Qing. Down this passage, it turned out to be a huge underground city with many tall buildings, but there were no living creatures in sight, only robots with strange shapes. Yes, the residents of the city are all robots. When many aircraft appeared over the city, there was a shrill siren from inside the city, and then the robots on the street quickly ran to the nearest building to hide in it. Robot Kingdom. Li Qing was quite surprised, and ordered a battalion of robot assault troops and a battalion of clones to go down first on the troop carrier. However, the troops had just landed on top of a building in the city, and the robot commando team suddenly received an unknown communication. Li Qing connected, and a special projection in the mechanical computer room appeared in front of him. The computer room is very large and extremely empty. Through the lights in the surrounding metal walls, you can see that there are many grooves on the wall, and there seems to be something inside. Thick metal chains hang down from the sky and gather in a huge crystal ball in the center. It is faintly visible that there is blue fluorescent light slowly pouring into the crystal ball from the chains. Li Qing looked at it carefully, and found that the rich blue streamer in the crystal ball was constantly rotating and merging into different forms. A cold mechanical voice came over. Unknown civilization, please accept the greetings of a remnant of a civilization that has perished. Li Qing's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice. Are you under this base? As you guessed, I'm under this base. Which civilization are you? How long has it been extinct? My civilization is called the Mesa Union, a civilization that is young but died young. Li Qing's eyes lit up, and he asked with great interest. Can you tell me how your civilization became extinct? The voice fell silent, and Xiao Shu said, I'm sorry, this is a past event that is forbidden to be mentioned. I have sealed this memory, and I can't answer it now. Li Qing squeezed his chin and asked again. Then what do you want to contact me now? The mechanical voice immediately replied. I am a remnant of an extinct civilization. My civilization has withdrawn from the interstellar stage and cannot return. I don't want anyone to disturb us. If possible, please leave here. Well, I can't agree to your request. Li Qing shook his head and said. I have worked hard to find this place. I want to get some supplies and resources. I can't leave without getting anything. I can provide you with some resources. Li Qing pretended to be surprised, thought for a while and said, what resources can you provide? I have a lot of metal here. I don't want metal. What do you want? I'm very interested in the kind of drone I just encountered. I wonder if you have a design mother chip for that drone. No. Then I am very interested in the current situation of your civilization. How about I promise not to affect the situation of the city? No. Then I am very interested in your current situation. Can you let me study it? No. This won't work. That won't work. You're making it difficult for me. The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled up to reveal an evil smile. It's better. Let's arrest you and study it carefully. He directly turned off the communication, stretched out his hand and opened the universe in the palm again, and another battalion-level mechanical combat unit was summoned, plus 10,000 alien troops gathered, and plunged into the pit. When the shuttle passed through the passage and appeared above the city, the tops of the buildings in this underground alien city deformed and separated, exposing the cannon muzzles and blasting into the sky. I just said something was wrong. Li Qing laughed loudly, opened the cosmic channel in his palm again, a glowing light man came out from it, stretched out his palm and pressed it down. Om. The void suddenly sank, and the vast spiritual energy gathered to form a huge storm that spread rapidly. Li Yuan, servant of light, is a psychic entity, and his psychic power has been further strengthened after being turned into a servant of light. Before relying on him to command the fleet, in fact, he is still a very powerful psyker. A wave of psychic energy storms covering more than 10 kilometers blasted down, and the entire underground city was directly run over by the storm. Countless electronic and mechanical equipment collapsed on the spot, and the entire mechanical city shut down instantly. After the psychic storm swept away, the underground city fell into silence. A large number of high-rise buildings collapsed directly, only to find that they were mechanical fortresses. A large number of robots hidden inside froze in place, their brains smoked or caught fire, and their CPUs were directly burned. After almost 10 minutes, the communication was turned on again. Li Qing connected the communication, but what was revealed was blood-red and chaotic codes, and a chilling mechanical voice sounded. Instruction disorder. Finally, the guardianship agreement is out of order, starting to correct it. Error 058110. Quote. The correction was successful, and the final removal protocol has begun. Chapter 99 The Out-of-Control Ancient Mechanical Ascendant. The communication was automatically disconnected, and then the underground city suddenly rumbled, and the large metal building in the center of the city suddenly began to twist, and the ground arched, as if some giant was about to emerge from the ground. Li Qing quickly ordered the cannon fodder troops and alien troops to evacuate, and then opened the gate of the black hole. Frigates flew out of it, and parked above the underground city. Servant of Light, Li Yuan immediately took over the fleet, and Li Qing ordered. Destroy its defenses, I will catch it alive. Your will is my will. As soon as the battleship came out, it aimed at the center and arched for a round of shelling. The thick naval gun level laser column easily penetrates the slowly rising metal wall, punching huge holes in it. A large number of metal buildings twisted and deformed, turning into super mechanical tentacles with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a length of several thousand meters. The structure changed rapidly, and the top structure quickly turned into a muzzle aimed at a frigate. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 7 laser beams hit the same part, and the mechanical tentacles were pierced through 7 huge gaps and connected into one piece. Only a small amount of metal structure was left, which was difficult to maintain. There was only a creaking sound, and the other half of the huge mechanical tentacles fell down on the spot. Heavily it hit the ground, but quickly twisted and transformed into a smaller octopus mechanical monster. As the entire city was slowly dismantled and changed amidst the bangs, the entire city was instantly destroyed and disappeared, replaced by a super huge mechanical creation that slowly emerged from the ground. It is as expected. When he saw the background structure behind the channeler, Li Qing had this guess. This so-called city is actually just a cover-up, and there must be a universe inside. Now it seems that it is true, and it is more exaggerated than he imagined. He originally thought that there was some kind of powerful robot in the ground, but now it seems that it is not the imagined robot, but a powerful mechanical ascender. Ready to evacuate. The door of the black hole was quickly opened, and the Servant of Light launched another psychic storm. The rioting city was slowed down by the impact of the psychic storm, and many subordinates took the opportunity to evacuate quickly. The body of that thing is an entire city, and its size is estimated to be larger than a battleship. It must not be able to beat it in the narrow environment underground. All the fleet and subordinates were taken away. The battleship group parked in the satellite orbit was quickly in place, and the main guns were aimed at the base below to start recharging. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 10 incomparably thick neutron spears penetrated directly into the ground, and an invisible wave swept across. The next second, a dazzling neutron plume spewed out, and the fragments of the base blasted through were quickly swept away in the fiery neutron plume. Melting, the aftermath overflowed the base and formed a halo sweeping in all directions. 10 seconds later, the second wave of hundreds of L-slot neutron emitters fired at the same time, and hundreds of neutron beams, which were slightly smaller than the neutron spear, blasted into the ground, bursting out with even hotter energy, piercing the base, creating a terrifying. The high-energy neutrons melted a huge crater in the center of the base. Amidst the loud rumbling noise, a huge broken mechanical tentacle struggled and rushed out, and a cannon mouth quickly appeared at the top of the tentacle, and the azure energy began to gather. And this is just the beginning. As the huge mechanical tentacles stretch out, the muzzles of each cannon are aimed at the sky and start to store energy. It really is a mechanical ascender, and a second stage ascender. A total of 8 huge mechanical tentacles are accumulating energy at the same time, and the data from the detector shows that their power has reached the power level of the X super large main gun particle light spear, which is equivalent to the power of 8 battleships. He stretched out his finger, and a black hole above the pothole quickly expanded with a diameter of 30 kilometers, directly covering the entire pothole. Half a minute later, 8 fiery particle light spears shot into the palm universe. Li Qing quickly stretched out his hand to hold it together. The black hole closed, and then 2 seconds later the door of the same black hole opened. A surge of high-temperature particles spewed out from it, accompanied by violent vibrations, instantly submerged the 8 giant mechanical tentacles shaking in the pit. Seeing all this, Li Qing stretched out his hand to look at his palm, laughed loudly and said, "Sure enough, it can be like this. This is a new method of using the universe in the palm of his mind. Open the door of the black hole to take away the attack launched by the enemy. The attack will reopen a channel in the front in a very short time when the attack penetrates the void in the universe in the palm, and the enemy's attack will come from the front. New exits fly out. At this time, as long as the new exit is opened on the enemy's face, it is equivalent to the enemy attacking himself. However, this kind of coquettish operation can only be used on kinetic energy weapons and missiles in slot X, because there is an interval of 2 or 3 seconds between opening the universe channel in the palm twice in a row. Only the main gun of slot X has a long enough range to have time to do this. The range of small and medium-sized weapons is too short, and there is too little time to do this. And only missiles and kinetic energy weapons such as light spears have a speed of light, 300,000 kilometers per second, and there is no time to transfer. Try it just now. When the door of the black hole is opened again, the particles that have exploded are ejected at high temperature, which is not very powerful. And this operation is only within the range of your own line of sight, too far away to operate. The comprehensive evaluation is a bit weak, but it is good for blocking guns and saving lives. 2 minutes later, the second round of the neutron light spear charged and blasted down, once again turning the hole into a terrifying neutron melting pit. This guy quickly counterattacked, and was taken away by the universe in his palm. Then 2 minutes later, there was the third round of concentrated fire, and 2 huge tentacles were fused on the spot, and the counterattack was taken away by him without accident. After going back and forth like this for 10 rounds, all of its mechanical tentacles were blasted to pieces abruptly, and it lost the power to resist. At this time, Li Qing thought about it, and continued to bombard it for a few more waves, but instead of using a neutron light spear, he used a neutron launcher in slot L to blow up a layer of his mechanical body. There is no resistance at all. Although this guy is powerful, a single individual has 8x slot particle light spears, and his body structure is stronger than a battleship, but the technological level of his body is in the 3rd generation of technology, and his strength is limited. Fleet focus fire, defeat is inevitable. Of course, the most important thing is that this guy has been staying on this satellite. It doesn't seem to be a combat-type mechanical body, and he hasn't perfected his ability to cross galaxies, so he can't escape. The continuous bombing lasted almost 10 minutes, until its outer armor was blasted away layer by layer, finally revealing the core structure riddled with holes, a huge metal sphere with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer. At this time, Li Qing ordered to stop the bombardment, and then dispatched 10 large industrial ships, and used tractor beams to force this seemingly seamless metal ball into the universe in his palm. So far, the second floor of the underground base has been dug, and a foreign individual who looks like a second stage mechanical ascension has been dug. In addition, there are a large number of individual structures and various metals in the underground base. This is not wasted. A large number of excavating machines are used to dig out one by one, and put them into the casting furnace of light to convert them into high-strength metals for later use. Continuously bombarded 10 waves of neutron light spears, blasting through the Earth's crust in one breath. After confirming that there were no omissions, Li Qing ordered the fleet to withdraw and return to the base. It is also possible for him to open and hang. If other players want to dig this grave, they must pay a huge price. If the strength is not strong enough, a fleet without more than 5 battleships will not be able to dig it. Inside the army can't fight, outside the fleet is not strong enough to fight. The fleet withdrew to the base again, and Li Qing directly entered the Palm universe. The smooth metal ball floated in the icy void, with a faint blue light floating on the surface. Li Qingfei looked around the metal ball carefully, stretched out his finger, and a blue light thread like a laser flew out of the metal ball. Boom! There was a barely audible sound, and then the blue light on the surface of the metal ball exploded abruptly, quickly changing into red. In the red light, countless back and forth vertical and horizontal lines suddenly appeared on the surface of the metal ball, which quickly turned into countless small metal cubes, which quickly sank and changed like a landslide, and disappeared within 10 seconds. The strange structure composed of small metal cubes looks like some kind of monster with 4 legs and 4 arms. Command disorder. The final guardianship mode is activated. The guardianship agreement is out of order, starting to correct it. Error 058110. Quote. The correction was successful, and the final removal protocol has begun. The chest glowed red, and a large number of small metal cubes changed to form a circular hole, and red energy gushed out inside. Tisk tisk, are you losing your mind? The dangers that need to be faced in spiritual ascension are those dangerous existences in the void. The danger that mechanical ascension needs to face is that after the consciousness is uploaded, some failures and data confusion may occur. Because the essence of mechanical ascension is to upload one's own consciousness-like data, since it is a machine, it may naturally malfunction, and if consciousness is transformed into data, the data may be confused. Common name, crazy. And there is only one result of mechanical body data confusion, and that is to attack everything it sees indiscriminately. This is very similar to a certain mechanical extermination regime, Iron Heart Exterminator, but more thorough. At least most of the Iron Heart exterminators only target organic life forms, and can communicate with mechanical individuals of the same type, while mechanical bodies with disordered data are completely unable to communicate, destroying whoever they see. So, Li Qing didn't talk nonsense, just stretched out his hand and pressed again, and under the multiplier of 10 times the spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, the intensity of millions of spiritual energy turned into a terrifying spiritual energy storm beam and blasted out. I saw a twisted psionic energy beam sweeping across the mechanical monster. The mechanical monster that was accumulating energy shook violently, and sparks exploded among the small metal cubes all over its body. The structure of the small metal cubes collapsed directly, turning into countless individual small metal cubes, scattered and paralyzed in the void. With a wave of his hand, countless small metal cubes the size of eggs spread out for hundreds of kilometers. He walked to the center of the metal cube platform and picked up a small metal cube that was exactly the same as the surrounding metal platforms but contained a trace of extremely strong will. Box. If nothing else, this thing is the core of the mechanical ascender of this unknown alien civilization. When he squeezed this thing up and disconnected it from the surrounding metal blocks, the countless tiny metal blocks covering hundreds of square kilometers instantly collapsed and turned into fine iron sand all over the sky. Li Qing thought about it for a while, and with a wave of his hand, the iron ore all over the sky flew up and turned into a sand dragon, which plunged into a black hole and appeared again in the casting furnace of light. I turned around and took a step forward, reappearing in the scientific research area and engineering experiment area on the 10th floor of the warehouse area. At this time, the scientific research area has entered the right track, and many scientists and scientific research apprentices are already in place, and are conducting research according to the instructions and tasks of several chief scientists. Li Qing learned about it before, and the main research topic is related to the third-generation frigate mother chip. The main body is studied by several top scientists, and these ordinary scientists and apprentices are responsible for some not difficult problems. Although this research is very high-end, the most high-end lies in the theory and overall design. Specifically, in some small classifications, the IQ requirements are not very high, or just need to spend time to compare and other scientific research issues. These ordinary scientists and apprentices can do it. He came here this time, and he didn't hand over the core to any servant scientist of light. Now those few have important jobs and can't spare their hands, and none of them has research on robots. He looks through the list of common scientists for a while, and finds a scientist with roboticist skills. Then with one finger, turning stone into gold, instantly transforming from an ordinary scientist into a servant of the golden name and light, it can be called completely reborn. To be honest, this group of servants of light is considered lucky. Li Qing has no choice but to choose them now. When the immigration is successful in the future and they have their own people and schools, the attuned servants of light will be selected first from those geniuses with blue name talents. There will basically be no chances for this kind of whiteboard talent in the future. After the attunement was successful, the robot expert skill of this servant of light named Chen Guangli instantly evolved from a whiteboard talent to a gold-level talent. Li Qing handed over the core cube to him, and asked him to find a way to rewrite the data of the confused mechanical ascendant in the core, and then extract the data. Chen Guangli took over the core, a flash of light from his pupils swept across the mechanical core, nodded slightly and said, "Your Majesty, Son of the Star, please wait a moment. I will first rewrite the underlying data code to replace the original incorrect underlying code in the core. It will take about an hour." Li Qing, who was about to leave, asked in surprise. "An hour? So soon?" Chen Guangli nodded and said. The mechanical ascender in the second stage is not weak, but the underlying code of his structure is only at the level of the third-level civilization. At this time, he has lost any resistance. It is not difficult to just replace the code. Li Qing understood, nodded and said, "If that's the case, then you can do it, I'll come and have a look later." With a thought, the figure disappeared, and reappeared to the area where the casting furnace of light was located. Although there is only one material conversion furnace in the entire furnace area, it is actually very large, and the occupied area will not be smaller than the entire warehouse area. In other words, this furnace of light is a super furnace with a diameter of up to 1,000 kilometers. The maximum conversion limit can be say ridiculously big. There is a small storage area at each of the four corners of the circular furnace, and the converted materials will be automatically transported to the storage area. Chapter 100. The next step in the epic continuous mission, 12,000 ask for monthly pass. And this warehouse area is only a very small part of the warehouse area supporting the super melting furnace itself, and there is still a large warehouse area that has not yet been unlocked. When it is unlocked later, the transformed substance will be directly stored in the warehouse area. However, the storage location of the materials transformed by the furnace is not here. Most of the common metals are directly sent to another warehouse area. The storage area here is too small, and only some rare materials are stored. Among the transformed minerals, there will always be some rare ores with very small content. These rare ores are not worthwhile to convert into common metals, so they are purified separately and stored in the small warehouse here, and slowly accumulate. Li Qing came here specially. The main reason is that after the iron sand was thrown into the furnace of light just now, some kind of ultra-rare metal was transformed into it, so he came here specially. The batch of fine sand is mostly metal, but there is a small amount of active metal in it. After complete purification, a mass of living metal like silica gel as big as a head is obtained. The so-called living metal is an ultra-rare substance, similar to memory metal, but more magical than memory metal. Memory metals have limits, but living metals have no limits. Mechanical creations containing living metal can be restored to their original shape no matter how they are destroyed, and the recovery speed depends on the amount of living metal. But the premise is that someone controls it. The body of this mechanical ascendant contains living metal, and no matter how big the loss is, it can be recovered quickly in theory. It's a pity that Li Qing was put into the universe in the palm of his hand, and he had no power to resist. After being blown up, the core was taken away directly, and these structures containing living metal fell apart on the spot. Stretching out his hand to pinch the living metal that was as soft as Nako, Li Qing had a thought, and a large amount of minerals temporarily piled up somewhere in the universe in the uninhabited void in the palm of his hand was pulled by an invisible force and fell into the black hole that had just opened under the mine pile, and fell directly into it. Inside the Forge of Light, and with a thought in Li Qing's mind, the living metal in his hand suddenly began to squirm, forming a silver-white cube under his thoughts. Then, streams of white gas spewed out from around the star-like cast furnace of light with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, and the ore in the furnace was completely decomposed into nothingness, and then transformed into small silver-white cubes. This small silver cube is very small. One is only as big as a sesame seed, but it is all living metal. waiting for this unknown number of billions of tons of ore to be decomposed, and all the sesame seeds are combined to obtain a little bit of living metal the size of an egg. Nanais, it's not worth it. The energy value of so many minerals is worth billions, and it is only a little bit of living metal that can be transformed. Although this ultra-rare metal is very expensive and very, very valuable, it is not worthwhile to convert it directly with ore. Got to do it differently. Li Qing came out of the universe in his palm and opened the star map to check. The newly updated star map showed that there was an asteroid belt in the galaxy 2 hops west of the headquarters galaxy, so he set off with a battleship. The battleship was commanded by Li Yuan, the servant of light, and set a predetermined target location. Li Qing returned to the Palm universe. At this time, robot expert Chen Guangli had successfully rewritten a piece of underlying code. Now do it. Li Qing was sitting outside the laboratory, watching the operation through a layer of high-strength glass. Chen Guangli suspended the core in the air, started some experimental equipment, and controlled something on a virtual screen with his hand. A string of golden rays of data codes flew out from all around, and fell into the suspended core. Each data code is put into it, and red lightning will jump out from the surface of the mechanical core. From the surface, it looks like red lightning, but it is actually composed of codes. Every time a golden light is thrown into it, a red lightning-like code will be replaced and exploded, and a certain red line on the surface of the mechanical core will be replaced by a golden line, which looks extremely mysterious. About 10 minutes later, when the last golden light shot into the mechanical core, the last red lightning exploded, and all the lines on the surface were covered in gold. Even Li Qing, who didn't know much about this, knew that the underlying code of the mechanical core was completely replaced. At this time, Chen Guangli turned his head to look at Li Qing, and asked, "Your Majesty, you can now determine the core avatar." Li Qing understood what he meant, thought for a while, and said, "Use a Rubik's Cube that keeps turning." Chen Guangli nodded. Can. Finger controls on the virtual screen again and again, and soon the surface of the mechanical core flashes with golden light, and a golden light flies out to outline a continuously rotating third-order golden Rubik's Cube shape at super fast speed. You can continue editing. No, the shape is fine, you can add some starry sky images on the surface. Okay. Chen Guangli modified it for a while, the lines of the Rubik's Cube quickly solidified, and the surface of the Rubik's Cube slowly emerged with a picture of the sea of stars. When it was finally formed, the Rubik's Cube shrank rapidly, and finally merged into the surface of the mechanical core, and the mechanical core also changed into a Rubik's Cube and slowly rotated. At this time, Chen Guangli turned off the device, took out the Rubik's Cube and handed it to Li Qing. "Your Majesty, the underlying code has been refactored, and we can use this as the core to refactor the battle body." Li Qing waved his hands and said, "Put it here with you first, move out all the information in the database, and see what's there." Chen Guangli nodded, activated the mechanical core, and the virtual form of the Rubik's Cube reappeared. With a burst of operations, a series of virtual lightning strikes on the Rubik's Cube, and a will slowly awakened. The naked eye can see that the lines of the virtual Rubik's Cube are brighter and more solid, and a voice resounds out of thin air. "Dear Master, number 0 is here to serve you." Li Qing nodded and said, "Share your library over here. As you wish." A string of codes emerged on the light curtain, and quickly converted into text that Li Qing could understand. The third generation of robot manufacturing technology. The third generation of light industry manufacturing technology. The third generation Gauss weapon manufacturing technology. The third generation metallurgical smelting technology. Human cloning technology. Third generation gene modulation technology. Prosthetic body transformation technology. Mechanical ascension theory technology. Third generation battle type octopus robot unique manufacturing technology. There are always more than 30 technologies, which roughly cover a whole set of war industry systems. In theory, with this set of technologies, as long as there are enough resources, a war-related robot can be developed from scratch. Civilization is not qualified, it can be regarded as a wandering wild mechanical force. The most valuable in it are the theoretical technology of mechanical ascension, and the unique manufacturing technology of the fighting octopus robot. Other technologies are a bit outdated compared to human technology and can only be used as a reference. These technologies do not belong to the mother chip, but belong to the technologies owned by number 0, and only number 0 can use and research them. Fortunately, before the mechanical ascension, number 0 was a purple-named top scientist, and he had the ability to do scientific research. Li Qing asked him to stay in the scientific research room first and follow Chen Guangli, the servant of light. At this stage, he has not accumulated enough active metals on hand. After that, he needs to get a batch of high-strength special metals to recast his body. Before that, it happens that you can learn the advanced technology of human beings first, and when you have mastered it, you can copy the technology you have mastered according to the scientific and technological concept of human beings. Coming out of the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing took out the token of the epic mission chain. The small and exquisite gold spaceship like a handicraft lit up, and a light and shadow flew out from the top of the spaceship. A closer look showed a new set of unfamiliar coordinates. He knew that this was the next step in this epic quest chain. He sent a message to Yu Yufei and Ding Yuan each, arranged a mission, and then the fleet left the new headquarters galaxy. Continue to go north, and the new coordinates are 70 to 80 light years away from here. The environment of the galaxies is getting worse as you go north. Not only are the thickness of the nebula getting thicker, but also the inexplicable magnetic field in the isolation interference zone is getting stronger and stronger. This makes many galaxies unable to the transition can only be passed slowly at sublight speed. Well, except for psionic jumps. Psionic leap is positioned through the ubiquitous virtual world, and its transmission penetration is equivalent to the 6th generation leap engine. However, it can only be transmitted over a short distance, and coordinate positioning is still required across galaxies. A destroyer is traveling alone. Although the frigate is more flexible and smaller, its hull is not strong enough and its ability to resist risks is too low. Once it encounters a sudden danger, it is easy to sink the ship on the spot. Anyway, the fleet is stored in the Palm universe and can be summoned at any time when needed. Go north from the Xinjialan galaxy, and after passing through 3 galaxies, you have reached the border galaxy that the team cleared during this period, and the team fleet that went north has not cleared it yet. Just after passing through the wormhole, the red warning lights on the bridge of the battleship flickered, and the battleship that had been prepared to be covered by psionic energy immediately activated the teleportation and disappeared in place, reappearing in the starry sky more than 1,000 kilometers away. At this time, the radar scanning of the battleship sensor revealed a fleet of 4 pirate cruisers and 30 pirate gunboats ambushing at the entrance of the wormhole. The wild monsters are so cunning now. In the star field near the outpost, it is rare to see wild monsters deliberately blocking the door to ambush. The destroyer continued to move forward, flexibly avoiding all kinds of wild monsters along the way, alternating between sublight speed and normal navigation intermittently from time to time, and it took almost 2 days to pass through a galaxy. Skull hurts. The speed was so slow that he was speechless, but there was nothing he could do about it. The double interference here was too serious. Just walking so slowly, half a month passed before he knew it, and he also came to the galaxy displayed by the coordinates. The interference here is already very serious. In the end, it took him 4 days to pass through this galaxy. Li Qing was already thinking about it. A set of warships with strong anti-jamming configuration will come again, otherwise the efficiency will be too slow. It's not too late to go back. He had considered this before he came, and left a psionic coordinate in the headquarters of the New Galan galaxy and a galaxy in the middle. Jump back. Of course, as long as the coordinates are still saved, you can do the same thing next time you come over. The battleship passed through the wormhole, the weather was calm and there was no ambush. But the destroyer stopped at the entrance of the wormhole, without moving a step for a long time. Li Qing stood in front of the bridge, staring intently at the image detected by the sensor radar in front of him. In the center of the circular detection image was a wormhole, with a green dot on it representing himself, but around it, there were red dots representing the enemy. The images detected by radar show that these are not pirates, but warships of the same style as those ancient warship wrecks in the headquarters of the New Canaan Legion, that is, the warships of the civilization that was destroyed in ancient times. Because the civilization has been destroyed, some wild monsters of the former civilization will be refreshed in important areas where these civilizations were often active. For example, if human beings are destroyed, many wild monsters in the human fleet will be refreshed in Jinmen, outposts, and other areas where a large number of humans were active. These wild monsters have nothing to do with human civilization, and they are even hostile to humans. They will attack when they meet. The destroyer stayed in place for a long time without daring to move. Li Qing released a large number of unmanned reconnaissance planes from the universe in his palm to disperse, and at the same time replaced the destroyer with a Black Hawk frigate. The biggest advantage of the unmanned reconnaissance drone is its speed and stealth. Its outer layer is coated with an anti-radar coating. Unless it is seen by the naked eye, it is impossible for these wild monsters of unknown civilizations to only have a third-level technology. After waiting for almost 2 hours, the unmanned reconnaissance planes sent returned one by one, and brought back a lot of images and materials for him. He collected and checked these video materials one by one, and gradually got a better understanding of the situation here. The red dots around here are patrol fleets, which are not large in scale. Most of them are composed of 3 to 5 destroyers and 20 to 30 frigates. Among the many small scout fleets, there are also some large patrol fleets that are not small in size, cruising back and forth in this starry sky. It is worth mentioning that, judging from the information currently available, although the warships in this galaxy belong to the same civilization in terms of style, they belong to 2 different camps. The patrol near the wormhole belongs to one camp, but the starry sky more than 400,000 kilometers away belongs to another camp. The 2 fleets of the same origin but different camps have small-scale conflicts from time to time. So, how to dig this grave? Li Qing took out the token again, and the coordinates popped up again, which was somewhere in the center of this galaxy. Let's go first. The Black Hawk frigate quietly flew in one direction, passing between the 2 patrol fleets. Like the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, these cruisers did not find the Black Hawk frigate tens of thousands of kilometers away. When it came to a vast starry sky, the battleship started the jump engine to enter the sub-light speed state, and sailed to the depths of the galaxy. An hour later, the frigate shook violently and forcibly left the sublight speed. At first he thought it was being intercepted, but Li Qing was startled by the picture of the warship leaving the sublight speed. I was not intercepted by the interception system, but 2 large fleets were at war, and he was stopped by the interception force field in the warring fleet. Fortunately, the 2 large fleets that were engaged in battle did not care about a frigate, except that he had just ejected from the sublight speed state and was spotted by several nearby warships and fired a few missiles. He fled at a super fast speed and did not catch up. Fled at a super fast speed and did not catch up. Fled at a super fast speed and did not catch up. Fled at a super fast speed and did